There we go. Good morning. This is the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals review session for November 15, 2022. Please be reminded there is no public testimony during the review session. We'll begin with the zoning calendar, continued hearing items, item number 37, 23315 BZ, 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens.
Okay, good morning, everybody. The initial hearing on this application was held on September 13th. The applicant has made a submission in response to the comments that were raised, including a revised plan and two lesser variance alternatives, revised financial analysis for the different scenarios, proof of payment of remediation costs, summary of the engineering report, and also a response to community board comments in addition to other documents. So I want to go through some of these documents and state what my comments are on these. So with regards to the revised plan, the proposed plan was modified to allow for some setback of the tower above the base. The board had expressed concern at the last hearing that the sheer tower rising along the northern end fronting Annabelle Basin was daunting and was not a welcoming way along the waterfront. So the applicant was asked to modify the bulk location. While I find the setback approach interesting, I'm still not getting a full sense of it, and I'm not sure it's quite there yet, and I'll get to that as I go through my notes. I would like the applicant to provide a streetscape rendering of the building from the Shore Public Walkway and from the plaza along 46th Avenue. And the reason I'm saying that there was a perspective provided, but it didn't show beyond the base and the setback. It only showed the base. So I would like to know how the tower kind of relates at the pedestrian level. The applicant has revised the uniqueness analysis and has provided analysis that looks at the shore frontage. So it's an analysis of the sites along the Annabelle Basin and the shore frontage analysis of these four sites. And it shows that the subject site is least encumbered, has the least amount of shore frontage along the waterfront, and the lot area of the other three sites located along the Annabelle Basin is much larger than the subject site. And though the requirement of the waterfront zoning for all these four sites, it's more or less the same, the analysis shows that because of the lot area, which the subject site has the least amount, it's one of the smallest site along the Annabelle Basin. When you look at the percentage of the requirement of shorefront, the Shore Public Walkway and the visual corridor, it limits the development area on the site. And the applicant has also provided an analysis of the required open space to lot area along the Annabelle Basin. I believe that the shore frontage analysis per the lot perimeter and the required open space to lot area analysis was very helpful, and it further strengthened the unique condition of the subject site. In addition to this, the applicant has provided the proof of payment for the remediation cost. And this was requested by the board. I know there are other commissioners who will talk about that, so I'll let them take the lead on that. With regards to the applicant also provided a summary of the final engineering report. Thank you. And also did, I thought was a very helpful analysis of the future remediation cost. And what I found interesting, first of all, the diagrammatic analysis was very helpful. It basically and compared it to all the various alternatives, including the as of right, the revised proposed, that is, a lesser variance alternative with the office, and also an R6A C15 alternative. And the cost difference between these four alternatives was very directly proportional to the required amount of soil excavation. And the analysis further showed that additional remediation for the proposed and the lesser variance with office and residential use is more or less the same. It's actually probably the same because the footprint is same. Cost is highest for the R6A and C15 because it has the most amount of soil excavation, followed by the as of right scenario. So I just went through I'm now going through the findings. So as I mentioned, with regards to the uniqueness, I again stand by the fact that the applicant meets the uniqueness finding. With regards to finding B, revised financing, with regards to financing, the applicant has revised the financing, has removed the 421A tax benefit, as directed by Commissioner Otley Brown. The brownfield tax credit discount rate was reduced to 50%. The residential comps were revised, and the Marshall-Swift analysis was used. With regards to the residential comps, I looked through it and I used a website called Compass to see where these comps lie. Specifically, I think based on the analysis I saw on Compass, the studio units are somewhere in the range of 2,700 plus to 3,400 plus. It's more in the 3,000 range. So I think the average that the applicant is using for the studio is much less. It should be closer to the 3,000 range. Similarly, the one bedroom range was from 4,000 to 4,400 upwards. So that also should be more than the average that the applicant's financial analysis is showing, which is in the range of 3,004. So, and what I also did was a comparison of these price ranges along the waterfront and along the upland. They're more or less same for studios and one bedroom. So the applicant should revise the comps specifically for studio and one bedroom. And I think this would improve the return for the lesser variance and the proposed, while it would also improve the return for R6A, C15 alternative. I think given the extensive remediation, I do not believe it would have a positive return. I do want to hear about the comms and others from Commissioner Otley Brown and see if Commissioner Otley Brown saw similar price point issues as I saw. As I mentioned, the applicant was asked to consider a lesser variance alternative with office and residential instead of all residential and retail. So the applicant looked at a lesser variance with office, retail, and a residential, and also a development scenario under an R6A C15 zoning regulation. This is a similar zoning district that is mapped along Vernon Boulevard. And a financial, and in addition to that, the applicant also looked at a massing of an as of right commercial office or community facility development, though that was not analyzed for financial. So based on that analysis, it shows that the R6A C15 alternative definitely has a negative return. Again, like I said, based on the comps, I think the office with residential and the proposed will, I have a feeling that it will show a better return. So that the financial findings still need to be massaged. So I want to jump to the minimal and then talk about the neighborhood context. With regards to the minimal, as I mentioned, the revised comms, I think would have a better return. So we definitely do not have an answer on the minimal. And same goes for the fact in the neighborhood context. I was looking at the tower size because that was one of the waiver that the applicant is seeking. The revised proposed tower size remains the same from the initial proposal to the proposed. It's about 9,000 square foot. The difference is in the dimension of the towers. The previous tower dimension was 90 by 100, 90 foot facing Annabelle Basin and 100 foot the other way around. Whereas in this case, it's 97 foot by 90, 97 foot of it facing Annabelle Basin and the 90 foot along the interior. So the width of the building frontage has increased from 90 to 97 feet. When the board had asked that the tower be set back to make it appear less massive, I'm not sure the increased width along the waterfront kind of helps in that direction. It seems to be contrary to the intent. So the tower size above the base needs to be reduced. So based on both the financing and the neighborhood context, minimal isn't, finding E is also not there. So those are my three outstanding issues on this case. We have received 2 letters in support of the application, including one from the Queen's Chamber of Commerce and 2 letters of opposition, including one from Long Island City Coalition. Those are my comments. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
So I'm convinced that there is uniqueness here. And for me, it's a question of getting the financials correct or valid so that we could settle on what the minimum variance is. So I want to just go through the financial comments and how they were addressed from last hearing. The site value has been reduced as per my instruction because they took the buildings that were going to be demolished out of the equation because they're no longer there. So I'm fine with the new site value. It has gone down by about $700,000. My issue was the market apartment rents. And my Street Easy research also actually dovetails with your Compass research in that the studio and 1-bedroom apartments are still being valued under what you could probably get on the market. I agree with you that the studios that I saw in Hunters Point are between $3,000 and $4,000, with the majority around $3,500. And the 1-bedrooms were between $3,900 and $5,400, with the majority around $4,300. The current report does raise the studio income per month for from $2,600 to $2,881 in average monthly, but that's still way below what we're seeing. And similarly, they raised the 1-bedroom apartments from $3,254 monthly to $3,444 monthly, but that still is well below what we were seeing. They raised the apartment averages for the 1-bedroom balcony, the 2 bedrooms, the 2-bedroom balconies, and the 3-bedroom apartments, and those are within range of what we're seeing on Street Easy, and so I will accept those. When this is revised, instruction to the financial expert, please do not revise the 1-bedroom balcony, the 2-bedroom, the 2-bedroom balcony, and the 3 bedrooms to be lower than what they currently are in order to compensate for you increasing the studio and 1-bedrooms, because then we're just going to be here for an extra hearing when I point that out and you have to redo the whole thing. So focus solely on what I'm asking for as a revision: studios and 1-bedrooms, no balcony. The construction costs actually were increased using this new methodology that was detailed by Commissioner Shetta. I'll leave this to him to discuss whether or not he needs any more modifications done. I'm just noting that they were increased from the first report, And in the case of the proposed, the square footage actually went down. So they may want to have some kind of a narrative explaining why those costs did go up. Still in all, I don't think that the costs are out of range. I'm just noting the increase. The brownfield tax credit analysis has raised the amount that that the applicant feels that they're going to get in tax credit by revising the discounting down from 65% to 50%. And that provides a small increase in the as of right over the first report, but $2,200,000 increase for the proposed from the first report. Now, I just want to go to cap rates. The applicant had stated that they wanted to raise the baseline cap rates that are used for residential and retail to account for the fact that interest rates have been rising. And since cap rates are based on interest rates, basically, I'll agree and accept the increase from the previous report. So when you look at a fallout to cost to see what the fallout rate is based on development costs, which would give you an idea of what the real return is going to be for the project instead of the cap rates that they're using. I note that the lesser variance has a 4.9% fallout rate to cost, and the proposed has a 5.29% fallout rate to cost. And now, if you're going to talk about cap rates and difference in value, 100 basis point increase or decrease in a cap rate accounts for about 7% of value. So here we're looking at a lesser variance fallout rate of 4.9 and a proposed fallout rate of 5.29. And the differential between the two is 39 basis points. That's less than 3.5% difference in value between the lesser and the proposed. And stating that makes me think to myself, you're not giving me any reason at this point to support the proposed project versus the lesser project because it's just a difference of 3.5% in value. And so I think you have to do a better job of differentiating for me why the proposed is the project that you want to do versus the lesser variance. And also you have to talk about maximizing the amount of income that you could get for this project. And then at that point, we may be at the E finding. And so those are my comments, basically.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. First of all, let me start. I haven't specified any methodology that could result in increasing the cost. If you recall, what happened is I did ask them to give us, number one, a proof of payment for the remediation, and they provided that. However, this proof of payment comes in the form of tax documents from the Department of Finance for New York State. I did look at these documents. I saw the numbers that are close to what was claimed before. However, the total for these tax credit, if I add up the numbers in the documents, it comes to about 11.5 million, not 13.3. So I would like them to clarify why there is a difference between the number previously claimed and the addition of the amounts in the tax documents they provided to us. And I would defer to Commissioner Brown to look at these tax documents, and if they are acceptable, I'm fine with them.
You were the one who asked the question, so you should be making the determination.
Yes, but these documents are coming from the taxation department, the New York State Department of Finance. If I just need to add up the numbers, I did mention that adding the numbers come down to 11.5 million. And if we compare that to what is being presented before, it was 13.3. So they owe us a clarification on the difference. And if the new number 11.5 is the legit number, I would go with it, provided that you are okay with it, because it's a taxation issue.
Right, but state taxation is not my purview. I never worked for New York State Department of Taxation and Finance. I work for
Okay.
New York City Department of Finance. That's why I'm saying if you're asking a question and they're going to give you an answer, you'll be the judge of whether it's a valid answer. And if you're saying there's still a $2 million deficit between what they're claiming and what the proof is, then that's a valid question in and of itself. You're fine.
All right, I think the question that Commissioner Shetta is raising is for the applicant, and let the applicant respond to it. And then
I'm sorry, it's for the applicant and the board. I don't have experience to review tax. Can I finish, please?
Sure.
I don't have experience to review tax documents. That's why I'm saying I got the documents, I looked at them, I added the numbers, and I raised the question of the difference between 11.5 and 13.3.
Okay.
If the board is satisfied with the documents as they submitted, I'm fine with them.
Well, I just think that perhaps we'll wait till the applicant responds, and then we can, at that point, the board can discuss how they felt about that response. But for now, I think you've made your record with regard to those documents and the discrepancy between the 11.5 and the 13.
I agree.
Yeah.
I agree.
Yeah.
Thank you. Then if we move to the financials, if you look at the last hearing, and I did listen to it one more time, I did ask them about what they call it as of right office existing building renovation. And I'm talking here about the existing building renovation, the 4-story building. As far as I understand, this 4-story building is in good shape unless they want to put something on top of that building, meaning that they want to put an addition on it, which is not the case for the scenarios that they are proposing, all the scenarios that they are proposing. If you look at the construction cost estimate, I can clearly see, and give me 1 second, I'm gonna share my screen. Do you see my screen?
Not yet. Yes.
Okay. This is, for example, this is the as of right office existing building renovation. First of all, there is some demolition cost here. I'm not sure which building they are talking about. Hopefully it's not the 4-story building. If it is, I believe this is here by mistake, like they indicated last hearing about this item here. The piling and the excavation and the pressure slab. I raised the issue that these items do not belong to here. They shouldn't be here. And the response to me during the last hearing was very quick, and it was, we made a mistake. So I was hoping that the mistake will be fixed. However, in this submission, and this is the submission date here, in this submission, I still see piles and a pressure slab for the 4-story building. Again, the 4-story building, according to the report from WSP, the structure engineer, if it's not gonna receive any additional floors, it should be fine. It doesn't need any strengthening for the foundation. And this work here is not needed. This work totals about $1 million. The reason I'm raising this is not because this is gonna be impacting the feasibility of that alternative or the feasibility of other options. The reason I'm raising this, because it might impact the minimum variance. When they try to get to the minimum variance, I believe these numbers here for the piling and the pressure slab, in addition to the numbers for the demolition, will play a role in getting to the minimum variance.
All right.
So this is applicable, actually, the talk about the cost for the piling slash the demolition. The piling is not actually for all the options. It's just for this one. But the demo cost is in for all the options. I need them to clarify about that. And I need them to take the cost for the pilings of the options that they were used in.
I have a question for you. The demo cost for all the options, including the as of right, is it the same? Is it same amount?
I have to check. Hold on.
Um,
I can look at it and provide an answer after finishing my testimony, but let me go ahead and finish so I can give a chance to my colleagues. If you look at the future remediation, they provided us with an executive summary as I requested last hearing for the engineering report. So instead of getting thousands of pages for the remediation that was done, now it's probably like 10 pages. Executive summary. I did look at that and I'm satisfied with it. What was very important to me is the tax documents, because these are the actual amounts that were spent on the previous remediation. So since we got that, I believe even if we don't have the report, I would be satisfied with these documents if they are deemed accurate. That next point I want to talk about is the future remediation, and I will need to share my screen 1 second. Give me 1 second. You see the screen, please?
Mhm.
Okay, so if you look at this diagram here, this is the additional remediation required for revised proposed. This is for the as of right and so on. So they provided us with a colorful plan. Thank you for that, for the different proposals showing the scheme of what was done remediation wise and what is coming. I was under the impression that the 4-story building, which is here, was subject to some remediation. So I'm not sure why it's shaded this orange color, which means that this is unremediated area. And if what was remediated was above grade, and they are saying that they will need to remediate underground here, I'm not sure how is that possible while the building is in place. The plan also showed that the only remediated area, previously remediated area, which is this, was just here. And it says excavation to 2 feet below grade. Is this what was done previously, or this is an additional excavation that need to be done? I need a clarification for that. The rest is clear. And I want to say, based on this diagram, if you look at what was done before, which is this, versus what is coming, which is this, and that, even ignoring this portion here, if you add up the orange and the yellow and compare it to the light blue, I believe the figures that they provided for the future remediation, the cost estimate, could be deemed acceptable to us. And I need a clarification from them whether this was, I know that was submitted to the brownfield, but I need them to clarify whether this was approved. It's a go plan by the brownfields, or it's still subject to back and forth discussions. That's all what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And while we are looking at, if you could just let me know about that. The reason I'm asking is the demolition. My understanding is, if when you look at the future remediation, the diagram, there are 2 buildings on the side. One is the Paragon building, which the applicant is proposing to retain, that is fronting Vernon Boulevard. And the other building is along 46th Avenue. That is the building that is being proposed to be torn down, demolished. And based on the layout of the as of right building, it seems the building along 46th Avenue would still need to be demolished. And that would have to be done for all the scenarios. So that's why I was asking if the demolition cost is same across all of them? And if it is, I think it may be the demolition cost associated with the building along 46th Avenue.
I just looked at two scenarios. I'm looking at the residential and office development. The total for the demolition work is about 1.13 million. So it's about 1.1. If I go back to the scenario before, that was about 1.16, 1.2, slightly different. Let me check the one after that.
But they're kind of in the ballpark. It's not like 1 and 6, and they're not.
They are not dramatically different. Yes, I agree. For the proposed residential existing building renovation, it's 1.16 again. So more or less same neighborhood. Yeah, so I would say, yes, roughly they are the same, yes.
Okay. So maybe the applicant can just clarify why regarding a question and what is causing it. But like you said, the differences are not that much, but and in the as of right, if it is included, what is it included for? So that clarification would be helpful. I would still like the applicant to clarify it.
I wasn't concerned about the difference that much because I was under the impression that this is for one building. So they should be more or less the same for all the scenarios. However, because of the answer I got lost hearing when I raised the issue of the piles and the excavation and the pressure slab, they quickly stopped me and he said, you know what, we got it. We made a mistake. We'll fix it. Then I was under the impression that they might added the demolition for the 4-story building by mistake as well. It might be for another building. I'm not sure about that, like the square footage or the footprint of the, I know that there is a warehouse building, 1-story building that's existing on site. I'm not sure if they accounted for the demolition of that as part of the future remediation, since this building has contamination underneath it. It needs clarification. At the end of the day, we're not talking about something, I just want to make this clear. I'm not talking about something that's going to change the equation dramatically, but it might help tweaking the minimum variance here.
Hear you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. So along with my colleagues, I also do find an A. I do want to commend the applicant on their legal argument as well as their research into the contaminated soil conditions and a self-created hardship. I found that what they attach as Exhibit E, the resolutions of the board proving our history and how we rule on that, I found that very compelling. I share the comments that were made with regard to both the C and the E. I wait to see the revised comps that were both requested by both you, Vice Chair, and Commissioner Otley Brown before coming to a determination on what is the lesser variance. That being said, I think that the applicants come a long way from the September hearing, and I'm hoping that we can resolve this quickly. I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I also want to commend the applicant. I think a tremendous amount of work has been done in the 6 weeks since the September hearing. I can certainly appreciate how much work it is to design 3 buildings instead of 1 in order to get to this point. So, and thank you for all the additional materials. I believe that the north facade setback, while it's minimal, is certainly an improvement from the sheer face that went up all the way to the top of the building prior. The north facade is truly the tower's only frontage because of the significant setbacks from 46 and from Vernon. And so I think that street wall and setting back the tower is going to be quite important to the pedestrian experience along the Shore Public Walkway. Whether it's enough or not, right now, the tower is 23 and a half feet from the shore public walkway. It's set back 23 and a half feet. The mandate is 30 feet actually, but I do think that certainly it's an improvement, and this will be further modified if needed based on the discussion of the E finding, the minimal variance finding. I also appreciate that along 46th Avenue, we talked a bit about the private entry court, and now it's been made open, a landscape public open space, which I think is an improvement for the neighborhood, and is actually a benefit to the neighborhood as opposed to being a closed off garden. So appreciate that move for the community. And I think that one thing I wanted to discuss with both Vice Chair and Commissioner Otley Brown is in the comps for the studios and the ones, they take a 5% superior amenity reduction in some of these comps. And that is one thing I noticed with these plans, is that there's very little square footage dedicated to amenities in this project, and there's no parking. And so when I see it, and the size of the apartments, at least currently as proposed, are modest. These are not luxury apartments. And I do know that some of the offerings along the waterfront have doormen or, parking, anyway, superior amenities. So how much does that come? How much do we allow that kind of percentage to adjust based on that lack of amenities?
Well, if you look at a 5% adjustment on, let's say, $3,000, that's $150 off the top for that. And so I feel like you can ask for $150 off. That's acceptable. It's still way lower than what our study is showing. And being that I don't know so much about Vice Chair's research, but my research took into account all sorts of buildings, not just high-end buildings, smaller buildings, but I did specifically look at new construction or relatively new construction, and I still found that the rents that they had assumed for that were lower than what I had found. And what's really important here to note is that half of the apartments are studios and one bedrooms. And so if you're going to underestimate the value for that, you're underestimating the value for half of the building or half of the apartments in the buildings. And so that's why, for me, that was problematic.
Just with regards to my research into it, and thank you for pointing that out, Commissioner Otley Brown. I only looked at relatively new construction. I did not look at older homes. These were all new construction in the last 10 years or so, both along the waterfront and along the upland. And when I was looking at them, I was making sure that these were just studios and one bedroom without any balcony. Now, of course, these buildings have amenities, the standard amenities, gym, some have swimming pool, some have parking, some don't have parking. I did not look into those details. But some are along the closer to the waterfront, some are closer to the mass transit. So I looked at the whole range. And I looked at very recent construction, and I looked at constructions that were about 10 years old. So that was the range I looked at. And that's what I got. But I think your point is well taken. And
right, it doesn't sound like there's an objection to the methodology of taking an amenity reduction. It's just that it's not actually lining up with the research that you've done. So that sounds clear. So, okay, just wanted to make sure, because it was something I noticed anyway, that it's a modest offering relative to some of the offerings that are out there on the waterfront, but it sounds like we're okay with the methodology. Just a technical or a typo maybe is that the very lengthy statement of findings, there is a mention of affordable housing as a benefit to the neighborhood. I believe that is not part of the proposed project anymore. And I think, unfortunately, but that needs to be maybe just look through with a fine tooth comb and make sure that we're not promising anything that we are not giving.
Good catch. Thank you.
Yeah. Keep hoping to find it some way to get it in there, but right now we don't have it in there.
Unfortunately, we are just not in a position to ask for affordable housing unless it's 100% at this point. So, or the financing has been put in place for it. Those are the only two ways. Otherwise, we cannot ask for it.
Understood.
But it's a good catch. Thank you. Applicant, please do comb through your application and make sure that is being eliminated.
I think just to conclude my comment, depending on where we land with the e-finding, which is still very much up in the air, ideally the tower size, which is currently 9,000 gross square feet, which exceeds the maximum residential floor plate for a tower by 2,000 square feet. This is still something that I believe, if where we can, slimming the tower will be a benefit to the neighborhood given the scale.
Agree.
Thank you.
Thank you. This was very helpful. I appreciate all your feedback. Okay, should we go to the next case?
Sorry. Item number 38, 2021 30BZ, 222 44th Street, Brooklyn.
Okay, we have not had any hearings on this since the initial hearing that was held in October of 2021, so over a year. Due to unforeseen circumstances, I think, and we did send 3 adjournments were requested, and we would have to, I would have to make a recommendation that the application be dismissed for the lack of prosecution. I don't know, do we take the vote now or do we take it during hearing, Ms. Matias?
The vote could be taken now.
Now, sorry. Now, we can do it now.
Just two questions. One, I think we'd have to close it first and vote on it. But, and the second being, do we want to dismiss with prejudice, or do we want to dismiss with the opportunity that they can bring the case back?
I think,
If you don't think there's any merit to this, I would, I'm sorry.
well, no, it's too premature for us to say any merits because the applicant did not provide any responses for any of our comments.
Yes, so it's like a prosecution.
I think it's more of a lack of prosecution.
Yeah, I would suggest without prejudice.
Yeah.
Okay, so do you want to do a motion to close now?
Yeah.
Everyone's okay with that? Okay, a motion to close, Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon,
Aye.
and you want to do a vote, right?
And Tony, before we take the second vote, I just want to put it on the record that we have not received any submission this time, nor the previous 2 adjournments. So this time there was no adjournment request. Am I correct?
I think we closed. I'm not sure.
We just closed.
We just closed this.
Ms. Prenga?
There was no adjournment request.
Thank
Thank
you. I just wanted to put it in the record. Thank you.
Okay, and the vote?
Okay, yeah.
Vice Chair Chanda,
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown,
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta,
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta,
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okay, this application is dismissed for lack of prosecution. Item number 39, 2021 41BZ 2838 Cummings Street, Manhattan.
Okay, just scrolling through my notes. Give me a second. The application was last heard in July of this year. At the hearing, we had asked the applicant to revise the project. We had raised a lot of comments. The applicant has revised the project to a 9-story building with 132 dwelling unit with accessory with parking on site for 50 vehicles, and has therefore modified the waiver the waiver has been reduced with regards to the parking. Instead of requesting a waiver of all 66 required parking spaces, the applicant is requesting a reduced number of parking spaces to be waived, which is 16. And the height waiver still remains the same. As I was going through the plan again thoroughly, I would like the applicant, especially the architect, actually to clarify this. I believe an additional waiver for the street wall would be required pursuant to zoning resolution section 23-661, which is a location of the street wall. The existing church is built to the lot line, and the as of right scenarios, if you look at it, are all the buildings, all the as of right scenario buildings are built to the lot line along Cummings and Seaman. Whereas the proposed scenario, the revised proposed scenario, the building is set back from both the street lines. So I believe a waiver, an additional waiver for street wall would be needed. I do understand, if it is needed, I do understand the need for the setback from the street line. And this is to minimize the excavation of the rock condition, which is mostly located along the street frontage. So now we have, so one of the things I was trying to do is I was trying to compare the various scenarios and the revised plan. And specifically as of right scenario C, which has the most amount of floor area and dwelling unit and all the required parking space. I was comparing that to the revised plan because I was trying to see what is the significant difference between the two in terms of the development floor area and the location, and therefore the associated cost and hardship. One of the primary difference between the scenario C and the revised plan is that the proposed parking in the revised proposed plan would be on the first floor as opposed to in the cellar as shown in as of right C. And this is to minimize the rock excavation. In the as of right C, the cellar is fully excavated, whereas in the revised, there is partial basement primarily to provide access to the building and to the garage from the street level. Because as you know, the site slopes significantly. The highest point of the site is at the corner, it's at the corner of Cummings and Seaman. And then the site starts sloping down on both along Seaman and along Cummings towards the church. So, so to provide for the access to the building has to be accessed from the basement level, because when you look at the base plane, anything below the base plane is either a basement or a cellar. In the proposed case, the applicant is proposing a basement to provide access from to the lobby of the residential and also to the parking garage. So that I just kind of wanted to state in terms of how I was analyzing it. As stated earlier, the applicant is proposing 50 parking spaces on site. The applicant states that the proposed 50 parking spaces would meet the projected demand, and the increase in building height is to accommodate the parking spaces in the stacker located on the first floor. So if you look at the initial proposed plan versus the revised proposed plan, the first floor height increases to 14 feet to allow for stackers to be located on the first floor. The applicant has also revised the statement of findings. The unique physical condition has been updated. The unique physical conditions are, and it was discussed at the last hearing, and the board kind of agreed with that to some extent. The board kind of was asking the question, are these the unique conditions? And those are elevated bedrock condition, combination of rock face of the elevated rock and the retaining wall along the western side lot line, that is 30-foot height, located 8 feet from the adjacent residential home, and the existing historic house of worship on the zoning lot. The So now I want to start going through the findings. So with regards to the uniqueness argument is better tied together, especially with the existing historic house of worship. The zoning lot has developable floor area, which can only be developed on the development site, as the historic house of worship cannot be built over or redeveloped. Also, the house of worship was recently renovated. Therefore, I believe, given the limitation on the site and all the other unique feature of the site and the significant slope condition of the site from the street line, which affects the location of the baseline, the site meets the uniqueness, as I had stated at the last hearing. The applicant states that the unique condition creates a hardship, and that is due to the steep curb level. The base plane is well above the sidewalk. The rock outcrops through, though varying in height, it is generally above the base plane by about 6 feet or so. This would result in not being able to build the first floor at the base plane and would result in a loss of the first floor. Also, due to the presence of the rock on the site can't take advantage of the great differences between the curb level and the base plane to provide a basement on the site where parking, mechanical, and utility spaces could have been provided. Typically, when you see a steep slope, oftentimes the applicant takes advantage of the higher base plane from the curb level to provide a basement. In this case, that becomes difficult because you have a lot of rock that you would have to remove to make a full all-out basement on the entire site. Another element the applicant did not mention, and that is the depth of the site. The developable portion, the site has unusually long, deep, it's very long, it's about over 157 foot long, measured from Seaman Avenue. And so the developable portion is deep, that is, it extends beyond the 100 foot. Typically, lots are 100 by 100. Here, you have a 100-foot lot, but the depth of the entire site, you have a 100-foot frontage, and beyond that, there is another 100, over 100 feet that is in the behind that 100 foot. So you have this unused area that one has to figure out how to make it work. So this creates an awkward site condition in the rear that cannot be built upon pursuant to the regulations without creating a lot of wasted space with long corridors and dead, unusable, uninhabitable spaces within the building. And with that, there's also the added construction cost of building it without having much of a return, and having to also, especially along the rear, is where you have the highest portion of the rock outcrop, which goes up to as high as 60 foot or so. So there would also require a tremendous amount of removal of the rock. So while you do have a lot of a area to build upon visually, physically, it is challenging given all the regulatory elements and the look, how the building could situate itself within that without resulting in a lot of wasted space and overcost. With regards to the financing, the applicant has revised the financing. At the last hearing, the board had directed the applicant to revise the cap rate. The cap rate has been reduced. 421A has been removed. The length of the construction time has been revised from the prior submission for all the scenarios, specifically for as applied scenario A and C, and the revised plan due to the additional construction time that it would take with the rock removal and the protection of the adjacent residential building located along Seaman Street. The construction timeline also has been provided for all the scenarios. So the rock facade removal cost adds to scenario A and C and the revised plan. The rock face removal is proposed in 3 phases. I would like the applicant to clarify the need for the 3-phase process. It wasn't quite clear to me. That's probably because of my lack of understanding of engineering. The revised plan has less of a rock excavation. It is similar as in scenario B, as of right scenario B. So scenario B and revised plan have similar excavation plan. And I compared the cost of the two that was there in the prior submission, and I did not notice a major change between those costs. So I'm not sure finding B is there. I want to hear from the other commissioners, but these were my initial observation from the revision. With regards to self-created hardship, I'm satisfied with the response. As I think it's very important for all of us to note is that this is a zoning law that has been in existence prior to 1961 and well before that. And it has floor area, unused floor area that on the zoning lot is being relocated. And given the limitations of the site, it is what's before us is where can this floor area be located and be complying with the underlying regulations, and where the hardship is that is resulting in the waiver that the applicant is requesting. So I want to first talk about minimal and then talk about the neighborhood context. At the last hearing, I was looking for the justification for the proposed increase in height and the elimination of the parking with the hardship imposed by the rock outcrop. The revised plan provides 75% of the required parking spaces, required being 66, to meet the projected parking demand generated by the building. And the applicant has provided an analysis of that. The as of right scenario maximizes development floor area within the maximum permitted building envelope and also provides the required parking on site, though this scenario requires extensive rock removal, which results in a negative return. So the revised plan provides parking as was directed by, oops, sorry. The revised plan provides parking as was directed by the board, and to minimize the rock excavation, the parking is proposed to be on the first floor on stackers. I did a quick, and I would say from the minimal point of view, it is getting there, but it is not there. And the reason for that is the element is the neighborhood character. As I mentioned, you have a zoning lot which has floor area that has not been used, and the applicant is trying to build this floor area without seeking an increase in FAR. It is just trying to build the floor area within the required set of height limits and setbacks and the parking requirement. In order to accommodate that parking requirement and the height and setback, the applicant is trying to use just about the amount of floor area that it can use to provide it and have a reasonable return, but also it has to be respectful of the built context. And to that end, I would say the revised rendering is more responsive to the architectural context and applies the architectural elements from the neighboring building and in its treatment of the facade. However, the massing is still tall, especially along the side lot line along Seaman Avenue. At the last hearing, I had recommended that the massing be stepped down towards the abutting building along Seaman Avenue. So at a minimum, the applicant needs to set back the building from Seaman Avenue by 10 feet above the setback. So the 7th floor onwards, the entirety of the building needs to set back from Seaman Avenue. I think a portion of it is set back by 10 feet. I think the entire Seaman Avenue construction building above the from 7th floor onwards needs to set back. So those are my comments. We did receive significant amount of letters, significant number of letter of opposition from the neighbors, and also a letter of opposition from the Manhattan Borough President's Office. I expect there will be a lot of testimony that we will be hearing from those in opposition and from elected officials.
I was going to wait till you did a break, but I just want to mention to the public that this is a review session and no testimony will be taken. I see hands up in the waiting room, so this is a review session only. It is not the public hearing. Once the public hearing commences and we call the case after the applicant speaks, we will then open it up to the public, okay? So because there's a lot of people in the waiting room and I see hands up, and I just don't want them to sit there waiting, think they are going to be called.
Yes, so our process is we go through all the cases that are scheduled for hearing today in the review session, where the commissioners discuss their comments, and then after we hear all the review session cases, then we open it up for public hearing and we'll go through the same listing. But do listen in on what we are saying. That may help you in your testimony.
Thank you. Sorry, I didn't want to throw everyone off, but I thought, you know.
No,
since I saw
thank you,
hands.
Ms. Matias. Thank you, Ms. Matias. Commissioner Otley Brown.
Okay, so I have to say, sadly enough, I still think that the B finding has not yet been made. And so this is why. I asked for a number of items, and in the financial report, I actually got all of the corrections or modifications that I requested in terms of the cap rate, the construction costs. They're the same as last report, but they're within range of what's acceptable. The apartment rents, when you look at the stacking plans, they reflect the comparables in the area that are market comparables. However, these are actually going to be new construction and all the comparables are old construction. And I have to say that in this neighborhood, there isn't that much new construction. So I sort of understand the difficulty in finding the right comps. And when you look at the different stacking plans, the averages go up ever so slightly as you go up in the number of stories per scenario. And so that makes sense because the apartments on the higher floor are more expensive than the apartments on the lower floor. So the averages will skew upwards as you have more floors in the building. So I was fine with that. And I actually don't have any more questions in the financials. But here's the issue. They lowered the blended cap rate to 4.5%, which is more in line with the current fallout rates. And when I say fallout rates, what I'm basically saying is I'm taking the net operating income and I am setting it against the development cost total to figure out, with basically saying, if you're saying that it costs this much to build a project, then the value is that cost. That's what the applicant is saying. And so what I'm doing is I'm taking the net operating income and dividing it by the value, which is the development cost, which is the target they're trying to get at. And when you look at the fallout rates for each one, the rates are actually very close and clustered around each other, but also clustered around the blended cap rate that they use, which leads me to believe that they're more accurately in line with what they're assuming the cap rate should be. But listen to this. Scenario A, the fallout rate is 3.9%. Scenario B, the fallout rate is 4.0%. Scenario C, the fallout rate is 3.79%, and the proposed fallout rate is the 4.5% target they're looking at. When you look at the different construction periods, which talk about how long it's going to take to build, and you're thinking about your return based on the total construction period, the proposed actually is longer than as of right B by 2 months. So we're talking 22 months and 24 months. If you take the return and you divide it by the amount of months it takes, you end up with the same percentage return per month. And so that leads me to believe that they have not differentiated for us why the as of right doesn't work, but the proposed does. And so that's where we are at this point in time.
Okay.
At this point, I have no other comments. They can address this. Probably they should take some time to think through it and address why the proposed is the only scenario that would work.
Okay. All right, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Commissioner Brown. That's very enlightening. I just want to go back to remind the board that this is the fourth hearing with one adjournment. The first and second heard once the item that's called rock protection was not on the table. We started the rock excavation dilemma with 7,000 cubic yard of rock excavation for scenario A. We ended up, after I looked at the quantity and I looked at the contour lines and the geotechnical report, and I did ask the engineer to intervene rather than the construction cost estimator and give us an accurate estimate for the rock excavation. We ended up with about 1,750 cubic yards instead of 7,000 cubic yards, if I recall the numbers. But I came up with a ballpark of 2,000 versus 7,000 in the first hearing. And when the accurate estimate from the engineer came in, I told them that I believe it's done. Rock is not causing any issue here. You should be thinking of something else. However, during the last hearing, it was an issue raised about the adjacent rock cut / retaining wall. And in this submission, that issue was incorporated for the first time, and I repeat, for the first time in the financials, and it did amount about $650,000. That being said, I want to go back to the last hearing, and I remind the board that we all did raise some issues that we have not received responses to. The first issue actually, and I did listen to the hearing, and this was raised by me and Vice Chair, is to compare this site to a typical site, meaning consider a typical site in the area, which of course gonna include some rock excavation, but it's at the curb level. It's a very normal site, not elevated, and like quantify the quantities, the construction cost estimate based on, let's say, Marshall and Swift, and then add up and deduct, add up for whatever excavation is existing on this special site, on the actual site, meaning that consider the amount of rock excavation that you believe it exceeds the typical site. Means that take into account the savings that you're getting in the excavation support, as I explained during the last hearing, and then take a look at the aggregate effect for the difference between the actual conditions and the typical conditions. And I did predict that if they do that exercise, they're gonna come up with a conclusion that this site is not burdened if it's reasonably designed to build an as of right, it's gonna be privileged. And I did repeat this last hearing like more than one time. No response to that comparison between the typical and the actual at all. In this hearing also, in the past hearing also, I did ask them to clarify, and I'm gonna start sharing my screen. Give me 1 second. This is, do you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, this is a snapshot from the financials that's submitted this time. I'm a fan of this scenario here. I start with the most simple one. And when looking at the A, you're gonna see that the hardship, the negative return, and Commissioner Brown, correct me if I'm wrong, I look at this negative return as a hardship. So this is the amount of the hardship.
That's actually not a negative return. All that's saying is that you're not meeting your target cap rate of 4.5%. That does not mean it's a negative return, which is what I was saying about the fallout rate.
Okay. Do you know where is the negative return in these numbers?
There is no negative return. That's what I was just saying. It's just that the projected return is lower than their project value cap rate.
Yes, so this is the difference between the development cost and the yield. Am I correct?
Yes.
Okay, and this is yes, that's
based on a 4.5% cap rate. If you
Yes,
would use
understood.
a lower cap rate, you don't have that differential.
I got it. I got it.
Okay,
Thank you.
good.
Thank you. I got that. I'm learning. That's why I defer to you sometimes. But if you look at this number here, it's almost $7 million. If you look at the cost for all the rock items, give me 1 second. Do you see the spreadsheet I'm sharing?
For all the commissioners, go to page 7 of the PDF of the economic report that was submitted on 10/26/2022.
I'm not in that anymore. I'm in a spreadsheet. Do you see the spreadsheet?
Yeah,
Okay, good. So you see my screen actually. If you, what I did is, although I like totally, one word, I questioned the need for what is called rock protection. What I did is I took the cost submitted as is, and I added up for the 3 stages that
I'm
they
not sure we're
were.
looking at the right
Yeah,
document.
we're not, that's what I'm, Commissioner.
Is it
I
an
think-
Excel spreadsheet? We don't see an Excel spreadsheet.
Yeah.
Okay, hold on 1 second. Let me stop that. Let me put that.
Thank you, Tracy.
Excel.
I was like wondering.
Thank you. That's why I asked. Do you see this now?
Yes.
yes.
Okay. So I did go to the financials and I added up for all the proposals, A, B, C. I added all what I call it cost, rock related items. I added the cost of all the rock related items. And the way they presented this is they presented it in stages, stage 1 or phases, phase 1, phase 2, phase 3. And these 3 phases constitute how they gonna protect the rock wall on the southern side. And if you add up these numbers as is without any modification, the total for this cost is almost 1.1 million. So this was a question from the last hearing. If we're talking about negative yield or the difference between the cost and the return on the order of 7 million, how come this is caused by an item that cost less than like 1/7 of that, or about 1/7 of that? That's, for me, that's an issue. So they need to address this and respond to it. Then let me move to if you look at the plan I'm sharing right now,
This is which scenario?
this is A, proposal, scenario A. And probably I can put, I'm not sure if the screen changed or not.
Yeah.
Okay, this is an isometric view or a axonometry for proposal A. Proposal A is an as of right, and I did look at the financials, and if you just like take into account what I said about the rock excavation quantity, if you look at the money that's going to be saved because of, instead you put this building on soil, on let's say sandy soil, that's existing on this side, right below the fill, you can see that if you add the savings versus the cost for the rock, that the savings that's coming from, and this is, let me go to that page. Yeah, this is the cost that's coming from the rock, 1.1 million. But if you look at the savings that's coming from using, let's say 2.5 foot mat, if you have a sandy material instead of the rock, this totals to about 1.16 million. And if you add up the saving that's coming from no support of excavation whatsoever is needed on this side because of the topographic conditions, this comes to about $750,000. If you add these two numbers, these are almost $2 million savings because of the conditions existing on site. If you compare these two numbers, the summation of these two numbers to the cost-related item, that rock-related item cost, which total about 1.1 million, that clearly show that this side is not burdened. So let me go back to that rock. This is I did go through this page in the last hearing, and honestly, the easiest thing for me is to say I'm not convinced, just I'm done. But I don't like that. I never worked like that. I try to convince, I know that the applicant should be trying to convince us that he has a hardship. But in return, I try to convince the applicant when I see no hardship or when I see a specific way to build to save money, I try to convey that to the applicant so he benefits from what we say. And in the last hearing, I did explain it to the applicant based on the numbers that they submitted to us for the rock excavation and the earth excavation, that if you look at this side is, which is this, the rock is up on the perimeter, and in the middle, they have sandy material, they have fill material, about total to 20 foot maybe. If you take the quantities and average these quantities over the square footage of the side of the proposed building, you're gonna end up with about 10 feet of excavation in fill/sand and only 4 feet of excavation in rock if you're digging total of 14 feet. This is significantly less than a typical site existing in the neighborhood. In the neighborhood, I would say, like I said before, it might be 75% rock versus 25% fill/sand. On this specific site, because of the specific subsurface conditions that put the rock on the peripherals all the way up to the existing grade, and then the rock dives down in the middle of it, at the center of that site, to about probably 20 feet deep. The average is significantly less than a typical site. Probably it's 20% rock versus 80% earth excavation. That the conditions on this side, I did summarize them in this.
Can somebody turn their, I think we need to mute me. You're hearing an echo, except for Commissioner Asheta.
Am I good to go?
Yes.
Go ahead,
If
Commissioner.
you look at this picture here, this picture clearly summarizes the conditions on site. If on this side here, you have what's called vertical, I call it vertical face. They call it retaining wall/rock. Yes, fine. But this is roughly a schematic presentation of like proposal A, as of right A. And if you look at that grade conditions, sidewalk here is about 40, it goes up to 47, and then it dives down to 38. existing grades are more or less at 56 plus or minus, except for here where it goes up to 62 with rock is outcropping at this corner. That's why when you look at the picture submitted for this wall, you're gonna see along this side here, you're gonna see a vertical face. It's kind of a retaining wall. But at the end, you can see, if you look at the picture at the very end, you can see the rock cut face is very clear. Again, this is apparently the extension of the wall that exists along this side. And you can see here that this is just a closeout to show the conditions. But the side seems to be almost flat, except for the far corner here. This is the subject side. This is the church, and we do have like multiple sides I highlighted here. I assume that if somebody wanna develop these sides, what the conditions gonna be. And if you look back to this view here, let's say we want to develop this side with the lowest floor that has this footprint, and the reason I'm going with that, two things. Number one, it's one of the proposals, scheme A, and number two, it avoid digging here where the rock starts to go up and outcrop, and slightly digging here. But if somebody want to put a floor with the same footprint as that, if you look along this side, this floor is about elevation 42, 43. So again, we're talking about midpoint between this elevation 40 and 47 and the entrance from here. If you're digging to elevation 42 on this specific side, what are you losing? You're losing digging about 4 feet in rock rather than earth, which is not something that's deviating from the conditions on the neighborhood. But in return, you don't have any excavation support, because if you dig to 40, 42 or 43, you're just digging from elevation 47 to 43 or 42, that's 5 feet minimum. No excavation support along this side. No excavation support along this side. Actually, in this piece. Here, you are inside your site, so you can just slope the excavation. You don't need to provide any support for excavation. Same thing here. Along this piece, I did look at the geotechnical report, and it clearly indicates that the church building foundation is going to rock. So even along this piece here, there is no SOO needed, and there is no underpinning. Reason why? Because according to the geotechnical report, the foundation for this building is going to rock. So if we're eliminating all the excavation support system for this, and we're gaining because we're putting this building on a rock subgrade that has bearing 20 ton per square foot versus standard 2 TSF, probably TSF is ton per square foot for sandy material. And to give you an idea what this bearing does to like economic wise, if we have a column that's 1,000 ton and we want to put it on rock, you divide the 1,000 by 20, it gives you the square footage of the area. Let's make it 100 by 20. So probably you need 5 square footage. If you take this and put it on sandy subgrade, 100 by 2, it's 50. So the ratio is like you need a footing for the sand that's 10 times bigger than the footing on rock. That's what the rock is doing to this side. Quantity is very tiny, but the savings in the foundation is significant. The other thing the rock is doing on this side actually is for the superstructure itself, the columns, the floors. When we design buildings for seismic, earthquake loading and wind loading, there's something called site class that controls the degree of complexity of the superstructural design and how big are the elements for the superstructure. Again, columns and floors. If you have rocky condition, the the site class is much better. You have less pricey superstructure design than the equivalent one, sandy material or any other soil supply. So these are the benefits that if we factor into the construction cost, if we do the typical versus the actual, it's gonna come up, it's gonna show up. And I believe by then, if this is done, it's gonna be clear cut that this site, even if it's considered unique, and I would say it is because of the elevated subgrade at this specific location, it's a positive uniqueness. It's not negative uniqueness. And the next point I want to talk about, like I said, if you compare this site, no SOE at all, in any of these sites, you're gonna need SOE at least here and here. Probably you're gonna need underpinning here and here. Same thing here, same thing here. So this side is from the perspective of SOE and underpinning, it's privileged, not burden. If you look at this is an excerpt from the foundation report, from the geotechnical report, and in this view, they provided us with 5 sections, or they call them 5 lines. These lines, they presented to us on them the change in the sand/fill thickness versus where the rock starts and how thick is that. Again, this is the same thing in color shaded plan. This is a plan which shows the elevation or the depth to the bedrock. And I just want to take you to this. This is line 1. On line 1, if you look at the top layer here, which is this layer, this one, this is earth. You have significant amount of fill/sand on this side. So it's not rock. And if you go back to line 1, and this is important for the discussion of what they call it rock phase. Line 1 is this is station 0. This is the beginning of line 1, and this is the end of line 1. Same thing for line 2. If I go back to the sectional view, forgive me, my computer is acting. Bear with me. Hold on 1 second. Let me reopen it again. File is frozen. Is it back on the screen? Hello?
Yes,
Yes, it is.
Is it back on the screen? Do you see the sections?
Yes.
yes.
Okay.
We can open the chart ourselves on the screen if it helps, because we need
It's
to
gonna
open
be tough for you to access all this. I made them a collection in one file, and I'm doing the presentation from that file. But feel free if you wanna jump to the file.
I have it open.
Okay, perfect. If you look at like I said, if you look at these lines here, this is line 1. And this is station 0. This is line 2 and station 0. And station 1 and line 1 and 2, station 0 are very close to what they call it rock phase. This, as you can see here, if you look at this elevation, this is elevation 45. Top here is elevation 55, let's say, or 56. You have at least 10-12 feet of soils here. And same thing, if you look at line 2, you have the same thing. This is not the top portion of that vertical face. It's not actually rock. And I'm going to come to why I do believe that the rock protection work is not needed. I put that on the screen in a second. Let me scroll. Oh yeah, these are the pictures that were submitted, and if you can see the face here, it's clearly this is clearly not rock. I believe this is rubble. I went to the site one more time, but I couldn't access inside to take a look. But I believe this is a rubble, kind of rubble hole. But if you look at the very end, you can see the face of the rock here. It's very clear. It's beautiful rock. And this is, by the way, this is one of the like the strongest rock.
Commissioner Sheta, I think you have too much graphics open, so we're not able to hear you properly. You're breaking up. So you need to maybe minimize the, maybe your computer is not able to handle all the, there's something, we're not able to hear you.
Sorry about that. I don't, it's just a PDF, but I try to talk slowly. And if you feel like I'm not clear, please let me know that. But what I was saying is that if you look at this picture here, this face seems for me to be kind of rubble wall. It's a kind of a retaining wall, but it's not rock. But if you look at the very end where the rock is outcropping, you can clearly see that this face is really rock. This is where the rock outcrops all the way at the end where it goes up to elevation 62. But these are the pictures that were provided with what they call the rock protection thing. And this is an elevation view. This is where they are proposing the rock protection that cost almost 650,000, which actually didn't change the equation that much. But if you look at the elevation view here, what they are proposing is two things. They're gonna put netting, it's a steel net over the face. They're gonna put near horizontal anchors at these locations here, 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 here. And they're gonna put vertical anchors. If you look at the horizontal anchor, it's about 12 feet long. So it's going from the adjacent property into the rock mass by about 12 feet. And if you look at that sectional view, they are claiming that from all the way at the existing grade to here, that this is a rock cut that's that goes up to elevation 30, to 30 feet tall. First of all, this is not 30 feet tall. If this is elevation 34 and this is elevation 55, 35 minus 55 is almost 20 feet. So this might be that the height could be like 20, 22. But at the very end, where rock outcrops, it might be taller than that. But the typical height of this wall is 20 feet. Out of that 20 feet, as I showed in line 1 and line 2, you have almost 50%, probably more than 50% of that is just sand. There is no rock whatsoever adjacent to that southern property line. If you're digging this ground anchor to 15
I'm gonna be
feet,
here all night.
do you hear me?
Commissioner, you keep going in and out.
Okay, let me go close.
Yeah,
Is that,
please.
is that better?
Yes, please continue.
Okay, thank you. If you look at this ground anchor here, that rock bolt or ground, it's a rock bolt. It's about 15 feet long. If you look at the vertical projection of it, it might be about 12. But if you go to 12 feet from this point, you're not a rock. This is not according to your own geotechnical report and your own sections. The top part here, this is not rock. This is sand / fill. So I'm not sure why we are talking about rock protection here using this vertical rock bolt. And if you look at the horizontal guy, this guy, it's a 12 foot. If you go back to scheme A, if you go back to this plan here and look at the cellar level, do you see the plan view of scheme A?
Yes.
Okay. So if you look at this distance from here to here, this distance is about, this is 8'6", and this is probably 60, but this is 5 feet. So if you want to put a rock bolt from here and push it in 12 feet, probably that rock bolt will cover this. So what you gonna do? You're gonna cut it later on. So you're adding an element and then digging this element out. I don't understand. And for me, honestly, this is kind of like the first time I see that a rock protection system is being proposed, and in the meantime, it's gonna be done. So I'm not sure why is that. That's kind of like very weird for me. They need to, like, if they are seriously thinking of doing that system, I would urge them to please rethink about it. So based on this analysis, I do believe that this rock protection thing is not needed. But even if it is needed, and you take that $650,000 and factor them in the equation and consider the savings from the excavation support, from the foundation, this site, if you consider this scenario A is feasible, it's buildable, and it shouldn't have any issue when it comes to financials. And I will stop at this point, and I'm willing to listen to them. Thank you.
Thank you, Commissioner. That was educational.
Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Well, I want to start with saying I do agree that there's an A with regard, and I want to also thank the applicant for addressing some of the questions of whether or not this was self-created, as this is a pre-61 zoning lot. It does have a pre-existing house of worship on it. It creates a very difficult layout to use much of the floor area that they have on the site. And while I know that we're not, where the board has been very clear that the fact that there is floor, or you may have a lot of floor area that that in and of itself is not a hardship, but to lose so much of it is something of note. I will leave the B I'm going to reserve comments on the B, as there's been a lot of questions that are already posed to the applicant with regard to that. With regard to the C, I do appreciate the reduction of the parking spaces, but I do agree that there needs to be more work done, especially on the Siemens frontage. And I've already mentioned that I don't believe this is a self-created hardship as with regard to the D. The E, again, it really depends on what their response is to the financials in B. So other than that, I have no further comments.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Thank you. One thing, Vice Chair, let me start by saying this is my first time hearing this case, and I know it's been before the board a few times. So I may just want to ask my fellow commissioners some questions for clarification. So Vice Chair, I believe at the beginning of your statement, you said that the height waiver remains the same, but it appears to have increased by 5 feet since the June submission, from 94'6" to 99'4" total building height, which is an increase of 5 feet about.
Actually, no, you're right. Thank you. And that is because of the increased elevation of the first floor to accommodate the stacker. You're right about that.
That accounts for 3 of the feet. But the other thing that changed is they're measuring the base plane. It was formerly measured at project 00, and it appears that project 00 has stayed the same, but the base plane is now being measured at -2 feet, 1 1/4. So that's where the other 2 feet's coming in. So for some reason, they either miscalculated the base plane the first time, or they have had to lower it. And that, I think the applicant should clarify for us why the base plane measurement has changed, because that is adding, if everything else were the same as the most recent proposal, they would only be increasing the project height by 2 feet, but that's because of the base plane where they are measuring it from.
Okay.
Okay, let's see my notes. I understand why the ground floor has increased. This is a really reductive statement, but I'm still, and I think that my other commissioners have also basically added to this reductive statement, but I don't understand that why an outcropping or exposure of rock 6 feet above the base plane results in additional 19 feet of height, given that you are not excavating. And as Commissioner Shetta very thoroughly explained, the cost of foundations in a regular project involves so much more than when you're building on top of rock. And of course, removal of rock is expensive, but as Commissioner Shetta explained, so is excavation. So is supportive excavation, so is, contaminated soil, which is basically everywhere in the city. So to me, in just a simple kind of gut reaction, it seems odd that so much height would be given in exchange for this amount of height of outcropping. Again, I also know that that's too reductive, and there's quite a bit of analysis that's gone into the project. Architecturally speaking, I know in the as of right scenario, the dormer rule permits you to have the dormer on Seaman next year at the side lot line. The problem with it, as Vice Chair noted, is when you go up to that maximum building height that's being proposed, you end up with a sheer face on the street wall that's much taller than the contextual district zoning would allow. So I agree with Vice Chair that if there is any additional height, given that the dormer rule does not apply to the additional height, because that's not the intent of the contextual zoning there. Separately, because of the additional height, when you look at the southeast facade of the project, which is most directly adjacent to the existing parish, you have a lot line condition, and you end up with this blank series of walls on this kind of single loaded corridor that's on the southeast side. This is going to be the most exposed part of the project, given the slope of the site coming from Broadway up. And so you will see that 99 feet with the additional, however many feet it is, down the slope to Broadway, and it will appear as a tall blank wall that will be much, much higher when perceived from Broadway than from Seaman Street. So I believe the former proposal had more of an effort to include spandrel glass or some kind of activation of some level to prevent such a tall, blank, skinny wall from facing Broadway. I hope that some agreement can be made with the church to permit potentially some kind of easement for light and air, or I know there are other conditions that will be involved with the lot line construction, but I believe more of an effort should be made to beautify that face of the project. And I see that I'm causing a lot of hands to be raised, so I'll stop there.
Commissioner Otley Brown raised first.
Okay.
Yeah, I just want to say, Commissioner Yoon, thank you for those comments, because I really feel like, you being the newcomer has seized on the major issue that all of us have had with this case, which is whether or not there truly is indeed a hardship. And if so, to what degree there is. It's the question of, are you unique, as in you are a black spotted buffalo, yet it doesn't affect you in any way negatively, read the other buffaloes, or whether you are a pink spotted buffalo and therefore the hunters can spot you and you're going to die. So that truly is a hardship. So I think that sometimes it takes a newcomer to kind of distill everyone's comments into one big punch, so to speak, that basically says, we're not convinced. And when you take into a fact that we are 4 hearings in, because this will be the 4th hearing, but 3 if you consider the one adjournment, I don't know where we go from here. And so that's the big question. And I think you've seen me say that. You've seen Commissioner Shetta say that. You've seen Vice Chair say that. And you've even seen Commissioner Shabeta say that. We're all sitting here saying, like, where do we go from here? But ultimately, our Vice Chair is the one who's got to lead us out of the woods here, because we are all sitting here with the same issues.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. I think on this one, where do we go from here? To me, is combination of things. While I do respect the issues that has been raised by the commissioners here, there is an element of hardship here, and that is a combination of rock. And I mean, yes, there is fill, and the sand fill is not there on the entirety of the site. It is on a portion of the site. On the interior, along the lot line, you have a rock situation. And given that this is an R7A district, which requires a lot line building, and a building has to be built to the lot line, it would need to be on the rock. Yes, putting a building on the rock saves a lot of excavation cost, and it makes it, that cost is there. But the fact remains that you have a base plane which is well above the street line, because the curb line is sloping significantly. And when you have a baseline situation with a rock, eliminate the fill part of it, just the rock itself. It itself causes a situation where you are not able to put the building at the street level. What you can put at the street level is a basement or a cellar. In this case, forget about taking the rock. When you have a base plane in this kind of steep situation, what you have is a cellar or a basement. So you really cannot be building on the ground floor, right? So in this case, you have a base plane with rock at, let's say conservatively, it is at the base plane, you have the rock, and above that you have the fill. Fine, there's a cost associated with the fill, but it's not constant. You have fill in some areas, you have rock that is going on much higher than that. It's all over the place. But what is happening is that you then have to raise the first floor above the base plane. You do not have the, I don't believe, and I'm still not convinced that one can locate the base plane at the base. One can locate the first floor at the base plane. I do think the first floor has to be located above the base plane because of the rock condition along the street frontage. I'm not talking about the rock condition in the middle of the lot. I'm talking about the rock condition along the street frontage. So when you have that situation, you're losing one floor and you're trying to accommodate. The question is, for that loss of one floor, does it warrant an additional floor? Can that be not recouped in a way where the floor plate, yes, you're allowed an 8-story building, and can you not be lifting that 8 floors up above a basement, rather than a 9-story above the basement? That is one question. And the other question is how the treatment of the street line is done above the base height. And I think that's why the building is looking a lot more massive. If you take down one floor, if you take down 9th floor, if you make it if I'm looking at the proposed development scenario, you have a basement, then you have what is called the first floor above. Actually, you have the basement. The first floor is mostly your parking, utility, and all of that. And then from second floor, you have the units. Is there a return with it? And I'm a little hesitant to ask the applicant to keep revising the alternatives, because each time we are asking the applicant to revise the alternatives, I don't want to give a false expectation that as we keep prolonging the hearing, at the end, you're going to get something. It has to be something that meets all the findings, and we do have outstanding issues on the findings. We all agree, well, not all, majority agrees that there is an A finding. The outstanding issue is still the financing. I think there is an agreement on the D finding. So the outstanding issue is still B, C, and therefore E. And the C is being driven by E is being driven by C and E, both are being driven by the B factor. And while I respect the comments that have been stated on some of the rock situation, I am of the opinion that there is a rock situation that is along the frontage of the street that does make it difficult. If it was not a contextual building, the building could set back and take advantage of the fill situation and not have to be before us almost. This is a contextual building envelope that requires a street wall built to the lot line to a limit of 80 foot. And I think it would require removal, and it would require removal of some amount of rock, and require a basement and also and all that. Yes, you may not see, and I have reviewed the geotech report thoroughly, and the soil condition, the sandy condition is there on GB 1, 2, and 3. Sandy condition is not there. You have combination of fill and rock along the rest of the Bs, all the B2s to B12. You have basically a combination of rock and fill. And in most of the cases, the rock is above the base plane. So you do have to remove it. And I do not know, and maybe the applicant can walk us through it, the geotech engineer, when you have a fill situation behind a retaining wall along the side lot line, how safe or secure is it to build over it and around it without causing much disturbance, and how much of protection would it need from it affecting the abutting neighbor from, because we typically see an excavation below grade. Here you're seeing an excavation above grade, and I'm sure that is slightly different from an excavation of fill below grade, where you have buildings on both sides, and then you're excavating below grade. Here you don't have buildings on both sides. It's open to the sky, and you're trying to excavate the fill. So there is a difference, and maybe the applicant should clarify those. But I really do not want this to go any further, and I would like the applicant to be very responsive to our comments and provide a solution should they want a response in their favor. But I do believe there is a uniqueness, there is an element of hardship. It is a question of how the building sits on it.
Commissioner Shedd had his hand up. I don't know if you want to recognize.
Okay, yes, please. I am not able to see, this is the problem on my Zoom.
I'm sorry, I
not
thought maybe
able
you
to
could see him. Okay.
Yeah, so that's why,
Okay.
my apologies. Yes.
Thank you, Tony. Thank you, Vice Chair. I want to be quick. First of all, let me correct something that's been said on the record. I didn't ask the applicant to put the building on top of a fill. This is according to the New York City Building Code. This is illegal. It cannot be done. What I said is what is being called rock protection, which comes in the form of rock bolting and knitting, is not actually 50% at least rock protection. It's 50% of the face is fill and sand. The other 50% might be rock. And it's not a clear cut. It varies along the property line. This is number one. Number two, I do believe that the majority of us believes that there is a uniqueness. I do believe that being elevated to about probably 15 to 20 feet above the sidewalk / street for this site is a uniqueness. But like you mentioned, Vice Chair, it's different when you dig a site with buildings around and the excavation starts at grade, at street level, from when you dig a site that's probably 20 or 15 feet above streets. Of course, the second case, when the excavation is for above grade, is much easier, is I would say much less expensive because of no need for excavation support, no need for underpinning. That's simple. And we're looking here at dollar figures. We're not looking at the complexity, or of course the complexity like get reflected in the cost, but like the net is much easier to dig this side than digging with the same depth to the same subsurface conditions on another side that has existing grades match the street. Again, because of the elimination of the SOE and the the underpinning. This is one thing. On that base plan issue, I'm not the best of the five who can look at the different proposals from the zoning perspective. But I do believe that if the base plan location is given a hardship to this developer to build an as of right, we owe him some sort of relief so he can build an as of right. But I'm not sure how can I get through this if they submitted to us scheme A, which when I look at it financially, it's feasible. And in the meantime, as far as I understand, and please correct me if I'm wrong, it incorporates the as of right floor areas. It includes the required parking, and it's totally within the site. I'm not sure what is wrong. If there is something wrong with the scheme A, I would be open to think of some sort of relief based on the elevated topographic conditions on that site. And this is bold and italic and boxed, not based on rock conditions. Rock conditions on this site are not imposing financial hardship to the development, period. That's
Okay.
what I wanted to make clear. Thank you.
I want to point out site A, the difference is that if you notice, the building is set back from the lot line, both along Cummings and on Siemens. So it is actually avoiding the rock along the street frontage. And that is not, I do not believe, I think it's a site A where to go forward, it would need a variance. And that is a street wall variance because the building is not built to the lot line. That is the rule number one of a contextual development.
So you're saying site A, scheme A
I do
is
not
not
believe,
actually an
that's
as of
why I
right?
did not, that is why I did not review site A very thoroughly, because I do not believe site A meets one of the basic elements of a contextual development. It is not built to the lot line.
If a scheme A needs a variance, I'm okay with granting a variance to build scheme A. And I'm fine with that. But I do believe this is one of the schemes that are feasible. It has, like I said, the required parking, the floor area. If it needs a street wall variance or any kind of other variance, I would be open to do. From day one, I said that this scheme A is the way to go. You have to avoid digging rock on the perimeter. You have to focus on the central portion. And they did a very good job designing this scheme. If it needs a variance, I would be open to grant a variance for that.
I think at this point, we put a lot in front of the applicant. And I think we should probably move on to the next case and hear what the applicant respond.
Yeah, I am going to
That's
say that we take a 10-minute break. We have been at this for 2 hours straight. So let's take a 10-minute break and then resume with the remaining cases for now.
Okay. Commissioner,
you.
could you put your hand down?
Sure.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Tanya.
Okay.
We're at 12 o'clock, so 10 minutes, 12:10, we should be back.
Thank you, Chair.
Thanks.
Okay, everyone, let's come back. It's 12:10. Everyone ready?
Yes.
Okay, we're back on the record, ladies and gentlemen. This is still a review session. Next item up is item number 40, 2021, 42 BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
Okay, the application was last heard in October. The board was satisfied with the proposed variance and had asked the applicant to add a few notes to the plan. The plan has been revised related to the notes that were required. One was noise and the inspection of the structure. DOT has provided comments. I think we have, do we have a DOT sign off?
We have a draft sign off. We're waiting. They requested to see the revised plans with the note. And after discussion with DOT, we want a slight modification to the DOT note. Right now it says drawings are for illustrative purposes only and will require DOT review and approval post BSA approval. We just want to change the beginning to sidewalk improvements instead of drawings, just to clarify that DOT will be reviewing the sidewalk improvement portion of the site. Yes,
Yep.
We still have an open noise review with DEP.
Okay. And that is with regards to the noise generated from the roof and from the side lot?
For the playground analysis.
From
Yes.
the playground analysis from the rooftop, okay. Okay, yeah, so. Yeah, I was actually going to suggest that the note should be added that that the proposed pedestrian ramp shall be constructed to DOT standard pursuant to an approved BPP. But I will then hold back on that because DOT will specifically ask for its notes related to that, right?
We can run it by them if you would like us to as well.
Yeah, I was going to suggest stating that the proposed pedestrian ramp shall, and they can put a box around it where that pedestrian ramp is, which I believe is at the, which intersection there on the north, yeah, the north side of 29th and Avenue L. Those pedestrian ramps shall be constructed to DOT standard pursuant to approved builder's pavement plan. This was in, I think, in the draft DOT letter. So I'm kind of taking the note wordings from there.
Okay.
So you can run it by them and see
Sure.
if that would be adequate, and if they want to add something, that is fine. So I think the outstanding element is still DEP. We are almost there with DOT. The outstanding is DEP. Commissioner Otley Brown.
No comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have seen the draft sign off from DOT. I want to thank the applicant for incorporating DOT comments on the drawings. I agree that DEP is still pending, and I have no further comments to add. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Nothing further from me. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. The only comment I have is a discrepancy on where the 10-foot high acoustic fence is shown on the roof. On the plans, it's shown minimally set back from Avenue L street line. And then in section, it's shown set back what looks like between 15 and 20 feet. Because it's a 10-foot high acoustic fence that will be very visible from Avenue L, I request that it's set back 15 feet, equivalent to the front yard setback.
Why 50, explain to me why 15 feet and not 10 feet?
Because it's a wide street and the front yard setback equivalent for this project on Avenue L would be 15 feet. So in section, they show how the street wall, you know, is asking for a waiver, but when the acoustic fence is shown in the section, it's, maybe I can pull it up if that's easier. Let me do this really quickly.
Right, so section P10 shows the acoustical fence is set back from 29th Street. Then from Avenue L, you're right, I don't see any acoustical fence being shown where it is. Is that what you're referring to, P11?
Let me just share my screen really quickly. Okay, so I've got the submission, the drawing submission of November 14th up. And here in the plan, you can see that the 10-foot high acoustic fence is shown basically a couple of feet back from Avenue L. It's not dimensioned. From the rear, it's also similarly shown offset from the rear, but you also have the 20-foot yard. So I'm not as concerned with that. I'm just concerned with the Avenue L exposure because this will be very visible from the neighborhood. So it's not dimensioned, but it looks quite close. And then in this section, yeah, they don't show the fence here, sorry. But in the Avenue L section, I'm just asking for the fence to be set back the equivalent of the required front yard setback here.
Okay. Okay.
Do you think 10 feet because of because it's a wide street, or no? Why 10 feet?
A wide street is 10 feet, narrow street is 15 feet. That's my understanding. For if you have a height, I'm applying the height and setback.
Right,
So
right. I see.
Typically on a height and setback on a wide street, it's a 10-foot setback. On a narrow street, it's a 15-foot setback. So that's why I said why. I'm not going by front yard. I'm going by typically if you have a building and then you have a building height setback.
Right. Understood. Based on the width of the street.
Right.
I think, I mean, I'd be fine with 10 feet. I think that would be, it needs to be more than what's shown on the plan here. I know that this will reduce the amount of passive outdoor space they have, so I'm also sensitive to that. So 10 feet setback from the street wall would also be appropriate, but I think that should be the minimum setback for the fence.
Okay. Let me just look at what is the, yeah, I think a 10-foot setback would be okay, and also from the occupancy load. Well, setback, that is how much? Hold on. 15 foot. Okay, let the applicant respond to that. I think definitely a setback of 10 foot or even something close to a 15 foot would be okay. And I don't think it would affect the occupancy load. It's, as I see it in the plan, the occupancy load is 222. And I think the total school capacity of students and faculty, and I'm told this roof will be only used by the senior most class, not by the other classes. So the occupancy load can be less than 222. So yes, it can be, the fence location can be moved away from the street line. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions, comments? All right, let's move to the next case.
Item number 41, 2021 69BZ 240-10 Merrick Boulevard, Queens. This is a special permit for an eat drink. I'm sorry, accessory drive-through for an eating and drinking.
Yes, I'm just opening the plan up. I just want to have that open while I'm discussing this. Okay. So the initial hearing was held in August. The applicant has revised the plan in response to the comments that were raised at the hearing. A 12-foot high sound attenuation fence along the residential rear lot line is proposed, and detail regarding the light fixture has also been provided. I would like the applicant to clarify if the proposed parking sign has been indicated on I would like the applicant to clarify the proposed parking sign that is indicated on sheet Z002 as to what that is for. Is it basically to say to reduce the noise, your radio sound level? It wasn't clear what the content of that parking sign would be. An engineering report has been provided regarding the existing condition of the wall along the property. We had asked the applicant to verify the structural integrity of that wall. The wall along the southeast end along the residential rear lot line seems to be in poor condition and will need reinforcement. The applicant is stating that the wall height varies from 2 foot to 7 foot. And the report recommends installing a new wall in front of the existing wall. So the applicant has provided the traffic study in response to DOT's comments. I don't have any additional comments other than the clarification that I have asked today. And so far, I'm satisfied with it. And I think the proposed attenuation would minimize the sound and also minimize the lumen spread. We need the feedback from DOT on their revised submission. So, Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have no more questions. I'm satisfied.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I have no comments. I only have one thing to caution the applicant about. I see that in the structural engineering report, they are suggesting that part of the retaining wall, the northeast retaining wall, is suggested to be repaired. I would just caution them that if they're gonna do any excavation in front of that wall or any concrete cover removal for the wall, this wall might need to be shored to avoid any impact on the adjacent property at the high side. Same thing for any other portion of that retaining wall. If in general, digging next to a retaining wall should be done in a very careful manner, and if needed, the wall should be shored. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
No further comments from me, Chair. Thank you.
Okay. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I don't have any further comments.
Okay.
Okay, new cases, item number 42, 2020-85BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue. This is a variance to development of a 4-story, 8-unit residential building in an M11 district.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing, and I could not locate the proof of hearing on the file, so if somebody can point me. Community board voted to disapprove the application, stating that the project proposal is out of scope with the surrounding building, would not provide affordability or other community benefits that might justify the requested increase in density and height, and proposed excavation is a potential source of damage to additional adjacent buildings. This is an action, this is an application for a variance for use to permit a 4-story residential development in an M1 zoning district. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the use and the street wall height. This is the site was developed with residential use from 1887 to 1965. It was damaged by fire, and then since then it was used as a parking area, auto sales between till 2010. And so My only question is because of the line weight of the site, I was not able to read the map to determine the historical use on the subject site. So the applicant could kind of clean that up. With regards to the as of right, what can be built is a one-story manufacturing office use. I do see on the as of right, there is a stair, and I'm not sure where that stair is leading to. It is leading to the roof, and it's a one-story building. So I'm not sure why an elaborate stair is needed. Why can't it be a drop ceiling or something, or stair kind of thing? With regards to the proposed, the applicant is proposing a 4-story plus cellar residential building with 8 residential dwelling. So I have some comments with regards to the proposal. As part of the 2009 rezoning, the nearest block front and the proposed floor area is 2.18 FAR. As part of the 2009 rezoning, the nearest block front to the subject site, that is the west side of Kingsland Avenue, was rezoned to R6B. At a minimum, the build form and the density must be similar to R6B and not R6, which is what the applicant stated in its statement. R6 is mapped on a super block site which contains NYCHA housing located 2 blocks away. I also think the applicant should correct the drafting error in Unit B lines, Unit B line on floors 2, 3, and 4, 2, 3, and 4, 4th floor. The bedroom has 2 doors, one both leading from the living room instead of 1 door. So I'm not sure if that means the bedroom can be split into 2 rooms, which I don't believe you can legally. So it really should be 1 door. Pick the door that you want to keep. Roof, I have a question as to whether it will be a shared common outdoor space or not. The accessory unit that is located in the cellar to the units on the ground floor has no natural light and no ventilation. Natural ventilation, and therefore a note should be added to the cellar floor accessory space that it shall not be used for any sleeping or habitable sleeping purposes, only for storage. And I remain concerned about the generous accessory space that is being proposed for Unit B. Where would then the question is, where would the trash be collected? Would it be inside or the building, or would it be kept outside, individual trash collectors boxes in front of the building? If it is latter, I think either way it needs to be shown and has to be integrated into the plan. And if it is the latter, a trash collection to be located in front of the building, then it needs to be integrated with the landscaping and street frontage to retain the proposed beautification with to be integrated with it, and not to make it look like a messy collection of garbage bins at the lot line. So the applicant needs to indicate the landscaping on the elevation. The landscaping area, it's not clear whether it is proposed to be above ground or in ground, and not sure what can be grown there because it's going to be in a shade because the first floor is set back. So with regards to the findings, finding A, of the 129 properties within the study area, 50 are existing non-conforming residential use. Typically, residential homes are located on narrow sites. We have seen in manufacturing districts that narrow lots are developed with residential homes, and larger lots are basically used by conforming uses. And 5 of the sites are less than 25 foot wide, less than 2,500 square foot in lot area, improve with conforming uses that generates about 0.75 FAR. I would like the applicant to clarify. It would be helpful if the uniqueness study table can also include all the 6 sites, including those built with conforming use. Based on Zola, 2 of the sites have non-conforming residential use, and remaining conforming uses have gross floor area of 2,500 square foot and more. If that is the case, then the subject site is the only site that is underbuilt. So the applicant needs to go through its uniqueness analysis very carefully and make sure it has addressed it correctly. Otherwise, right now it looks like there are sites that can be built upon that are less than 2,500 square feet. With regards to B finding, base cost per square foot, it seemed reasonable, though the proposed building would be a walk-up. So was that factored into the adjustment factor? If the rooftop is a shared open space, then it should be factored into the financial analysis. With regards to neighborhood character, all larger sites in the study area are developed with conforming uses. Only the narrow sites are developed with residential use. This is a similar pattern observed in other similar cases. The frontage of Kingsland Avenue is primarily developed with residential use. I would like the applicant to clarify why the proposed building is being set back from the street line. With regards to self-created, the applicant needs to provide an ownership title chart of the subject site and the abutting lots to establish that the subject lot was and has been separately owned from the abutting lots since 1961. With regards to minimal, the applicant needs to develop the site based on an R6B. And of course, without knowing the financial, do not know the extent of the financial hardships. So that is very much an open question. Where are we on SECRA on this?
Sorry, let me check my notes. We have a few open reviews. Air quality. Hazmat, we got the approval of the wrap and chasp. I just asked that they, it was a conditional approval, so if they could submit the revised wrap and chasp as per DEP's letter, that would be helpful. And that will leave the only open review would be air quality.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
So I found the uniqueness study convincing. In that this being the only underbuilt in that it's vacant and narrow property in the area. But I have issues with the size of the proposed project and also issues with the financials establishing both the B and E finding. So I'll start with the easier thing, the character. While this area has a good deal of residential development in it, this property is on the M1 side of the street, and as such, on the M1 side of the street, there is no justification for a four-story residential building. There's nothing on this side in the M1 that's over 3 stories, and so therefore their proposal of 4 stories, to me, is not in character. So now I will go from there into the financials, because I feel that there need to be some changes or some corrections made so that we could see the true picture of whether or not this property meets the B finding as well as the E finding. So as far as the site value goes, one of your comparables is actually a variance site, and the sale that was listed, it sold after the variance was granted, which made this site more valuable. And it really should not be an analysis of what an as of right site would sell for. And so that needs to be removed. That's comp number 2. Comp number 3 is 234 Concelia Street, which was a variance case that was withdrawn by the applicant, but it is definitely more valuable configuration for heavy commercial and industrial use because it has frontage on 3 sides. It also sold for way more than the other two comparables, and it's driving the price upwards. Even adjusted downwards, it's still at $215 a square foot, whereas the other two sites are at $143 and $174 a square foot. So please find sites that are closer in comparability to the subject and then adjust downward or upward as warranted. As for the as-of-right plans, the as-of-right plans show a one-story warehouse, which is fine, but they have a staircase in there. And I'm not sure why, because this is only one story without a cellar and there's no indication of any rooftop usage. What that staircase does is it increases the construction costs, and it also decreases the amount of sellable space. And so therefore, I think they need to revise the plans to have a one-story warehouse with no vertical circulation space, because there is no use on any other floor, and then cost that out, and then also figure out what the appropriate income is for that. As for the residential rents, the average unit size is $629 square feet, and their one-bedroom comparables are actually adjusted downward for size. However, 3 of the subject apartments are actually the same size or a little larger than the comparables. And the smaller front apartments, they may be smaller than the comparables, but they have balconies. And so I don't feel that there should be a size adjustment in the analysis of these comparables. If we went with the unadjusted average, you'd actually get $300 more per month per apartment, which would translate to an additional $30,000 in income for the entire year for all 8 apartments. And so therefore, I think that this does not show at this point in time that the E finding has been found. I think that the cap rate for the proposed is on the high side at 5.7% because this is a 100% residential project. And so once those adjustments are made, we'll get a better idea of what this project would actually cost, what the as-of-right would actually cost, whether or not there's actually a hardship in the as-of-right that can be expressed in the financials, and whether or not the proposed is showing us the minimal project that would make this property whole. So I look forward to the answers.
Thank you.
I have a
Commissioner.
question. So do you think the cap rate is high and should be less, or cap rate is okay for this? That I wasn't clear on that.
For the proposed, the cap rate is too high at 5.7 for a 100% residential project. There's no commercial use, and the commercial cap rates are actually higher than the residential cap rates. So if there were commercial use, that would drive that cap rate a little higher because it would be a blend of both uses, but there isn't any.
Okay, all right. All right, thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second the comments by my colleagues, and I want to say that uniqueness-wise, I do believe that the site is unique. I'm okay with that. On the other findings, starting B through E, I would say that I want to be waiting for them to respond to the comments raised by the board, and then constitute a position on these findings. The only thing that I would add is that financials are based on a breakdown of the cost. Although I do believe that the proposed scenario, the cost for the proposed scenario construction is on the order of $300 per square foot, which I believe it's reasonable. I'm not sure if the board wanted them to go with Marshall and Swift like any other applicant. But even if they do not do that, I'm like satisfied with the financials that is submitted for the sorry, not the financials, the construction cost that is submitted for the proposed. Again, I want to be waiting until they modify the site value, look into the cap rates, and then cast my opinion on the degree of the hardship they are suffering. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Regarding the Marshall Swift, Commissioner Otley Brown, are you okay with not do you,
I'm fine with the Marshall and Swift costs for the as of right and the proposed. However, I feel like the as of right will probably come down if they take out the staircase.
okay. Thank you.
Vice Chair?
Yeah.
Just want to say that what is submitted, as far as I understand, is not based on Marshall and Swift. What is submitted is a breakdown. It's a detailed construction cost. What I was saying, if the board want to take that, I'm fine. If we want to them submit Marshall and Swift, that would be acceptable to me as well. But we didn't get Marshall and Swift. Am I
I
correct?
would say you're right, Commissioner. I would accept these and don't really want them to modify these because they actually are quite reasonable.
Yep, I agree. Thank you.
You know, so I definitely feel that they're fine. Just take out the cost of the staircase.
Thank you.
All right, thank you for that clarification, Commissioner Otley-Brown and Commissioner Shetta. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I too, like my colleagues, I did find this site to be unique. I'm uncertain as to what type of hardship, what the result should be. But so I agree with everything that was said. The only thing that I may disagree on is I didn't find that putting a residential on the M1 side would be that much of a would be a problem for the C because of how much residential is on that block. And I found that one side of the block or the other, that didn't make that much of a difference to me. But I'm willing to see, I'm looking forward to hearing more on that issue. Other than that, I have nothing further.
So you're satisfied, the ask for a use variance is okay. It's the question of the extent of the density.
Sure. And again, if that use variance is only okay is if they can actually show me that the hardship justifies such a use variance. But as far as with the neighborhood character, I don't think that's offended by a use variance. I don't know if the hardship justifies it.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Yoon?
Thank you. I agree with everything that's been stated and believe that if the R6B zoning is applied, it will reduce the maximum base height, which I think would be, maybe I'm leaning towards what Commissioner Shibata is saying, that this is a fairly developed block, even though the M1 side is slightly lower. I think once the R6B zoning is applied, it may feel a bit more contextual as a setback would be required over that 40-foot height. And so I'm interested to hear the applicant's response on that. Thank you. No further comments.
Thank you. All right. Next case.
Item number 43, 2021-1BZ, 3118 37th Street, Queens. It's a variance to permit the enlargement of the Trinity Lutheran School, Trinity Lutheran Church, contrary to the underlying bulk requirements.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board voted to approve, 21 in favor, 17 opposed. We received one letter of opposition from the neighbor. And the neighbor's concerns seem to be more, I mean, not only just the height and setback, object to the height and setback because of loss of light, but the fact that the community board failed to notify the neighbor in a timely manner, which unfortunately is not in our control. The applicant did do what what the board requires, which is to notify the community board and all the affected property owners. This is an application for a bulk variance to facilitate the expansion of an existing school located at the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of the rear yard and building setback from the street line. The applicant should confirm if the existing building has a legally non-complying rear yard, which it does. So it needs to be stated in the statement. So what we have is an existing school. It's a two-story school, and the applicant is proposing to add one more floor and utilize the unused floor area on the subject site. The site is zoned in an R6. The zoning district is R6B. And I just actually, my questions are more related. Once I look at the plan, I have a better sense of it. So the applicant also showed an as-of-right building, and the as-of-right building, the maximum, based on the maximum permitted building height, the building could provide 2 additional floors above the existing building, but the floor plate of the existing building would be, of the proposed expansion will be much smaller, and the applicant is claiming that that would result in their ability not to meet the programmatic need element. This is where I have to say the applicant's programmatic element was extremely weak. I would recommend that that our project manager provide a sample programmatic need document to the applicant, since the applicant may not be familiar with how we review or look for programmatic elements justifying a school, whether it's a new school or an enlargement of an existing school. Just a couple of house cleaning. The numbering of the floors should be consistent. The existing building has a cellar and a first floor and a second floor. In the as-of-right floor, what the applicant is adding a third and a fourth floor, and in the proposed, the applicant is adding a third floor, whereas in the narratives and in the drawings, it's calling it fourth and fifth floor or something. So we need to be consistent across all the drawings and all the documents based on what the zoning allows. It's cellar, first floor, second floor, and third floor. So the as-of-right and the proposed and the existing plans and sections and elevations need to show in a dotted line the permitted building envelope, the rear yard setback on all the floors, existing and proposed, and the setback distance from the front line. I have a question with regards to the existing building. It seems when I'm looking at Z002, the existing building is set back from the street line. The applicant needs to indicate what is that existing setback from the roof line and measure that required setback from that street line, because it wasn't clear from the drawings where it was being measured from. And indicate on the plan and the section and elevation the distance of the existing building setback from the lot line, and on the plan indicate the zoning lot line and provide the distance of the setback from the street line. Indicate the proposed building height in the front and the rear, and both in the as-of-right and proposed and existing. One of the site photos shows that there is an alleyway along the rear lot line indicated on the plan, and show the width of it. And I would also like to know if there is an easement on it, and if it anyway affects the developability of the site. I don't think there is, but it would be good to know. So with that, I want to move on to the findings. Uniqueness. In this case, it is really tied to the programmatic need of the site, since it's a school, it's a nonprofit. I think there's also a church associated with it, unless I'm wrong. The program, as I stated, the programmatic need is inadequate. It needs to have more information. First of all, the age of the school is a factor, and that it needs to be improved to meet the modern system is reasonable. However, the applicant needs to justify these statements, such as what is a modern middle school? What are the elements needed for the school to serve as a modern middle school? What is the current enrollment? What is the projected enrollment and the school year? Are the current class size and the room size at capacity? Provide, those are the reasons we typically would hear the applicant saying that, we have an existing school, but the room sizes are so small, our capacity is X, and we cannot fit all of these children into our classrooms. They are overspilling into the lobby and into the janitor's closet and such. We have heard extreme situations such as that. So the applicant needs to just clarify, is that also a factor? Or that the school wants to expand but is not able to expand because of the limited number of classrooms that's existing and wants to expand, provide additional classrooms. Those are all justifiable, but those need to be talked through and explained clearly. Provide the current and the projected utilization chart of the classroom spaces, all the spaces that are going to be used by the school. What is the current number of staff? Will there be an increase in the number of staff? Need to clarify the need for the 5 classrooms and the assembly room and how it serves the programmatic need of the school. The narrative provided is not consistent, especially with regards to the classroom size. For example, in the as of right, the classroom size ranges from 642 square feet to 675 square feet per floor. Whereas in the proposed, 3 of the proposed classroom sizes are less than that in the as of right. So need to justify the classroom and the classroom size with the basic school standard applied by Board of Ed or any other school system that we typically review, or the pedagogical need of the school that warrants a larger classroom size. Clarify the need for the 724 square foot classroom areas that are proposed at the rear lot line, as opposed to 664 or 612 square foot classroom sizes that are proposed on the 3rd floor. Because all of these classroom sizes have, per plan, have 27 seats. So it's not like the classroom with a larger class size of 724 square foot is going to accommodate more students. It is going to accommodate the same number of students as a classroom that is 664 square feet. So a smaller classroom without any loss of 27 seats at the rear lot line would allow for more setback from the rear lot line. Also, the applicant needs to clarify why a 16-foot high ceiling is required. Typically, we would see a 12-foot to 13-foot high ceilings over a classroom. So the applicant also needs to clarify the need and the utilization of the assembly room by, I also think by sloping the roof line along the front and the rear setback, the degree of the variance can also be further reduced. So clarify why an additional set of stairs would be required in the as of right and not in the proposed. These should be elaborated in the statement of facts. The programmatic need was extremely weak with very little information for us to go by and understand where the need is, where the issue is, and how the proposal resolves that. It's a very generic programmatic need document that has been provided. With regards to, there's no financial required for this. With regards to neighborhood character, the applicant needs to provide more clarity regarding the surrounding built context, especially the alleyway. It is actually, I think it is to the applicant's advantage, but the applicant needs to elaborate that. While the overall ask is not much, the existing building encroaches the rear yard setback, and extending it above the height needs to be consistent with the programmatic need. So the applicant also should provide an axonometric of the 37th Street with the existing building. Self-created meets finding D. Minimal, it's not there. The programmatic need is woefully inadequate. Without providing a clarity on that, I am not quite sure the extent of the encroachment in the rear and the setback, where it's coming from. So those are my comments, Commissioner Otley-Brown.
I have similar comments to you in terms of the A finding, because I felt that their programmatic needs statement was rather weak, and I'm focusing in on one of their sentences, which is they need the variance to create a modern middle school. However, they don't define what a modern middle school is, how this site falls short of that modern middle school, and what actual grant they need to be on par with a modern middle school. So because they haven't answered any of those things, I feel like they haven't met the C finding, which is the character, because to me, character is often a balance between what you want and how it will affect everybody around you. And also the minimal variance, because I don't really know what the minimal variance is. For starters, once they have detailed their programmatic need, what they could do to help me get there for the E finding would be to compare themselves against other schools in the area so we could see where they fall on the spectrum. Gross square footage per student, number of classrooms serving a set population. Those are ways in which they can let me know that they are the minimal variance.
Thank you. Very well said. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I don't want to be repetitive, but I do agree with both of you on the comments regarding the inconsistency. I did notice that the statement of facts and the drawings jump from describing the highest floor or the required floor as third floor sometimes, and then fourth floor sometimes. Also, the lowest floor, sometimes it's called basement, sometimes it's called cellar. So that need to be fixed. I'm okay with finding A. I do understand that this is an existing school. If this is a new school, we would ask them to provide us with a site search criteria and show us that the subject site is the only one that's feasible for the proposed school. However, this is an existing school, and they are indicating that without the expansion, the school would look for an alternative location. I would urge them to elaborate on that and explain more in the statement of facts why this route is not feasible. Give us some sort of explanation that this might be a hardship if you start looking around in the neighborhood. That would be helpful. I do agree that the demonstration of the programmatic needs, which actually control the amount of the grant that this board would grant on a case like this, is not that helpful. So they need to elaborate on describing their programmatic needs, defining probably some terms in the statement. So they help us like get to the end, get this case to the finish line probably as soon as possible. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I agree with the statements that were made by my colleagues. I just want to add that this barely squeaked by the community board on a vote to 21-17. There were 6 people that appeared, objected to it. For the very type of expansion they're doing, it's going to affect the neighbors in a certain way. Now, if they're going to have this, they need to show why they need this, and as Commissioner Brown mentioned, that's going to satisfy the balancing test to get to a C. But at this point, I without a much more expansive programmatic needs, I can't. The only finding I could say this wasn't self-created. Outside of that, I don't have anything that I can make a decision on.
Thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. I agree with the comments that have been made and that programmatic needs to be further explained. I also agree with a lot of your comments, Vice Chair, about the plans and needing further annotation. There's generally a bit of sloppiness in how the property line is shown and indicated. And I'm just going to share screen very quickly to show the proposed plans. And let's see. Not this one. So the existing zoning lot plan, you can see the red bounding box indicates that the existing school building sits at the edge of the zoning lot, like right on the street line. But in the next roof plan, you can see that there is some setback from the existing building to the street line. This is incredibly important when you're asking for a front setback waiver, because we have no idea where your existing building line is and how much, because your setback needs to be set back from the street line pursuant to 23-662. So it's impossible for us to understand what you're actually asking for if the annotations are not accurate. Also on the zoning map, this is just a typo, but you're pointing to the wrong site. You're showing the block on 36th and 36th, but actually, the site is here. There needs to be a general cleanup and a finer look at all of the requests that are being made. And I'd recommend that you look at the text for 23-662, section C, which states that your front setback can be reduced from the street wall based on how far the street wall is from the street line. You may not be asking for much of a front setback in the end, but I asked the applicant to take a look at that and respond. Thank you.
Thank you for those guidance, and thank you for looking into this in such detail. That's a good point you're raising. Yeah, I actually zoomed right into the Z002. I didn't even look at Z101, but you're right. Where is the property line? And I actually think Z101 is probably correct and not Z002, because if I'm going to use the other buildings along the block, they seem to, and if that's the street line, then what's in front of the building is probably just an extension of the landscaping area onto the sidewalk, probably. But the applicant needs to clarify that, be that as it may, and needs to be consistent. You're absolutely right. Okay.
Okay, thank
Sorry,
you.
go ahead. What were you saying, Commissioner Yun?
Now, I was just going to make one more comment that I know that there was a lot of community, or there are some neighbors that were objecting based on the shadow impact, and in the applicant's community board presentation, they do have a side-by-side analysis of the shadow impacts. It does appear there will be a minimal increase in shadows in the morning hours only, and that mostly the project will self-shade given its orientation. So I just want to put that on the record also, that does seem to quell any apprehensions that I had about shading the neighbors on 36th Street.
Okay. Thank you for bringing that to our attention. Thank you. All right, case, yeah.
Item number 44, 2021, 23BZ, 2315 Avenue, West Brooklyn. This is a special permit, 73622, enlargement of a single-family home.
Sure. We have received proof of service of initial filing. Also in this one, I could not locate the proof of hearing. The community board voted to approve this project. This is a special permit application pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-622 to allow for an enlargement of an existing one-family detached home on the subject site. The applicant is seeking a waiver of FAR, lot coverage, open space, perimeter wall height, side yard, and rear yard. The Sanborn map from 1930 has been provided. I believe it is to show that there is an existing non-complying front yard depth. Applicant in its statement should actually state these things to indicate why these submissions are being made, attachments are being made to support its statement. So it should be tied together. The BSA zoning chart has some inconsistency regarding the existing side yard width. With regards to the proposed project, the applicant is proposing an enlargement and to a 0.96 FAR by enlarging the first floor, second floor, and adding an attic. The existing building is a 2-story plus cellar detached home. In the planting diagram on page A101, the applicant should indicate the planting area is depth, and in the calculation box indicate the planting areas A plus B and what does that add up to. The demolition plan is a separate set. It should be part of the BSA set plan. With regards to the threshold aspect, the demolition, the applicant is proposing to retain 53% of the exterior wall and 100% of the existing floor joist on first floor and 50% of the existing exterior and 100% of the floor joist on the second floor. So it meets the basic threshold. With regards to the findings the perimeter wall height, the existing non-complying wall height, which is being proposed to be retained. So overall, the ask is minimum and the proposed building will be in context. The applicant just needs to correct the drawings, the zoning analysis, and clean up the statement of facts. Apart from that, I'm satisfied with this application.
Kayla, you had a hand up?
Sorry, Ms. Prenga, yes?
Hi, I thought I heard you say that you didn't find the proof of hearing notification.
I
Is that
sent it
right?
to her already. I emailed it to her
Oh,
already.
okay, yeah, I just was gonna share the screen. I found it
Okay.
as well, so, okay, as
Okay.
long as you have it, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. So you know what happens? I review them sometimes before the proof of hearing has been submitted, and maybe I didn't catch it when it did come through. So that may have happened. Thank you. Commissioner Otley Brown.
I have no additional questions.
Okay, thanks. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. I second the comments raised by you, and I have no further comments to add.
Thank you. Commissioner Shabeta.
Nothing further. Thank you, Chair.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
I have no further comments. Thank you.
Okay.
That's good.
That was quick. Next case, 202182.
218 Hamilton Avenue, Brooklyn.
Okay. We have received proof of service of initial filing and proof of hearing. Community board has voted to approve this project. And I think there was another vote was taken, even that it approved it. And that was to update the zoning resolution regarding the parking requirement for ambulatory care. That's not before this board, but that's for city planning.
Right.
This is an application for a special permit pursuant to zoning resolution section 73-44 to reduce the accessory parking requirement for an as of right use group for a ambulatory diagnostic or for treatment facility. The applicant is requesting a parking reduction. The survey sheet does not correspond with the radius map or the statement of facts with regards to lot area. In an as of right building, an as of right building would consist of a 2-story basement and a cellar with 41 parking spaces in the basement. The applicant is proposing a 3-story plus basement and a cellar with well, hold on. I misread my comments. I'm sorry. The applicant is proposing a 3-story plus basement plus cellar ambulatory diagnostic treatment facility, and it's proposing a 41 space parking lot in the basement, and it would consist of 16 stackers for 32 spaces and 9 at grade. And 5 reservoir parking spaces. I have my as of right incorrect, so please disregard my as of right parking layout comment. Now, per P05, drawing P05, it seems 16 stackers are being proposed and 1 lone stacker next to the elevator, and that has not been counted. So I think the total count parking spaces that is being proposed is different from as shown in the plan. The applicant is proposing to reduce the number of accessory parking spaces from the required, which is 75 spaces, to 41 spaces. Both in the as of right and the proposed plan, it seems 16 stackers are proposed instead of 15, totaling 32 spaces, plus 9 at grade, which equals to 41. So the document should be revised to be consistent with the plans. And again, the as of right, one needs to show all of 75 spaces, which the as of right is not showing. I think that's what I was trying to get at. The entire building would be used as an ambulatory diagnostic or treatment facility center for HAVA Medical and Rehab Center, which specializes in treating handicapped and disabled population. There are 3 other locations. The current facility has 3 other locations. And what I would like to know from the applicant is that what is a typical accumulation rate at the similarly situated current facilities located in Brooklyn? There's one in Manhattan, so I'm just interested in the ones in Brooklyn. With regards to the finding, the affidavit of good faith effort was provided by the owner. Regarding the garage, as I mentioned, the drawing says, the plan says 16 stackers, whereas the text says 15. So a total of 46 vehicles per space would be proposed. So there's a discrepancy in the documentations. 5 reservoir parking spaces is proposed. Combination of elevator and ramp will be used for the vehicle movement from the street level to the parking area. And the applicant is stating the combination of both the elevator and the ramp will prevent the queuing on the street. And it would be an attended parking spaces. 2 attended parking will be assigned, 1 for the elevator, 1 for the ramp. The applicant has provided a parking demand analysis, and based on that, the peak parking accumulation is projected to be 41 vehicles. During 10 a.m., 58 vehicles total, and during 1 p.m. to 2 p.m., the total inbound and outbound trip is projected to be 73. And the applicant represents that the elevator would be able to accommodate 73 total inbound and outbound trip during 1 a.m. to 2 p.m., the combination elevator and the ramp. My question is more with regards to the basement. The applicant needs to clarify about how the patient is being navigated to and from the facility. There are 2 lobbies. Is one of them the primary entrance? Both the building entrance has access the parking area. So both of these lobbies go all the way to the parking area, but neither are handicap accessible for the patient from the parking garage when specifically the facility specializes in treating handicap and disabled population. I think either way, it needs to be handicap accessible. Would the patient be therefore dropped off at the curbside and not inside the garage? And that is an issue if it is, because this would affect the vehicular circulation. So I think to me, the most pressing part of this project is trying to understand how the circulation within the site is happening, where the patient is being dropped off, because that will affect the circulation, not just within the site, but also at the curbside, and how efficiently the elevator and the combination of elevator and the ramp would work. Would one be going inbound, the other one will be going outbound? So would need a little bit of clarity on that from the applicant. I have no other comments on this. Commissioner Otley-Brown.
Yes, the only question I have is the operations of the site, like you just stated. They need to just tell us a little bit more about how they intend to divide the work up between the employees to ensure that during those peak periods, they actually can accommodate the public who are using this site without backing up onto the street.
Okay. Thank you. Commissioner Shetta.
Thank you, Vice Chair. To clarify, I believe that my understanding is that the required as of right parking spots are 75 based on 300, based on 1 space for every 300 square feet. If you look at the statement of facts on page 2, the first paragraph, the sentence at the very end after describing the difference between the as of right and what this special permit allows, which is 600 square foot for each spot. That sentence is a bit confusing, as it says per zoning requirements, 37 parking spaces would be required. I don't think it's per zoning requirements. I would say modify this to be in case of this special permit approved, required number of parkings would be 37. This is one thing. I share the comments regarding the operations and like I do feel some inconsistency between the as of right plans and the proposed plans when it comes to showing the number of spaces. I'm not sure if it's possible that they number the parking spaces proposed, so it's much easier for us to follow up. That's what I have for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Shibata.
Thank you, Vice Chair. We had a very long review session. I'm not going to be repetitive. I have no further comments.
Okay, thank you. Commissioner Yoon.
Thank you. Yeah, I have no further comments. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so here is a very big question for everybody. Do you want to take a 45-minute break and start with the public hearing? Okay, it seems everybody's nodding that way. Let's do that. Let's take a 45-minute break, and we're going to have a very long public hearing session. We may have to take a little bit of a break between that, so let's energize. Thank you. It is I'm going to round it out, 1:20, so 45 minutes. That takes us to 2:45.
205.
205.
Sorry, 2:05. Sorry,
Yeah.
that would have been half an hour, 2:05.
Yeah.
I'm thinking of the old way. Thank you. Bye.
Okay, great. Yeah, babe. Everyone start coming back. I think I need to put the light on. It's gonna get dark.
We have a quorum. We can start.
I can't see all the other,
Steve,
oh yeah, we do have a quorum. Okay. Yeah, it's going to take a little while for all the applicants to join in, sworn in. So let's start.
back on the record. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. We're back on the record. This is Board of Standards and Appeals public hearing for November 15, 2022. The first item up is the zoning calendar continued hearing items. Item number 37, 23315 BZ 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens. This is Jeff. Who else?
Jeff, Jessica Kur, Jack. I don't know
Jack
if Deborah.
Freeman is on this. Jeff, I think
Jess-
Allison also too. Allison Schwartz. Jeff?
Hello,
Milligan?
this is Jeff Mulligan trying to get my video working for us.
I just want to make sure all your people, we have all your team here.
Yep, okay, so like last time we are assembled, most of us are assembled in the same space.
Okay, Jeff. Okay. we're good.
Yeah. So,
And Jessica and Michael Bogan.
yes, Michael Bogan, we have Allison Schwartz,
I have that.
and Deborah Shapiro.
Jack Freeman. And Deborah
And Jeff
Shapiro. Okay. So the team is ready?
Yes, we are.
Okay, everyone raise your hands. If you could unmute. Thank you. Do you affirm to tell the truth?
I think some of us have to stay on.
Oh, gosh. All right.
Yeah.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes. That was a.
Okay, you heard, I'm sure you attended review session. You heard the board's comments. Please state your name for the record and respond.
Good afternoon, Jeff Mulligan from Kramer 11 for the applicant. We did view the review session. There seems to be an echo. Pardon me. Is that better?
Yeah, I would suggest anybody who is not going to speak from applicants and please mute yourself.
Jeff, you're on mute and okay. And
Allison's on mute.
Yeah.
Michael, yeah, okay.
okay, hopefully that's better.
Okay, go ahead, Jeff.
So we did attend the review session and we heard the commissioner's comments. And we're going to have team members speak to various aspects. We have the tower configuration questions that were raised, and so we'll have Allison Schwartz from Morris Ojmi Architects speak to that. There are some questions on the financials. We'll have Jessica Cora speak to those questions. Questions on the proof of payment. And Michael Bogan from Cy Paget will speak to those questions. And then finally, some questions on the future remediation. And Deborah Shapiro from AKRF will speak to those questions. So first, I'll turn it over to Allison Schwartz, and she'll walk us through the analysis that we did. We're balancing a number of different site constraints that really informs what is the most efficient and appropriate tower configuration for this site. So Allison will take us through that. So I will now go on mute.
Hello.
Uh-oh.
Hello, that's better. Okay. I'd also like to share my screen. Can everyone see the screen?
Yes.
Great, thank you. Good afternoon. My name is Allison Schwartz from Morris Adjemi Architects. I'm going to, like Jeff said, I'm going to talk through the changes to the massing and the design changes and the thought process and planning constraints that led us to the proposed design. So this page and the following are diagrammatically showing the previous massing on the left and then the revised massing that we are currently proposing on the right. A number of massing changes were integrated in this new design. The most significant being the tower is set back an additional 7 feet from the shore public walkway in response to the comments at the last hearing. We are now 23'6" away from the shore public walkway. And in order to maintain approximately the same number of units, we have also extended the tower 7 feet to the east. And I will talk through the floor plate in a little bit more detail in the coming slides. To further reduce the overall bulk of the whole building, we have reduced the floor plate of the penthouse floors, the top 3 floors of the building. The floor area of the penthouse levels are now below 7,000 square feet. So they were reduced almost 800 square feet from where they were previously. And now that they are below 7,000 square feet, the penthouse no longer requires one of the waivers. So we have reduced the extent of the maximum floor plate waiver. In order to achieve this reduction, we have set back on all four facades of the building. So the north and south frontages of the penthouse are set back 8 feet from the tower, and the east-west are set back 6 feet. This setback at the north makes those penthouse floors in compliance with the 30-foot shore public walkway setback. So we have also reduced the extent of that waiver. The third massing change that we've integrated is introducing the setback at the 5th floor. We have called this the belt level. This setback from the tower levels is intended to further break the base of the building and the tower and address the comment of reducing that continuous street wall on the north side of the building. So the second page reiterates these massing changes in the notes, but shifts the view to a street level view from 45th Road, where you can really see how these massing moves, the new massing moves have reduced the overall bulk of the building and how it will be perceived from the street. Along with these changes, there has also been a reduction in the floor area from the previous scheme that we presented. The next few pages are addressing the comments at the previous hearing about having the new development creating a canyon or a tunnel effect along this visual corridor. We hope that in the next few slides, you can see that this isn't a concern. The required visual corridor, which is represented in the diagonal hatch, is 60 feet and is a continuation of 45th Road, which is in itself a narrow street. This 60 foot is made up 30 feet within our proposed site, and then 30 feet to the north in a future development that would not be part of our project, but we're illustrating that full 60 feet of what that visual corridor would become. Our proposal is set back an additional 25 feet from that visual corridor for a total distance of 85 feet between our project and a future proposal to the north, a future project to the north. That 25 feet is where the existing Paragon Paint north facade currently is, and we are maintaining and using as a datum for the base of our building. And from the beginning of the project, this was really important to us to maintain the Paragon Paint and also maintain that as have that our base be a continuation of that in order to respect the history of the site, but also the context of Long Island City and the history, the legacy of the industrial buildings of a lower scale along in the neighborhood. One additional point is that the tower on our site is set back, and the 7 foot setback is on top of that 85 feet. And then taking into consideration the zoning regulations for a proposed development to a future development to the north, they would be required to have a 15 foot setback. So now the two towers would be at minimum 107 feet apart. It is not annotated on the page, but I think another consideration is the east-west distance between our tower and a future tower, because their building above the base height would be set back 70 feet from the shoreline. There is very little overlap in the east-west direction, and we think that there would not be a canyon effect created. Looking at this condition and section, our proposed building is on the left and a possible future development is on the right. We are assuming commercial and using those bulk regulations for this illustration. The blue and pink lines are illustrating the permitted base height of a commercial building as well as community facility building, and showing that the Paragon Paint is 49. The Paragon Paint height, which we're maintaining, is 49 feet high and is the base of our building and is well below what is permitted. And that 85 feet between the two bases is noted in red, and the visual corridor, the 60 foot, is noted as well, and how we are beyond that. And then the distance between the two towers is 107 feet. This 3D view illustrates the bulk of the base that we have chosen not to build in order to maintain the Paragon Paint building and maintain our base at that scale of the Paragon Paint and at the scale of the context of Long Island City, the industrial building scale. So the grade portion is the bulk that is permitted that we have chosen not to build in order to achieve these design priorities. We have also added this comparison of the tower floor plate to talk through some of the zoning and planning considerations that led us to this configuration. So on the left is the previous that we showed at the last hearing, and on the right is the revised massing. The building footprint is in purple. The solid line is the tower floor plate, and the dashed line is the penthouse at the top of the building. In red is the zoning requirements, the shore public walkway, as well as the setback for the 30-foot required setback, and the setback we are proposing or providing. And in blue is some of the planning constraints for a residential building. And I think this is really important to talk through because this really drove the direction of the design. And there are some specific limitations because of the unique character of the shape of the lot. By code, for residential units, there needs to be a 30-foot offset away from a property line in order to provide legal light and air windows for those residential units. So for both designs, we have proposed 30 feet along a 30-foot offset along the west lot line in order to make sure that all of these units have legal light and air windows. The condition in the southeast corner is a little bit more complicated because we have two side lot lines. And in both schemes, we have a limited amount of frontage that is directly on that lot line. And for that area of the facade, we will not be able to, we are able to provide windows, but we are not able to provide light and air windows. So a unit in that corner will have to be oriented as such so that the windows are away from that lot line, which is possible to do for a limited amount of frontage. But if that frontage were to increase, we wouldn't be able to lay out a unit with habitable residential units. So this is the thought process that got us to where we were. And we did look at a number of alternate schemes in the last 2 months from the last hearing. Looking at in starting the project and then looking at the proposed change in the last 2 months, we wanted to keep the original planning framework in mind of how we've always approached this project, which was to maintain the Paragon Paint Building, but in order to maintain the context of Long Island City, and also reference city planning's guidelines of locating the bulk of a tower closer to the waterfront. So we have continued to set the tower back from Vernon as well as 46th Avenue. I am going to share an alternate scheme that we looked at in order to kind of see how some of the other options are limited. So this scheme maintained the same floor plate square footage, but did set back that tower 30 feet from the Shore Public Walkway. So it would be in compliance with the zoning regulations. And we did not increase the east-west width of the building in this scheme. There are a number of challenges with this. The first one I'd like to point out is that side lot line condition that I was just talking through. This scheme has 38 linear feet of frontage on each floor along side lots where we would not be able to have legal windows for the residential units. And it would be very difficult to plan this area of the building around it and have those units in compliance with the code. Additionally, this floor plate in the north-south direction is very deep and would result in not very efficient units. And then on the lower floors in the building base, those would have to be an additional, they would end up being 13.5 feet of additional depth. So while we are maintaining a similar area, we would have a reduced number of units because those units are less efficient and would have large areas in the back of the unit that would not be legal rooms. The other point is that this massing relates less to the existing Paragon Paint Building and reduces that open space on 46th Avenue. And I think just the last thing to point out about this floor plate is that, you know, this is a challenging site. And we did at the beginning of this project, we looked at orienting the tower in more of a bar configuration. A north-south bar on this site is very challenging because this 46th Avenue frontage is 100 feet deep. And if you take away 30 feet on the west for light and air, and then another 30 feet on the east, you end up with only a 40-foot tower. So we weren't able to pursue that. And if you look at an east-west bar, then you are really compromising the existing Paragon Paint Building and would likely not be able to preserve it. And you would end up with a large wall along the visual corridor. So we didn't pursue that and instead have throughout the project been trying to locate the bulk of the building as a square footprint close to the water, which we feel were in line with city planning's previous guidelines for this waterfront area. And the proposal that we are presenting today, it is the same, is approximately the same dimensions as, or excuse me, the same area and unit count as the previous proposal, and is really just rotating the tower we had previously. And that 97 feet that is facing the shore public walkway is compliant with the waterfront regulations of a maximum tower width of 100 feet. So we feel like this proposal is in line with the waterfront regulations. And then to end on, I've pulled the typical floor plate from the application material to show the tower that the tower floor plate that we're proposing. This is a very similar floor plate to the previous scheme, but has been rotated 90 degrees. We have 11 units per floor. These are very efficient units and would not be able to be reduced very much in square footage or depth without changing the number of units per floor or unit mix for each floor.
Thank you, Ms. Schwartz. I think your explanation of walking us through how you arrived at this building massing, I'm not questioning that. I think and frankly speaking, I do think locating the tower right where the Paragon building is and on top of it, from an aesthetics and an approach does make sense, and extending the Paragon facade continuing along the Shore Parkway, the base, I don't think any of us question that it really was the tower, and the height of the tower is really what is the question. And a lot of that really is dependent on the financing and how, and both Commissioner Otley Brown and I had raised about the rent space, the rent value that has been assumed for most of the units, 0 bedroom and 1 bedroom. And I think the way to skin the cat in this case may have to do with reducing the building height. And not so much with turning the tower around this way or that way. I do think it is a handsome looking building in the way it's sitting. It's just that it's too tall, and the massing is not justified for that location and is not meeting the findings. So I think I do appreciate your explanation. And it is clear to me. It's just what's driving it is more of the financing. Thank you. Any questions for Ms. Schwartz?
Yes, please.
Yes, go ahead.
Yes, on the constraints on locating the tower and making it aligned with the existing 4-story Paragon building, I'm wondering, I'm not sure if you can please, Ms. Schwartz, go back to the plan that compares the previous to the current. Yes, this is my understanding is that the setback from the public shore walkway is not possible to be 30 feet. It's constrained to 23 6 inches because you want to align this building, the tower, with the existing 4-story. And if you push it further down, if you can please go to the next slide. It's going to be tough to provide windows for this piece, the 20'6" and the 17'6". Did I get it right? Is that the reason why it's not possible to get to the 30-foot setback?
This scheme is about the tower setback. The base we are still proposing to maintain the base location to be in alignment with the north facade. This diagram is intended to show the challenges in extending the mass to the south. And we, what we're proposing is to extend it to the west, which we think is, excuse me, the east, which is less of a setback on the north, but we think we believe it creates a more efficient floor plate and is more in line with the goals of the planning of the neighborhood.
But don't you still have the issue of not providing legal lot line windows along this 20-something dimension? And my point, if you push the building down and get to the 30-foot setback instead of 23 and change, and just create a small skyline area to provide legal windows at this.
Excuse me, Commissioner, I'm sorry to interrupt your flow. There's someone speaking in the background or something. Is that's a little disruptive, but okay, I don't hear it anymore. I'm very sorry, Commissioner. Go ahead.
That's okay. If you can go please again to that plan with the 30-foot setback. Yeah, if you leave just a little area here along the 17.6 dimension, and for this it would enable you to put lot line windows opening to the east. I would believe, why not? It's gonna make the 30-foot setback possible. Why this is not like a feasible solution?
So it is possible to orient units in the other direction, which is what we are proposing to do. We are providing windows here, but these would be the legal windows facing east. So that is true. One of the other challenges of the site is having that on two adjacent conditions. This unit would be very awkward to lay out. This 104-foot depth is getting quite deep. So the core would be in the middle, of course, and then the units on either side would start to be very deep units. So in order to create an efficient floor plate, we believe it needs to have a more of a square proportion for the building. And then because we are setting it back so far from the base of the building, those units would have an additional 13 feet of depth and would not be very efficient. It would be a lot of additional area that wasn't being utilized in creating as many units.
And I would say with this proposal, you probably would be needing more site cleanup and excavation because you're encroaching onto an area. If I'm looking at the graphics.
That is correct.
Yeah.
So I thought the future remediation already include the area south of the building, right? So it's going to be cleaned either way. That was my understanding based on the latest submission.
Behind the Paragon building, when I'm looking at the future remediation cost attachment C diagram, as you had pointed out, Commissioner Shetta, earlier during the review session, we have areas that that is partially remediated, and an area that is where the existing building is located, it's unremediated. So shifting that building more in towards 46 would result in requiring to address more of the unremediated area and partially remediated area.
If this is the case, I need the environmental engineer to confirm that, and I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Yes, well, we will have Michael Bogan confirm that. I'm sorry, we'll have Deborah Shapiro, the actual engineer, as opposed to the attorney. But yes, that is correct that the proposal doesn't include remediation in that area. So
okay, thank you.
If I can jump in, I wanted to say thank you for the additional diagrams. I know that I brought up some of the concern about the canyon effect and my concern about the north facade in general, and I do have a much better appreciation for how far the building is set back. And I agree that preserving the north face of the Paragon building will be substantially beneficial to the project and to the public walkway. So thank you for providing that additional information. I, again, also feel like the breaking up of the north facade and setting the tower back, even just the amount that you are, is already helping quite a bit from what I believe will be the pedestrian experience along that northern shore public walkway. I think right now we have a lot of questions about the financials to get to the B finding in order to understand what the minimal variance is for this project.
Thank you, Commissioner Yoon.
Commissioner Shedder, could you, oh, never mind. You took your hand down.
Okay. Is Mr. Mulligan?
Yes, hello. So I believe we're ready to go on to the next issue, which is the question on the financials. And I see Jessica Corus is here.
Yes.
So
Hello,
Jessica, I'll
thank
hand it
you.
off to you.
Thank you. Hi, good afternoon. This is Jessica Corus here from Catalina.
I think you're on mute, Jessica.
Oh,
You
she's
can't
not.
hear me?
Yeah.
You hear it, Mr. Mulligan.
Oh, okay. Okay, good. I could hear everyone fine, so thank you for confirming. Yes, Jessica Corus here from Capilino, and obviously we were at the review session, and I'm going to be covering 3 areas in my remarks today in regards to the comparable in studio and 1-bedroom apartments, and the fallout rate, and then of course the piling and foundation costs in the as-of-right development. So starting out with the comparable study, when you use broad searches from Compass or StreetEasy or another brokerage service, it's really important to look at each listing and drill down into what they're offering. Otherwise, it could result in a false comparison because developers lately are offering concessions. And these are relatively new in the residential market in New York City, but as you may be aware, many landlords are offering this 1 month free or other concessions that allow landlords to maintain a fairly high headline rent. However, the economic impact is that each free month lowers the effective rent by about 8%. So when we selected our apartments, we didn't select apartments that had rent concessions to avoid having to further reduce the rent by 8% to adjust for the concession and to truly make them comparable to the subject property. So additionally, the average rent assumed in the pricing schedules where we built in the price for each apartment line by line, the price for these studio and 1-bedroom apartments were higher than the comparable averages in the comp schedule. The figures we use for rents were on page 54 of the PDF. In our pricing schedule, we increased the rents using a floor factor. So notwithstanding the average price in the comparable schedule for 1-bedrooms is $3,444 per month, our overall average rent for 1-bedroom apartments used in the price in the pro forma was $3,776 per month. Additionally, the studio rents we used came to about $2,900 per month. So regarding the adjustments, we can't just take this list and determine it to be the rent. It needs to be adjusted for comparability. In our comparable analysis, we adjusted downward 5 to 10% for those amenities. As the building added amenities, the adjustment for those amenities became higher. So for example, the studio rent in the proposed pricing schedule of $2,900 per month is equivalent to $3,052 to $3,222 per month before adjusting downward for amenities. Same for the 1-bedrooms. The average 1-bedroom rent in the proposed pricing schedule is $3,776 per month is equivalent to about $3,974 to $4,195 per month before adjusting downward for the amenities. So after considering these factors, we really believe the apartment rents, which are driving the gross rent in the pro forma, are appropriate and in line with your own research.
I'm not sure I agree with you on the preferential rent, because if you look at Street Easy, when they are giving preferential rents and giving 1 month back, they do prorate what the actual rent would be. And even in prorating that rent down for the year, so it'll say like $4,500 a month, but we're giving you one month free, which equivalent is $4,237 a month. They're still coming in higher than what you're coming in at. So, you know, I do understand when you're making your adjustments for amenities. I'm not arguing that point. Just as I said to Commissioner Yoon before, I'm accepting those adjustments. I still feel that you're kind of lowballing, and it's just going to affect my analysis. I think you'd be better off raising those 2 apartment unit types a little bit. Because I feel like when I'm looking at all of these comparables on Street Easy, and there are pages and pages of them, so it really covers the gamut of buildings that have a lot of amenities and apartments that are in smaller buildings that have no amenities, and you were still coming out on the lower end.
Yeah, I mean, the buildings we used were really in the immediate subject area. And we did our best to find buildings that we thought were appropriate based off of our immense experience with providing you with comps. So, you know, we strongly feel that the rents that we did provide were an appropriate picture of what the pricing for these apartments are going to be.
I actually have another question for you as regards your studios, 1 bedroom and 1 bedroom balconies. You have a minus 5% location for superior location of the comps in relation to the subject. And the comps are inland and they aren't waterfront. So tell me your thoughts on why you felt it was important to do that adjustment.
It might have been relative. Sure, it might have been relative to subway access, since I noticed that some of these had excellent superior transit access. And as a New York City transit rider, your distance to the subway will definitely be a factor in how much you're willing to pay in rent. And so,
but waterfront is a premium. And so I was wondering why you didn't think being located close to the waterfront wouldn't act as a counterbalance to being located close to the subway and consider it a wash and just not have a locational adjustment at all.
I want to add to that. You may not be aware of it, but most of the construction along the waterfront, they are managed by TF Cornerstone. They have a jitney that provides a shuttle. It's a shuttle bus service that is provided to its residents to shuttle back and forth from their home to the nearest subway station. So that's a huge amenity. And that addresses your issue of trying to not factor that into its proximity to the subway. You don't have to walk to the subway. You're safe from rain and cold, blustery, wintry wind coming from the East River. All of that you're safe. You're safe in the car in the jitney. I did look at the 4705 Center Boulevard when I was looking at the comps for the 1 bedrooms, and there the comps are much more than what's listed in yours. It's 3,900. I'm looking at something that's in the 4,000. It's the same building, same no 1 month, nothing. So that's why I'm questioning some of the things. So do please look.
Yeah, TF Cornerstone definitely offers a wide range of amenities there too.
Yeah.
So just like you said there. So
Right,
would-
so the deducting the subway part of it, I'm kind of questioning that.
okay. All right.
Sorry, I just wanted to jump in, and since I'm not next to Jessica, she's at a different location. I can't swing over to her computer, but Jessica is obviously defending her comps, and we appreciate that, and we understand what the board is saying. So just to jump in, we'll take a look at. We appreciate your questions and concerns, and we'll take a look at it.
Thanks, Jeff.
Can
Definitely
I just
where I wanted-
also, I just want to add one last thing. If you are choosing to remove that locational adjustment,
Mhm.
be clear where you're putting your premium in terms of amenities versus location. So for instance, you're saying the location being close to the subway is far outweighs being waterfront. And then the vice chair is talking about something different. The vice chair is talking about being waterfront, but having an amenity that is superior. So when you do take a look at it, having a jitney is not really related to location, it's related more towards amenities.
Agreed. And I hear you. I will take a look at the adjustments and move this forward to responding in writing. So thank you. So the second point I wanted to address today, if there's no other questions on the comps, was the concept of the fallout rate. And Commissioner Ali Brown, I'd really love some help here. And if you could just help me understand where the change is coming from. We're always really happy to work with you and accommodate any changes or recommendations.
No, I'm not talking about anything that you need to change. I was literally just talking about a way in which I'm analyzing the information you're giving to me. So income approach to value basics. Income divided by rate equals value. Rate times value equals income. It's called IRV. That's the basic equation that everybody responds to. IRV.
Right.
Income approach to value. So what I was saying was, you're telling me about a cap rate you're using. And so you have a target cap rate, and your target cap rate is based on getting your project value equal to your development cost. So your development cost is considered true value if we're going to have that conversation. So what I do when I'm doing my analysis is I take income divided by rate equals value, or income divided by value equals rate. It's just a way of looking at it. And what I'm using for value your development cost. And that's why I'm talking about what is the rate that falls out if I'm considering your development cost to be a valid form of value for a project, which is what this is all about. And so that's what I'm saying. This is my further taking another step along. You don't have to do this analysis. You might already be aware of this analysis. I'm not expecting you to adjust your financials. I'm just telling you that this is what I'm going to look at when I'm looking at all of the information you're giving me. I'm looking at the target cap rate, which is the cap rate that you're suggesting, which is 5.6, I believe is what you said you were going to use. And I'm looking to see what actually falls out to get us equal to the development costs, so that the value comes in exactly at the development cost and not higher or lower.
Okay.
So for instance, you could say, I'm going to use a 7.5% as the cap rate that we're going to use for the as of right. And then you'll find out that your project value falls well below your development cost. So then I take a look just to see if I just wanted to hit your development cost, how low would my cap rate have to be so that my value equaled out? And of course, that rate plummets down because the lower your rate, the higher your value. And that's one way in which I check whether or not your assumption of cap rate is the right assumption here, or whether the cap rate that falls out is too low to be acceptable, or maybe it's in the ballpark of being acceptable. And so that's the additional analysis that I do in my little office. And that's why I came out with my comment that if you look at the fallout rates based on getting to cost, the rate that you come up with for your lesser value, your lesser variance is very close to what you're coming out with for your proposed. And so you kind of need to show us why the proposed is worth all of that extra money that you're putting into it, because the return isn't that much different.
Sure. No, I thank you for that explanation. It's always nice to get more details of what's going on in your beautiful brain. So we definitely looked at this, and
You're
I did
such
hear
a
the
flatterer.
well, I gotta go somewhere here. So we did hear the comment about comparing the lesser variance fallout rate to the proposed. And the yield here of the lesser variance of 4.91%, and the yield for the proposed of 5.21, as you said, indicates the 0.3% difference. And when we looked at it, that 0.3% difference equates to $630,000 difference. Why? But for our investors' expectations, has to be viewed through the lens of the appropriate cap rate, the exit cap rate. So if we use the blended rate, it leads to approximately $11 million in value. And conversely, the blended cap rate of the proposed is equivalent to a fallout rate, and it leads to a break even. So it's a very small difference because the blended cap rate and the scale of the project just leads it to an infeasibly large loss in that lesser variance. So although that difference is very small, in terms of value, it's quite large.
Commissioner
So
Ortiz-Brown,
yeah, if you can write that up in your next response to our questions, that would be great.
My pleasure. The last comment I want to address today is in regards to Commissioner Shetta, also obviously looked very carefully at the construction costs, and he noticed that the piling and foundation costs of the as-of-right office was still in there, and that is true. The as-of-right office construction costs were kept the same. When we looked at using the alternative methodology that we described in the letter of using the MVS handbook, which I'm really enjoying, by the way, it was significantly higher than what the Swift estimator software had provided. So trying to be conservative, we used the same number and maintained it, and just provided an escalation to bring it up to today's dollars. So if you, I think it's page 9 of the PDF, I typed all this up. So it's still the sum of the two components, the renovation of the existing building that McQuilkin provided for $9 million or so. That includes that piling and foundation that you saw. And then the new construction portion that was escalated using the multiplier.
But I'm not following. So you're saying that you use some sort of another software and to match.
Sorry, I'm.
Oh, let me just
Yes.
set the record straight.
Please, yes.
Piling wise,
Yes.
foundation wise, according to WSP engineering report, if the existing Paragon building is gonna remain at 4 stories, it doesn't need any additional foundation elements, period. Are we adding floors to the existing 4-story building? Yes.
Actually, if I could jump
So-
in, Jessica, you might be able to answer it, but just in
Yeah.
case. So the demolition in the as of right scenario is the demolition for the 46th Avenue building.
I'm not talking about the demolition, Jim.
No.
Okay, so
Right,
piles.
we're
the
definitely not
piles-
on this. Yeah, the piles is for the new construction portion in the as of right development only.
I'm talking about, I'm sorry, let me clarify so we're in the same page. The
Yes.
piling found, let's say Marshall and Swift included the foundation cost for the new construction. Am I correct?
For all alternatives except for the as of right development. Yes, I made the revision, talked to Barbara. It was a wonderful conversation. I shifted the cost of the piling from McQuilkin to Marshall and Swift in all alternatives except for that as of right. Because we kept it the same, because when I did the Marshall and Swift analysis, it came out so much higher. I didn't want you to think that I was trying to pull big fat fake numbers out of the air.
I'm afraid, and don't think bad of me, I'm afraid that you made a mistake. The way Barbara does it is she used what's called the calculator method. In the calculator method, there are some disclaimer in the Marshall and Swift that indicate that piling is considered sometimes as an add-on to the construction, meaning that after you value the construction cost, if your building is going to be founded on piles, Commissioner Brown could correct me. She did look at tons of estimates, including what I'm talking about. There is an add-on price for just the piles, and this add-on price, it's per square foot, and sometimes it's like $5 per square foot or so. On this case, you're not using the calculator method, are you?
Yeah, I can show you an example if you'd like. I grabbed the screen. Can you see my, this is an example of the R6A development that I did include the pile foundation in the calculation of the cost. There's a lump sum for the setup and then a pile cost per foot. And so I used the unit costs provided by the handbook. So it is set up a little differently than Barbara's, but we walked through it together a couple times, and I seem to.
So you're saying that the renovation cost includes piling for the new construction, not for the existing building. Am I getting it right?
So the renovation cost at the existing building that McQuilkin provided does not include piling costs for all the alternatives except for that first one that you looked at, the as of right.
Yes, and the as of right development consists of two portions. One of them is the existing building, and the other portion is an addition, I would say. Am I correct?
Correct. Yes, that's
the piling cost that's added in the construction cost estimate is not accounted for the existing Paragon building, right?
for the new building. Yes, it's for the new addition, not the existing.
Yeah, take them off that construction cost and put them where they belong to, and reasonably, please. If you want to consider a square footage price for the piles, just provide us with a reference to that. If you're using the online tool for Marshall and Swift, I'm telling you, like we do, I'm telling you that the cost for the piles is factored in. Is that, did I make myself clear?
I'm clear, and I want to respond fully to it in writing. So I will definitely put this in my letter and make sure that even in the as of right, the piling cost comes out of McQuilkin's estimate and goes into the Marshall and Swift, and you'll see no more costs associated with that in McQuilkin's estimate.
That's what I'm looking for. Thank you.
Great.
Thank you.
So I think, Jessica, that's all of your financial answers to the questions.
Yes,
The next,
thank you.
thanks. Next, we're going to move on to Commissioner Shaita's questions about the proof of payment. And Michael Bogan is going to speak to our memo and submission on that.
Thank you and good afternoon, everybody. Commissioner Shaita, you asked for us to sort of explain how the two different numbers that you quoted and that we quoted starting in the statement of findings, how they sort of relate to each other. And so as we explained in the statement of findings, there's really two separate and distinct buckets of environmental remediation costs that were incurred on this property. The principal bucket was the costs incurred under the brownfield cleanup program. And those costs are, those are defined site preparation costs as a defined term under the brownfield cleanup program. And so under that program, there are certain tax credits that are associated with those defined site preparation costs that are costs that the Department of Tax and Finance examines and either allows or disallows as falling within that definition of site preparation costs. Separate and apart from that, there's a whole second bucket, and we tried to explain this. And these are costs that are still remediation costs. They were still incurred. They were still supervised under by DEC under an approved DEC site closure plan. And those are the Resource Conservation Recovery Act costs, and the RCRA costs. And those were costs that we incurred for cleanup of hazardous wastes that were left inside, primarily inside the paint factory building. And so if you look at both of those parts, of the overall site cleanup, the total, and I'm talking about past costs, not future costs, because that's all that department.
I got you. I wanna save your time. I got it. So
Okay.
you're saying that the way I understood it, it's that you submit to the state DEC that such and such did cost you $2 million. They look at this, and before they credit you or give you a tax credit, they scrutinize this number, and probably they come up with an approved amount that could be less than what you claim.
Exactly.
And the difference, they call it the amount denied. What I did is I added up the amounts approved, and they did total to 11 million and change. But what you're saying is this: in addition to that 11 million and change, there are some other portion that's associated with the RCRA work.
That's correct.
If you
$1.6 million approximately in RCRA costs.
Okay, so we're not so far. We're talking about initially 13.3 million. When I added up the approved numbers, it came up to about 11 million. If you add 1.6, we're on the order of 12 from 13 point something. It's like a 1 million difference. It's not gonna impact the feasibility of that of the as of right. Definitely, it's not. But what I'm asking you to do, if you can provide us with a summary table that adds up all the previous costs as they were provided to and approved by DEC, in addition to the portion that's associated with the RCRA work. That would be very helpful and clarify the picture for us.
We'll update our October 26th memo to clarify that issue.
Perfect. Appreciate it. Yes,
Great.
you can go ahead if
Okay, great, thank you. And I think the last item was the question about the future remediation and getting some clarification on the submission that we made with the diagrams and what's existing and what's future. So for that, I'm going to turn it to Deborah Shapiro from AKRF to walk us through it.
Hold on 1 minute. We're just gonna share screen. Great, and thank you. My computer was having some issues, so I'm not Allison Schwartz. I'm Deborah Shapiro from AKRF, just using Allison Schwartz's computer. Commissioner Sheta, just to go back to your questions. So basically what each of the colors are showing is what was remediated in the subsurface under the BCP. So there are two colors that show where additional remediation needs to occur. And there's one color that shows what has been remediated in the subsurface. So the blue shows what was fully remediated, meaning nothing needs to be further to be done in that area. The yellow shows where there was some remediation done under the BCP, but additional remediation will need to occur. And then the orange area shows what wasn't previously remediated and would potentially need to be remediated if there is subsurface disturbance in that area. So your question regarding the existing Paragon building. So this, the purple is not, the purple dotted line is just showing what would need to have a vapor barrier and SSDS, but it's not indicating that that's the area of surface disturbance. The area of subsurface disturbance is the blue thick line and the green line. So to respond to your question about Paragon, you are correct. We are not proposing in the as of right scenario to demolish or do subsurface disturbance there. And you are also correct to understand that there was remediation in the Paragon building, but not in the subsurface, in the above ground, and that was the river closure.
Okay, that would make me like feel better. Because when I looked at the comparison for the blue area versus the orange,
right.
and I looked at the coast, it was a like kind of like.
Yeah, no, I
understood.
Understood. So,
okay.
Right. So only two scenarios are showing subsurface disturbance within part of Paragon. So right, the as of right does not. The revised proposed shows right, there's the little bit that does go into Paragon, which correlates to the section of demolition that is to occur there, as well as the residential and office development.
Out of that orange potentially required remediation, like if we're going with the proposed scenario, can you just guide us to the limits for the future remediation? Is it going to be like the blue line that by the tower footprint?
The blue and the green, basically. So, right, as we discussed previously, the existing Paragon paint building serves as CAP, right? It's part of the site management plan. It's an engineering control. So the part of Paragon paint building that would remain would still serve as that engineering control and site CAP. So what would only be the additional subsurface remediation would be within the blue line here, right? And then because there is a requirement in the site management plan, again, to have the site fully capped, right? So the green areas are where there's not going to be building and proposed, landscape or other walkways. And so anywhere there's not going to be hardscape, DEC requires that a 2-foot clean fill soil cap be put in place if there's not going to be hardscape. So that is why this area says excavation to 2 feet below grade, because that is to account for the 2 feet of clean material that would need to be brought in to cap the site in that area, and the same down along 46th Avenue outside of the building footprint. So the remediation itself, obviously a large part of that would be excavation in conjunction with what's needed for construction. But because we are now taking down portions of, taking down the 46th Street building, and depending on where the footprint, if we're talking in this scenario, you see here this dotted purple line.
Yeah.
That's the area of some underground storage tanks that would also need to be removed. They actually exist all the way down here, but because this is going to be hardscaped walkway, they can remain. They're abandoned in place now, they can remain. So the subsurface disturbance would occur in that purple area, within the blue, and then within the 2 green areas. And then again, we're not going to, because there's no building here, we want to limit the amount of excavation.
Yes.
So the remaining contamination that would need to be addressed, we would do through in situ soil solidification. So basically to address whatever remaining petroleum contamination is there, to solidify it so it's no longer a concern for migration. So that is what our cost estimate showed. And that's why between the two scenarios of this one and this one, you'll see that, they're similar because it's just the, oops. Sorry, I'm going to go with both arrows. This one and this one because of the similar footprint, whereas the as of right was much further south that requires significant additional excavation as well as the R6A C1.
You mean it would require deeper excavation, which would necessitate like a more significant kind of remediation.
Exactly.
And that's what I was talking about during asking this question about moving the tower south. I was under the impression that the area south to the tower is going to be included, but what you're telling me now is, yes, it's going to be included, but it's just going to be dug down to 2 feet and then capped. But if we move the tower to the south, it will be much more significant kind of remediation.
Correct. That is absolutely correct. Yes.
Perfect. Thank you.
You're welcome.
I have a question for Ms. Shapiro. So when I was looking at the plan for the Paragon building, I think there's going to be a courtyard that is going to be carved out. I think it's in the rear of the lot.
It's capped though, right? Oh, the one that's above the ground floor, is that what you're asking about? On the first floor?
Yeah, is it above the ground floor or is it
Above the ground floor, yes.
Okay, so then you don't have to.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you.
I'm sorry, is there any plan disturbance to the lowest floor slab for the Paragon building? Is it going to be demolished and replaced?
So just this area here, it's a 7-foot from north to south into the Paragon building.
But the rest of the building is going to remain as
Correct, it'll remain and get renovated, right, and
okay.
incorporated.
So one more thing for Ms. Jessica. I believe the construction cost estimate includes what is called pressure slab for the Paragon. I'm not sure why pressure slab. My understanding is that this is not below the groundwater. And I'm not sure why it's included at all. If the slab is not going to be demolished and replaced, why would the construction cost estimate include a pressure slab? That's another point. On the demolition side, I got it. I understand that the demolition is not for the Paragon, it's for the other buildings that are existing, which are the 3-story building south of the Paragon and the one west of the Paragon. I'm clear on the demolition, but for the pressure slab and the piles, we need to move them away.
I'll definitely review that. I'll coordinate a call with, the engineers and McQuilkin, and we can get to the bottom of this and make sure that we're accurate moving forward. Yeah, that's all I can say now. Yeah, thank you.
Okay. So.
Hi, you can hear me now, I suppose? Yes. Okay.
Yes.
So I think we've gone through all of the comments and questions and except for, and we will, Commissioner Yoon, I heard your comment on the typo when doing a proofreading job, so I will make sure that there are no errors. Oh, sorry. I'm already concluding, and this is a public hearing, and Chair Chandel, I'll defer to you. Pardon me, I'm jumping ahead.
So first of all, we need to go to the public testimony. Thank you. And then I would like to wrap it up with what we want your team to provide. I think what I'm gathering from the Q&A so far, a lot of the construction related comments have been addressed, except a few little clarification, how it affects financing. We seem to be fine with the remediation. I have to say this is a really good, very helpful remediation diagram I've seen in any application. It really helps us understand where the issues lie and where it's being resolved. It was very, very helpful for me, someone who's not as expert and on these matters as some of my fellow commissioners are. So I definitely would like to use this as a sample going forward, should we have any such case, for clarifying where it works. But the outstanding issue still, in my mind, is the financial in terms of the comps. I think that's really the big part of it, and that is going to shape the building. And I do appreciate Ms. Schwartz's explanation of the building. As you've heard from Commissioner Yoon and I, we do respect the way the Paragon building is being treated and is being emphasized. It is, though it's not a historic building or landmark building, it is a historic part of this town, and the fact that it's being retained and respected and extended, it's appreciated. However, the issue lies what's above it and how it is, and that is going to be driven by the financing. So let's go to the public, and you can talk amongst yourself in the meantime as to how you want to address those questions. But do listen in on what the public has to say. Thank you.
Okay. The case we are currently discussing is calendar number 23315BZ. It is 4540 Vernon Boulevard, Queens. This is a variance to permit mixed-use residential building with retail on the ground floor. Should you wish to discuss, please call in 646-558-8656 or out of the city, our toll-free number 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. Once you are allowed in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss your concerns. And that time starts now, to let you know.
Do we have elected officials or any community coalition group that representative?
No, I think it's on the other case. Let me see. There's a Kenneth Greenberg. Can we let him in?
Yes.
He's raised his hand. Steve, can we let him in? I don't have the full screen yet. Can you take the other thing down, please? Thank you.
Do you see Mr. Greenberg?
He had his hand up.
Him? I see him.
Oh, there you are. Thank you, sir. Please state your name for the record. You'll have 3 minutes, sir.
My name is Kenny Greenberg. I'm a longtime Long Island City resident and business owner. Thank you for the opportunity to speak on behalf of the Long Island City Coalition. Queens Community Board 2, the Long Island City Coalition, and nearby residents have addressed the applicant's inability to meet the BSA findings. This additional testimony focuses on the idea that was raised that large-scale development on this property and properties to the north is inevitable. The inability to support the required BSA finding that the project will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood or district in which it is located should in itself be grounds to deny the application. The requirement makes no mention of a vision that has not yet occurred. It makes no mention of any wish or even need for anything other than what is the present essential character. In fact, the very use of the word essential, which contains the root word essence, refers to what has come to be over time and not what might be in the future. To bypass the present clear character of the neighborhood, either in favor of a distinctly different area blocks away or a perceived future that simply does not exist, would be capricious. There can be no doubt that this project would not only alter the essential character of the neighborhood, but that would in fact become the standard bearer for the complete dissolution of the existing character. Not only do the future intentions of the developer make this clear, but the idea floated that this type of change is inevitable completely deprives the community, its community board, and its elected representatives any choice in what that future may be. Further, to characterize the area and its surroundings as nothing more than a future large-scale development site does a disservice to the existing businesses and residents that have put their life savings and resources toward the true present character. Even were one to go against the letter of the law as it applies to the findings and somehow accept the idea that a future character could apply, responsible planning sets requirements for what that future should be, after following a comprehensive inclusive process. It should not be defined by a singular spot granting of variances. We therefore respectfully request the application be denied because it will absolutely alter the neighborhood's essential character. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Greenberg. Next speaker.
I don't see anyone with their hand up, but there is a caller. The caller with the last number is 219. If you are calling in regarding 233-15 BZ, please join in. If not, I think that's it then. I don't see anyone else with their hands up. No.
Okay.
Okay.
All right.
Oh, they are. Wait, no, never mind. I don't think they're joining in, Steve, right?
Think so. We can let them raise their Zoom hand and also raise their hand.
Yeah, they haven't raised their hand or anything, so.
Oh.
Okay. All right. I gave him a chance. Mr. Mulligan?
Yes, thank you. And thank you, Chair Chanda, for summarizing the next steps. I think we understand that that we need to address some your comments on the financials. And if the result is that the return on the proposed is such that it's not the minimum variance, then look at potentially addressing the height of the building.
Okay.
Understood.
All right. We are looking at 2023.
Okay, I guess December is not an option.
No.
No.
Triggering laughter.
The
Okay.
submission tomorrow, which I don't think you want to take that offer up.
Tomorrow.
Yes.
But if we could get
You can make it.
right, that I think I'll have to decline.
You have a very capable team, but I would not recommend. I though would say I would like the next hearing to be the last hearing on this. We are there, but for that element. So please look through it, and as Commissioner Otley Brown directed, just look at the 0-bedroom, which is studio.
Yes.
And 1-bedroom comps, and provide a clear justification as to why these were picked and the other comments that Commissioner Otley Brown has stated, right. and information that Commissioner Shetta has asked to be put in writing, all of those things.
Yes, understood. And
Vice Chair, I wanna thank the team, each member on that team. This is the second hearing for this, I would say, complicated case, and it's about to be done. I hope every single variance case that comes to the board listen to us. The reason we're about to wrap this case up is because the team listened and responded. And I believe this case should be like a role model for other cases. Either you have a right to get something and we get it done quickly, or you do not, and we get it done quickly too. Thank you.
That's a huge compliment coming from Commissioner Sheta. So I would say walk away right now.
Right. But I agree with you, Art. I have great colleagues here, so yeah, thank you very much.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, so we're all set. We know what we're doing. Okay,
Thanks so much.
thank you. Have a good holiday, everyone. Bye. Next item is item number 31, 2021, 41 BZ. Oh, I'm sorry. Hold on.
What happened?
That person is calling in now? Where did they come from?
Okay, let's hear the person.
Could you unmute the person whose last number is 219?
To go ahead, they're just, I don't know if they're waiting for a case or something.
All right.
Yeah.
They didn't raise their hand or anything. I just called in. All right. Item number 39, 2021, 41 BZ, 2238 Cummings Street, Manhattan.
Is it Cumming Street or?
No, it's not coming.
Right, the 44th, we.
Well, dismissed with lack of prosecution.
Yes, yes,
Oh,
thank you.
Oh,
thank you,
sorry.
Thank you.
Yes?
Sorry,
Yes.
Connie. Sorry. You're right.
I'm not that tired yet.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm Senator Jackson regarding 2233 Cumming Street in Manhattan.
Okay, Madam Vice Chair, do you want to have the team speak first, correct? Or you
Yes.
want to have the council?
I'll wait.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Also, the councilwoman is in the room also.
Respect, I will just say that if the elected officials are constrained for time and they have other commitments and they want to speak ahead, I'm okay with it, but it just does not give you the opportunity to listen in on the question and answer and the back and forth and the responses of the applicant. So I leave it up to you as to what you want to do. I encourage you to stay on to listen, but if you do have to leave and you have to speak before, we will accommodate you. I completely understand the need. Thank you.
Okay, so this is the firm of Ackerman. Sorry. What is that saying? Who is here for Ackerman?
Francia, Jack.
I don't, it was Jack.
Richard Bass should be on.
Thank you, Jessica.
Yes, and McCulkin should be there, John Nelly.
Yeah, they might have got thrown off by the second case, sorry.
Thomas Common.
Is Richard, yeah. There's Mr. Bass.
Yeah.
Thank you, Jessica.
Thank you.
Yes,
And the Mr. Bass gives me more gray hairs.
Yeah, they might have got thrown off by the second case, sorry.
Okay.
Someone has their YouTube on, please turn it down.
Common.
Is Richard. There's Mr. Bass. Okay.
Yeah.
Someone turn your YouTube off, please. Okay, Mr. Bass, could you identify your team, please?
Okay. All right, anybody who has the YouTube on, please turn it off.
Please. Okay. Mr. Bass, you're muted. Thank you, Mr. Bass. Is Ms. Corus, who else? Ms. Guerra, is that your last name? Who else is part of your team?
Brian Burnett, Shay Ulster, Thomas Thoman.
No, some are neighbors, I think, also.
No, these are from
Our
the
team is Shay Ulster, Thomas Tommen, Bill McQuicken, Jessica, and Barry Gorovich, who's with Artemis, wants to speak.
Okay, so that's it?
There's someone who's on our team who said they raised their Zoom hand and hasn't been let into the.
Is that Nancy Preston?
Brian.
Thomas Thomas.
There's Brian.
Okay, Brian Gerb. Okay. There's a Nancy Preston. I don't know if that's your team member or a member of the public.
Is Brian Burnell also part of your team?
Yes, Brian is part of Artemis.
Okay,
Yeah,
those who are
I'm
part of
on.
the team, please unmute, raise your hands, make sure that you're the part of the team so I can identify you all. Only the team members will be allowed to speak right now. Okay. Okay, so raise your right hands. Is everyone in? Okay, unmute Mr. Tomlin, Mr. Burwell. Mr. Burwell, if you are a member of the team, can you please unmute? Thank you, sir. Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
Yes.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Who's taking the lead, Mr. Bass?
So
I'm gonna lead
Richard,
off.
we have a few more people that are trying to join. Barry's still trying to join, and I think he said he raised his hand, and it looks like Shai just got let in.
Barry
Okay,
Gervich?
Yeah, Barry Gervich.
Let's don't see him.
Barry Gervich, Mr. Gervich, please raise your hand. He was on the list there. I just saw him.
I don't see him on the on my
Rich-
Oh, he must
screen.
have dropped
Yeah.
off.
Richard, let me go check on him. I'll see.
He was let in. He was let in.
He was let in.
Okay,
Yeah.
let's. Can we do one thing? Can we start with
Yeah.
with
I'm
Mr.
here.
Bass?
I'm here,
And-
sorry.
All right.
Okay. So let me
Madam
swear
Chair.
you in. Who else?
Oh.
Mr. McQuilkin?
Yes,
Thank
I'm
you. Please raise your right hand. Is that everyone, Mr. Bass?
Yes,
So we can move forward? Thank you, sir.
thank
Do
you,
you
Tony.
affirm, everyone raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Okay,
do.
whoever is presenting, please state your name for the record. You heard the board's comments. Please proceed.
Hi, good afternoon. I'm Richard Bass. I'm with Ackerman LLP. I'm representing the applicant. I first want to introduce Barry Gervich, who's the CEO of Artemis, who wants to lead off, and then I will take it back, give a brief summary, and introduce our various team members who want to summarize our submission and respond to the questions and issues the commissioners have raised, if that's okay with you all.
Okay,
Vice Chair is
go ahead.
indicating yes, proceed, please.
very good. Thank you, commissioners. Thank you for giving us this opportunity to return and present our application. We were here in July, as you know. Frankly, when we last appeared in July, I was listening to Commissioner Shetta's thoughtful and careful analysis of the rock condition we were faced with, and I was scratching my head. I was asking myself, why is it so obvious to us, yet not seen by him? After reviewing our submission, it was clear to us that we simply did not properly present the existing conditions and its challenges, and for that, I apologize. This time, we included in our presentation more photos that make the conditions crystal clear. In addition, we inadvertently did not include in our numbers the cost involved in protecting the neighbor's building and areaway if we had to take down this mountain of rock, nor did we factor in the time difference of having to remove the additional rock. As the saying goes, time is money, and a lot of time is a lot of money. Clearly, by what we heard this morning, this additional information has not swayed Commissioner Shetta's opinion. With all due respect to Commissioner Shetta, for him to say that the site is not burdened, but rather is in fact privileged by the rock condition flies in the face of reality and logic. We have built dozens of new buildings in New York City in rock and in soil conditions. And I could tell you that if we brought any qualified excavation or foundation contractor to this site, which I have, and told them that the site was privileged and they should price the work accordingly, they would either laugh in your face or charge you a fortune, or both. The idea that the savings from minimal SOE work and smaller footings required for rock as compared to soil would somehow more than offset the rock removal and the incredibly difficult logistics of the site simply is not true. It's not even close. I will leave it to Tom, our geotech engineer, to respond to Commissioner Shetta's specific questions. I'd also like to respond to some of the other comments brought up in the July session. Our deal with the Holy Trinity Church was predicated on the concept of obtaining their extra air rights in return for cash and the total gut renovation of their building. Without those air rights, we could not have afforded to pay them what we did. We kept our end of the bargain. They're using this beautiful new space and have cash in the bank. Now we simply want to be able to use what we purchase. It is worth noting, however, that even with the extra 2-floor waiver that we're seeking, we are still leaving approximately 6,000 square feet of unused zoning floor area on the table. As part of the Zelda agreement with the church, we are allowed to cantilever over their building. We asked for this permission because at the time, we did not know how the final massing of the new building would pan out and if we could use the available zoning floor area. You will note that our proposal does not include this cantilever. In addition, our architects have done a great job of respecting the integrity of the church architecture and massing. Our new building will integrate a remaining appendage wall that we saved that served as a connection to the old wooden structure on the site. Also in the July session, there was a question of why the proposed new building was so close to the church building. Our proposed new building is built up against the rear of the portion of the church behind this old appendage, as two buildings on the same zoning lot need to either touch or be separated with at least 40 feet. With a 40-foot separation, this project could never make sense. Lastly, I hope the commissioners will recognize the work we put in with our architect's help to present a building that, while slightly taller than its neighbors, fits in with the context of the area. As you noted earlier, we also took the commissioners and the neighbors' concerns regarding parking to heart, and including parking for 50 cars in the new scenario. In addition to extra construction costs, this reduced our total unit count by 8 apartments. If this variance wasn't so crucial to making this project viable, we would not have spent the amount of time and effort we have so far to present to you for the 3rd time. So once again, thank you for this opportunity, and we look forward to your support.
Okay, Commissioner Otley Brown, you have a question for Mr. Gurvit?
Yeah, don't you think that when you frame your argument in such a way that you have provided renovation to the adjacent church in exchange for the development rights, and that you are here in order to be able to make use of the development rights that you have earned through your private agreement with the church, don't you think that implicates the definding self-created? Because your hardship is really, the way you're explaining it to us is based on the fact that you've got extra rights and you need the board to actually grant you the permissions to use those rights, the zoning permissions.
Commissioner, actually, I will explain that in my presentation, if you don't mind. Barry wanted to make an opening statement, but I can explain the zoning lots, the development rights, and why that's not a self-created hardship.
And while I don't know who from your team, but Mr. Gurvich also mentioned something about the 40-foot proximity to the church and the appendage wall. That wasn't clear to me. So whoever during the presentation can explain that, that would be helpful, and how that is constraining or the development in any way would be helpful.
The architect, Madam Chair, thank you. The architect will explain that along with some of the other issues of street wall, setbacks, contextuality. So that was going to be part of our presentation.
Okay, I'll let you lead your team.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sheta has his hand up, Vice Chair. Do you want to allow him to speak? I don't know.
Is it specific to what Mr. Gurvich asked, or?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. I just want to say that I didn't like the kind of language that the applicant used. However, I'm not gonna comment on that. But the comments that we raised during the last hearing were not responded to. For example, I did talk about the total cost for the rock-related items. Every single construction item that was added to the construction cost schedule. I took the cost of this item and I added these up. When I add them up and I look at the amount of the hardship, that difference between the income and the cost for the development, it was about 20%. The total cost for the rock-related item was about 20% for scheme A, just 20%. It's not even half. And it's not even excluding any single item from what is being added to that construction cost for scheme A, B, C, and D. So I said, first, let me take what they submitted, then add it up and take a look at the amount of the cost that this rock is imposing. And it's not my numbers, it is your numbers that told me that you have about $1.1 million for every single construction cost item that is related to the presence of the rock, while the shortage in the project profit or the difference between the value and the income is on the order of 6 million. So I cannot understand how you claim that rock is causing you the hardship. Probably it's causing you some extra money, but it's definitely based on the numbers that you submitted, it's not the one that's causing you the hardship. In addition to that, if you look, please, if you look at the rock protection thing, I didn't object to the fact that you didn't talk about this during the first submission, the second submission.
Commissioner Shetta, I'm going to stop you right now. I don't think you're directly responding to.
I am.
No, Commissioner Shetta, your question probably will be most helpful if it is presented to the geotech engineer or the financial engineer. I think Mr. Gurbidge was just giving an opening statement. So hold your thoughts for the questioning because this is more relevant for the geotech and the engineer to respond to, not for Mr. Gurbidge. Okay. So just hold those thoughts, and these questions and these what you're saying has been already was raised, as you mentioned, during the earlier hearing and today also. So just hear from what the applicants' representatives have to say and then ask these questions if they have not been responded to, because we are going to have a very long hearing if we keep going at this. Okay, we have a lot of people who are going to speak today on this matter. Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Our geotech and our cost estimator will speak to exactly Commissioner Shetta's concerns and the other concerns the commissioners raised. And I appreciate you letting me traffic cop my presentation.
Okay.
So if you may, this is my first time presenting to the board, and I know we have a new commissioner, and sorry if I'm going to be repeating some of what you've heard before, but I'm going to be very brief, and then I'm going to hand it off to our project team. As you know, this entire neighborhood was developed shortly after the 1920s, except for this site. And the reason why this site was developed, wasn't developed, and all the other sites were as mid-rise residential, was because of the rock outcropping and the cost to develop it. The church built a quote unquote temporary one-story structure that lasted 80 or 90 years. The church, in need of substantial renovation and code compliance, issued an RFP for the redevelopment of the site and the renovation of the church. It's one zoning lot that existed way before the 1961 zoning resolution, and it should be treated as one zoning lot. It wasn't like the applicant merged with another zoning lot, took their development rights, and then claimed we have excess development rights. This is one zoning lot, and we're trying to utilize all the development rights on one zoning lot. In addition to the significant topographical conditions found on the development site, which will be discussed in greater detail by our geotech, the significant rock wall contiguous to the development site creates redevelopment difficulties when developing this site. Additionally, the change in the zoning designation from R72 to R7A, even though zoning designation isn't a considered hardship, but the combination of the rock, the parking requirements, and the change in zoning created a composite of hardships that's unique to this site. The R7A created a height limit that further constrained the development site. If this had stayed as an R72, we would not be before you. We would do a height factor building, we would provide the parking, and we would utilize all the development rights, even the ones that we left on the table. The proposed development is a new 9-story, 132-unit residential building with about 95,000 square feet, a 3.55 FAR. There's a 69 foot 4-inch base and a maximum height of 99 feet, 50 parking spaces. Relief is sought from the 65-foot base height, the 80-foot maximum building height, and the 66 parking spaces. I want to introduce you to the project architect, Shai Ulster, who is of GF 55 Architects, who will walk you through the revised plans and respond to some of the questions and comments we heard earlier. Shai, take it away. And Shai, are you
Trying
I
to
see you.
share the screen.
Well, I can't wait until we have in-person meetings.
There are pros and cons.
The
We don't
screen is
stand
being
in-
shared. The screen is
Yeah.
being shared. There's nothing visible.
Yeah.
Shai,
All right. Is it possible to at least start the narrative while the screen is being shared?
Shai, you're on mute.
All right. Can
Maybe
we
can
go
move
to
on?
can we go to someone else on the team, because we have a lot of things to discuss on this.
okay.
So
Shai, you're going to be on hold. Thomas, can you join?
Yes, I will. Let me try to share my screen.
Okay, good luck.
oh,
Can you see it?
Nope.
No.
nope.
Give it a minute.
Okay,
Now
we're
it's-
still seeing Shai's.
Okay, can you hear me?
Who
Yeah,
is talking?
This is Shai. Can you hear me?
Yes, we
but
can hear you.
Okay.
The screen.
Okay, I'm sorry about that. My computer froze for a second. Well, first of all, thank you for letting us present the project again. I'm trying to not to put my protective body armor here, because I understand there's a lot of opposition and different opinions about a lot of things, and a lot of numbers were thrown out at each other without clarifying exactly what we're referring to. So let me take you through the general zoning analysis, just so everybody's on the same page. We have two portions of zoning lot districts on this lot. One of it is the R7-2, is a C2-4 overlay, and the majority of the zoning district is R7A. We have an adjusted FAR of 4.16, which allows us to build about 111,000 square feet, out of which approximately 10,400 square feet is already existing. It's the community facility building, which is the church.
Hi, I'm so sorry. I'm so
Shay-
sorry.
Shay?
Yeah, if you're sharing screen, no one can see if you're sharing anything. Do you mean to be sharing something that we're supposed to be seeing?
I'm sorry.
Okay.
Let me try to share it
It's
again.
not visible. Thank you.
Oh, I'm sorry, Chase. I thought he was going to do a narrative because he couldn't share. Sorry.
It sounds
Can you
like
see
you
the-
need to click the window that you want to share. It's asking you to double click to enter the full screen mode.
Okay.
I think you might be sharing the wrong window.
I'll try to share it again.
Yeah.
Can you see it now?
Nope.
No, it's
No.
still a black screen. Is there anyone else on your team that you can send the file to and they could possibly share it while you present your narrative?
I think I'm gonna try to find it and I'll share.
What are we doing? Let's go to the next person or wait for Mr.
Are you referring to one of the submissions? And if you are, you can let us know which page so that we can be on the same page on our screen while you're giving us the narrative.
Sure. I don't know if anybody from the team can share my screen or can share the file because we all have the same file. There you go. Somebody. Okay, thank you.
So we're seeing a zoning analysis that was
So
submitted.
you see the
on
zoning analysis, it allows us for about 100,000 square feet to develop, which is, you know, we propose only about 94,000 square feet to develop, which leaves about 6,000 square feet on the table as per our proposed development at the moment. The initial setbacks of 10 feet and 15 feet on a wide street and a narrow street are provided. What we're asking here is for a variance to build additional 19 foot 4 to the building heights, which would bring us to a 99 foot 4 inches. And we're also asking for additional 4 foot 4 inches of the base height to bring us up to 69 foot and 4 inches. We propose 132 units, and we also propose 50 parking spaces, which is short 16 spaces than what is required. Can we move to the next slide? We're showing here a site plan, which basically we would like to indicate to you a few conditions. One is obviously the area to the south where the rock drops dramatically between the adjacent building to our proposed development. We also would like to indicate the old wall, which is highlighted here in yellow. It's an extension of the old church, which we decided to keep and incorporate into our new design. And you can see the open courtyard right below it, which we are allowed as right to cover with a cantilever, but we would like to avoid it in any way we can and relocate those square footages up on additional floors. And on the right-hand side, you see the section between the adjacent building and our site. In terms of 3D diagrams for the zoning, we indicate here a newer design. We took into our consideration your comments from previous presentations. We also provide here or propose here a 10-foot setback on the street wall. And I know that there was a question about a street wall that was raised before, and I would like to indicate that as per zoning resolution 23-661 R7A, we are actually allowed to have a street wall. The street wall of a new building can be no closer to the street line than any adjacent street wall, but need not be further than 10 feet away. And we do provide that, and we do meet that requirement. One more thing I want to indicate to you is that we, the architects, we're trying to focus on the architecture and zoning and less about the numbers here, but we thought that pushing back the street wall from the street line would actually allow us to incorporate part of this rock into our design. So maybe we are one of the only ones that actually like that rock here on the site, but we thought that, you know, providing a more open space along the street would open up that field that you have on a narrow street on Cumming Street and incorporate landscaping of this area, which will actually feel different than a blank wall sitting down all the way on the street line, which the buildings across the street actually is like that, which is, it's a little bit oppressive, I would say. So we are proposing to set back the building 10 feet and then cantilever 5 feet above it as we go up. Next slide, please. Our proposed, entry area to the building is through Cumming Street with minimal excavation of rock to allow just for what we really need to have there, entrance to the parking garage at the street level, and a few utility rooms and a lobby and a mail room. Next slide, please. The new rendering for the building, we incorporated a lot of the contextual elements that we have here in the area. It's predominantly brick buildings. We would like to see those arched windows at the top. That's how it's basically perceived around the building, with the building next door. And as you can see, we're proposing here to set the building back at the street line about 10 feet and incorporate those, you know, I would say rock color formation into that level. Next slide, please. The street or the coming street elevations again incorporate and you know, the arched windows, and we decided to keep the elevated courtyard between the church and the residential building open. There are a few windows looking down to this area, but this entire area is basically open. There's a secondary entry into the sanctuary of the church from this level. And we really wanted to kind of push the building a little bit back and open up the street in this way. Next slide, please. Yes, so if one stands on Cumming Street, actually, no one would be able to look up and see that courtyard. This courtyard is elevated above street level by quite a few feet. And if one walks along the Cumming Street, you would notice that this is that there is a pretty high wall, a rubble wall, and rock incorporated, you know, into that entire new design and landscape area in front of the building. Next slide, please. These are just a few photos of the arched windows just across the street from us on Seaman Avenue. As you can see, next slide. And this is the last slide that we're showing Cumming Street looking up from Broadway, basically indicating to you how much the building is going to show from that level. We are elevated above any eye level at this point. So obviously, as you go lower, you would see less of these projections of the new building. So at this point, I would hand back this presentation to you, Richard.
Thank you.
May I ask a question to Mr. Ulster?
Please, Madam Chair.
Okay. You had mentioned that you do have the ability to cantilever over that courtyard portion of the church, but you're choosing not to, so that you can use that floor area above. That's not helping your argument. If it is, I mean, you do have floor area, you can add additional at least 2 0-bedroom units along that frontage for at least 6 floors. That takes down 1 floor. I'm going to be hard pressed for you to not go through that option. I understand the design intent. I understand that it does, I understand that, but that is not going to be the driving part of the bulk. That is not going to be the driving part of the ultimate building shape. It is going to be driven by what is the hardship, what is the extent of the hardship, and then how much of that has to be then flipped to allow for that additional height. And as you have gathered from the hearing, we haven't reached that point. There is a lot of back and forth on it. So don't take that off the table. You would, I think you have opened that door up, so I'm going to walk through that door and tell you, you have to cantilever over it to reduce the height.
Madam Chair.
And we completely agree, by the way. You know, this is really our last resort. We don't really mean to do that. We were looking to any other way to avoid it. This is definitely not our preference, and it's just an FYI.
Understood.
And Madam Chair, the reason why we didn't cantilever at the first hearing that we weren't present at, the former chair criticized a design of an as-of-right building that had a cantilever So we steered very far from doing any cantilever, but we hear you will look at that as an option.
Yeah, you need to look at what you can build within the base as of right as much as possible before you ask for that additional height waiver.
Vice
Fully
Chair, Commissioner
understand.
Otley Brown's hand is up. I'm sorry, Mr. Bass, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I think it was Commissioner Otley and Commissioner Shibata also was trying to say something. So I would let Commissioner Otley Brown go and then first and then Commissioner Shibata.
So do I understand it correctly that, and now I'm just going to recap what Mr. Bass and Mr. Alster said, that you were a pre-61 zoning lot with the church, correct?
Yes.
And church being landmarked, you cannot cantilever over the church, correct?
The church is not an official landmark. It's not.
It's not an official landmark.
It's not a designated landmark. It's eligible for National Register, and it's eligible for local designation, but it is not on the LPC designated list.
So what would stop you from cantilevering over the church?
The former chair criticized a design that we had in our first submission that showed a cantilever. The Zelda, which was written to allow that as a possibility, because I believe they were just trying to have the most flexibility. But the former chair was very critical of any cantilever over the church.
I think.
If you look at the original tape.
Go ahead, Mr. Bass.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, I don't mean to speak over you, but Commissioner Otley Brown, if you look at the original tape, the former chair was overly critical of a cantilever coming anywhere near the church. So we steered away from that.
Can I just add to that? I do not recollect that, but I'm sure you're right. I think if that was stated, it was more like cantilevering over the entirety of the church was not looked upon kindly. But in this case, I mean, I don't think that would be beneficial either for the church, because you'll have to do quite a bit of drilling through the existing building, and which has already been renovated. And so it will be a lot of disruption to the existing operation of the church. And so, but where you can, you know, without adding to the cost of renovating an existing building, adding to building some kind of a structural system that goes to the church and requires more complicated engineering, where you can fill in without having to go through much of the complexity of the engineering, I would push you in that direction.
Right, Madam Chair, it wasn't cantilevering over the entire church. The former chair was critical.
I do not recollect. Honestly speaking, I do not recollect that. But if you are saying what you're saying, I'm going to take your word for it, but I'm going to modify that a little bit more. And I'm going to say, for me,
we'll look at that.
It does not make sense to cantilever over the church, because that's going to be a huge structural undertaking and added cost, which does not make sense. But where you can cantilever with minimal cost, structural cost, construction cost, I'm going to push you in that direction.
So can I just, I'm sorry, go right ahead. I just wanted to add one thing.
Okay, go ahead. I think I'm done. I would be repeating myself. Go ahead.
I wasn't asking for a scenario in which you cantilever over the church. What I was trying to work through in my head was the way in which the argument has been stated to us smacks of self-created hardship, which is, we did a renovation, they gave us some rights, we want to use the rights. And that's going to really set off the definding and obviously open you up for an Article 78 by the community. So I was trying to figure out a way for you guys to structure your argument that stays away from that definding. And one way of which you could have done that, and could still do it, would be to say you're a pre-61 zoning lot with a building that, okay, it's not a landmark building, but a building that is would be that you would not be able to cantilever over in order to use the zoning rights that are on this lot because of the incredible structural expense that you would incur trying to cantilever over it. And so therefore, it would be preferable to develop your building with all of your development rights in that portion of the lot rather than the extra expense of cantilevering over. So I was just personally asking these questions to try and figure out a way in which you guys can strike a path forward that makes sense to the board and ultimately to the community.
We appreciate your suggestions. We will follow that suggestion.
Vice Chair,
Sorry,
Commissioner.
Commissioner Shabeta had his hand up first. Commissioner
No,
Shabeta.
I think Commissioner Otley Brown stated my position. I do notice that Deputy Chief Daly has had his hand up and to see if there's some sort of fire concern. I think that'd be relevant to that analysis.
Oh, okay, I did not see.
I'm sorry, I texted you, but I guess you didn't see it.
Sorry, okay, yes, Chief Daly.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Listening to the conversation about cantilevering over the church, there is a condition that happened on the east side of Manhattan where an adjacent property, they bought their air right, and they did build over the church. The requirement that the fire department wanted to protect that church because there's a void between the roof and the underside of the new building. They had to put in dry pipe a sprinkler system because we could not access that area, and plus it's a tiled roof and we'll be slipping sliding off of that roof. In addition, they had to provide a fire suppression system inside the church in the event the fire went from the church to the exterior or vice versa, and they had to provide a fire alarm system I understand your argument to help them, but I do want to just point out that this would be something the fire department would really look at, and we would not be comfortable, of a building going over a church. So
That actually helps them. Your argument actually will help them to even further structure their argument. So they should actually thank you, Chief Daly.
Stay away. So thank you very much.
Okay. So I want to go back to Mr. Oster. When you say the cantilever area.
Commissioner Shetta has his hand up.
Oh, okay. Commissioner Shetta, you go ahead, then I'll ask them my question.
I'm sorry, Vice Chair.
That's okay, thank you. Yeah, regarding the cantilever, I don't want to, like, people listening to us, especially structural engineers, think that I'm listening to a cantilever that's going to go over the entire adjacent building, and I'm being silent on that. I don't think cantilevering over the entire church building is a feasible structural solution. However, if it's 20 foot or so, that's doable. It's being done every day. And I would think of leaving a gap between the first floor that's cantilevered and the adjacent church roof. I'm not sure the fire department would be okay with that, but talking about like building over the entire or cantilevering over the entire adjacent church building is not a practical solution.
So I think you hear us. We agree that cantilevering over the entirety of the church is not feasible and is not something we are asking you to go, but there is a portion that you can with minimal disruption and something that, as Chief Daly pointed out, should not raise any fire concerns. If that is possible, which you seem to have indicated, Mr. Ulster, it's possible, the courtyard area, look into it.
Yeah, Chief Daly, when you objected to the cantilever idea, are you objecting to the cantilever over the entire building, or even a partial cantilever wouldn't be a good idea from your perspective?
Even a partial cantilever, we would object, because it would force the church into a partial cantilever. They would have to provide they will have to provide fire protection system in the entire church and the fire alarm system.
Okay,
Hey,
Chief
Rory.
Daly, I don't like to generally do design on the fly, but in this case, there's a courtyard. And if they were to cantilever over the courtyard, I'm assuming that's okay because there is no building there.
How much of a clearance?
Okay, so let me do this. I don't want to design this on the fly. You should go back and look into it and look at all the codes, and if need be, maybe Chief Daly, can they ask you for some clarification?
Sure,
Okay.
I'm more than happy.
All right.
Thank you. Shai, do you have anything more to say?
No, not really. I mean, we didn't really suggest to cantilever over the entire church. And as of a
stop.
cantilever, you know, if we do go that route, it may not even be a true cantilever. We can provide maybe support going down to that courtyard, but that was just, as you know, was brought up as an option of what we're trying to avoid to create unpleasant conditions. One more thing I wanted to mention, there was a question that was brought up about the base plane before, and I wanted to clarify that in this very latest version, we raised it by, we lowered it by 2 feet.
Yeah.
And that's why the calculation of the base plane changed. We provided for 14 feet to allow for parking lifts. And that's why we had to adjust the level of the parking area.
So it was lowered because of some miscalculation in earlier iteration?
No, there was no miscalculation. The very last version has the ground level at a different elevation. And as we are allowed to do, we calculate the base plane at the points where the building meets the street or the sidewalk. So the calculations are all correct on all the versions, but they were adjusted to allow for the parking level to be at a lower elevation.
Do you recall what is the elevation for that base plane? Is it elevation 40,
50,
something?
50.
Elevation 50.
Yeah, 50.89.
And why it's 50? Because the building is set back and it meets the
Well,
grades at higher elevations?
No, my understanding, the base plane is done based on average of the curb levels. And
That's my
you
understanding.
look at the entire zoning lot, you look at the entire zoning lot,
Yeah.
and you look at an average of the curb levels, and based on that, the base plane is determined.
And how they meet, and how the building meet those elevations.
Yeah.
Can I share my screen for a second, because I'm totally confused. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Yeah, I can see that the current elevations are kind of 40 here, it's 47, and I believe it's 38 or 39 here. And it's going gradually changing. So how come the base plane is 50? Is it because the building is set back that way and that way, so it hits the existing grade at significantly higher elevation? Mr. Architect?
It's because in the new version, we wanted to lower the level of the parking, and
Okay.
that's.
I don't think that is helping the answer. What I would want you to do, I don't want to go back and forth. There is a very clear definition of base plane in the zoning resolution in the definition section. And
Right.
that tells you how to calculate the base plane. So in your next submission, you need to provide how you arrived at the base plane elevation based on the 1210 definition of base plane.
Absolutely, we will show it.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Shai, thank you. Madam Chair, can I have Thomas Tommen present? He's our geotech with Geo Companies.
Yes.
Thank you, Richard. And thank you to Vice Chair and the commissioners for their comments earlier today. I know I was on the call last time that we met, and think I'm glad to see and hear that you guys have a better appreciation now of the conditions, especially on the west side of the site. I'd like to talk a little bit about that, so I'm going to share my screen. Can you see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, so you've seen, this figure before. It shows the elevation of the rock as best as we know it. Now remember, we have borings at these locations, and we're assuming as to what's happening between those. But north is Seaman Avenue up here. And what I'd like to talk about is the condition over here on the west side, which Vice Chair said that this is one of the most unique parts of this site. Why is it not going? So on our side, on our property, the ground surface here is about elevation plus 57, as Commissioner Sheta explained, and then it rises up over here to about plus 66, where there's a rock outcrop. Now I'm going to talk about this. The other portion is this here, which is the areaway of this building here, and that is at about elevation 34. So as Commissioner Sheta said, the conditions here are significantly dropped down from our side of the site to this areaway. And when you're in that areaway, before I get to there, so this is a section through the site in an east-west direction. So this is Cumming Street over here. And this is the adjacent building, 11 Seaman Avenue. So from Cumming Street, as everybody knows, it rises up, gets relatively flat, and then in the back of the site, it rises up even further. And then it drops down into this areaway here that as you've all said very eloquently, that this is 8 feet away, very close to the site.
I'm sorry, can I interrupt you?
Sure.
Can you go back to the last section? The slope at the very end of that section here, where it says elevation 58 to 65, this slope thing is not true except for the final, I would say, westernmost 15 feet. Am I correct? So this condition exists only very close to the church. If
Yes,
you
see
go
here,
back from the church,
I'm saying that it varies here. It varies here from elevation 58 to 65. Yes.
Yeah.
So at some
So
locations,
this
it comes
triangle
across.
here,
Yes, at some locations it comes straight across like this.
it's not at some locations. It's at the majority of the property line, I would say. Do you agree?
There's if you come back to here, so the rock outcrop is over here. Yes.
Yes. Thank you. Go ahead.
Down here, it's about elevation 58.
Yep. Go ahead.
Okay. This is what, if you're standing in that areaway, and I'm looking now to the south, this is our property here. And that wall is anywhere from I'm not hiding anything here. I mean, it's 23 to 32 foot high wall.
And again,
Now,
the 30-foot high is at the very end.
Yes, it's at the very end. Yes, it's at the very end, but it's still a very significant wall. It varies from 23 feet to 32 feet high.
Yes.
Now, in order to, if you're looking at, so this is the scenario C building. And this is overlain here in the blue is what the existing conditions are now. And in order to create this, we would have to excavate all the way down to here, take out we're taking this entire area out. We have to excavate all of that out to create that cellar level.
This is for scenario C, right?
Correct. That was for scenario C.
Can you give us scenario A, because I'm not interested in scenario C.
I'll talk a little bit about scenario A in a second.
Commissioner Sheta, you have to let Mr. Thompson finish his presentation because it's slowing down his ability to move forward with the argument. Please take your questions and ask them at the end. Thank you.
Sure.
Okay, so what I'm showing here is that in order to remove the rock up along that side, as you can, I can't just come in there and just, go nuts on it and take it out. We need to protect this building over here. That's again 8 feet away from the slope, and we need to also protect any pedestrians or the public that's in this space. So what I'm showing here is that this would be a rock netting system, as Commissioner Sheta talked about, and it would have a large rock anchor back here holding up that slope. And the reason we have this is so that I can remove the rock and I'm sorry, I know Commissioner Sheta, you said the rock doesn't come all the way up to the top here. However, I still need this, even if it's a retaining wall, I still need this netting system to protect and to stop the wall or whatever's up there from falling down into this area. So, and we have it, I think the vice chair was asking, why are we doing this in phases? As you see, we have various phases associated with it to take the rock down. And the reason we have to do this in phases is because you can imagine that as I take out this portion of the rock, the net is going to get it's not going to be so tight. So as I take out that upper portion, I need to reset. Sorry, I lost my cursor. I need to reset this rock bolt, and I need to reset this mesh so that I can continue with it and keep this mesh tight against the rock so that I don't have rocks falling into the areaway.
Okay.
And then we would continue in this fashion until we got down to the grade that we were looking to get to. And we have a removal procedure associated with that. Now with again, Commissioner Sheta did a very good job of explaining the parts of this system. This is only at the top of the slope, and then we have these smaller ones down here at the bottom. One of the difficulties, again, with this site is access is extremely difficult. We can't go onto the areaway and take this out. We're all doing all the work from our side of the on our property. So if we look at the scenario E that's been proposed, you're talking about a lot less excavation, very little excavation, very little rock excavation associated with this. Commissioner Shedd, I would say, as far as scenario A is concerned, in that scenario, you have a little sliver of rock that's left here. In my opinion, that's not staying. I mean, when you do construction with removing rock, that rock is going to be so broken up, and it's going to be such a mess, and it's going to be very unstable that it needs to come out anyhow. So that's a little bit on what's happening along that side. And again, I applaud the vice chair and others for understanding the unique aspects of this side of the excavation.
Okay, please keep that screen up.
Keep the screen,
Sure.
please. Yeah.
Yeah.
Can
All
I
right,
go now?
Can I ask one very basic question, because yours is going to be very extensive. I know
Yeah,
that.
sure.
Mine is
Go ahead.
and that is, as I understand it, this section is basically towards the back of the building where you have the biggest amount of rock outcrop. That's where you would need to shore the rock part of it.
Yeah.
Okay.
For this scenario, yes, we would still have to remove the rock up here at this point and protect the adjacent building.
Okay.
And public.
Right, because I'm looking at where the stackers are placed. It is all the way to the back of the building. That's where you have most of the rock. However, the question that Commissioner Sheta had asked, the netting goes beyond that. It is also extending towards the middle portion of the site, which may not require that much rock outcrop. And if you could clarify that, Or you can show me, or if you can show it in the plan as the area where the rock would have to be outcropped, and as opposed to where the fill is. I think that's probably the question Commissioner Shetta is going to ask you. So, and that was one in my mind when I was looking at it. Where is the element, how much of the rock would have to be removed for you to provide that parking space? And if you can use the one of the floor plans, that would be helpful. That would, I think, clarify.
Yeah, I don't have the floor plans on my.
I can show something of that nature on my side, but
well,
can
let me
I go ahead now, Vice Chair?
Okay, all right. First, Mr. Thompson, then Commissioner Shetta, you will have the opportunity, you will ask all the questions.
I'm
sorry, I thought he's done.
Okay, go ahead.
I'll answer, the Vice Chair, I'll answer I'll try to answer your question. So, yes, there's rock here. And then based on the information we have, the rock might be a little bit lower here, but it also could come up. But basically, along this entire area here, along this entire length, it's at elevation 57, 58.
Right, and that is combination of fill and rock. That's what.
Well, you have a retaining wall or something. If it's not rock, there's a retaining wall up there holding back that soil, which that retaining wall could be very substantial. And we need to remove that for certain scenarios, for scenarios A and C, we need to remove that retaining wall or rock down to the area way here. So it's not just, yes, is it possible that the rock comes and does this over here in a certain part? Yes, but there's a substantial retaining wall sitting on top of that rock, which has to be taken out as well. And that retaining wall has to be protected. When you're taking that out, it has to be protected with this same system that we were presenting here.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Can I comment on that?
Commissioner Shetta, your chance to ask.
First of all, this 23 to 32 feet height is just 23 all over, except for the final 15 to 20 feet of the property line. This is item one. Item two, if you look at the borrow location plan, the borrow logs, the shaded color, the color shaded plans that you provided, and I did that. And I did draw something very close to the real profile of the variation of the type of rock along the property line in the elevation view. You have at least 10 to 15 feet of fill material, fill/sand, which means that it's granular, it's loose material that is not gonna be sustained by the system you're proposing, the netting. The net will act as a sieve the moment you remove the retaining wall. And I didn't mean to make people laugh at the submission, but let me tell you this, that you have a retaining wall in place. And what you want to do based on the explanations I just listened to is you want to knock down the existing retaining wall, which could be made of concrete or concrete blocks at least, and build a steel netting retaining wall to retain what? To retain granular material, such as fill, such as boulders, at least within the top 15 feet of the walls. The view that we're looking at right now is not real. Rock does not go all the way to the top, except for the final 15 feet of the property line. I hope this is clear. Removing the existing retaining wall and putting this netting is not gonna help you out supporting that 15-foot column or wall of sand/fill should you remove the existing retaining wall. And bottom line for all, let me finish. The bottom line for all this argument is, even if I buy all the presentation that you just put, although I did, like, I believe I did from the engineering perspective, I did knock it down. Even if I take this and I say, okay, I'm fine with it, I take the cost that was submitted in the construction cost estimate. If I add the cost for stage 1 or phase 1 plus 2 plus 3, and I factor this in and I add to that the rock excavation cost, again, for the 10th time, this comes to 1.1 million total. That the shortage in the income, in the return, call it whatever, is almost 7 times that. That's a puzzle for me. Why? If the hardship claimed is like 1.1 million or 1 million or 1.2 million, I would be sympathetic, but it's not. It's 7 times the numbers that are related to what you just described. Although I'm not buying what you just described, because for me, I cannot put a retaining wall that's made of steel netting to support. It's like you're supporting water with a sieve. It's not going to retain it, man.
I think that, I think it would help me at least if the response to what you're saying, Commissioner, would be in writing. Would that also help you?
I believe so, and they need to respond to me on the point that this is the first time in my career I see somebody putting rock balls and then knocking them down, excavating them. We put rock balls to stay and to serve. The rock ball that's indicated on that very specific figure is 15 feet deep. If can you take your screen, please? I want to share my screen.
Okay.
Vice Chair, Commissioner Yoon also wants to speak.
Okay.
I think
these are the lines that you presented in your geotech. These are the pictures. And these are the rock protection thing. What I did is I took your elevation. Yeah, here we go. Let me just make sure that I zoom this bigger. Yeah. What I did, this line, that guy is the top of rock. And what this line did, this is the street side, and this is the side at the very end. If you look at this line, and I just took the data that you put in the geotech report, it goes like that, it dishes, and then at the very end, it starts like to go out, like here, it outcrops. This outcropping zone is 10 to 15 feet. If you're telling me that you're gonna retain this portion here, this, with a steel netting, be careful. That's all what I can say. Be my guest. Thank you.
What again, I'm not retaining, I have this here. I'm just gonna share my screen. If I have I'm not retaining, at this point, I'm not retaining the soil. I have a combination, I have rock that I am putting this on here to protect this building and this areaway so that when I remove the rock, it's not falling down into here. This is not a permanent, I mean, it's a temporary measure just so we can get the rock out. And it's the same idea, even if I had a retaining wall up here, it's the same idea. I gotta have this mesh so that the retaining wall, when I take it out, is not falling down into here.
Okay, so Mr. Thurman, I think what would be helpful, you can graphically show where I'm looking at the evidence of uniqueness geotech report, page 89. And I think what would be helpful in that, if you can show where the rock is, just dimension where the rock is and where exactly within that rock face you would need to do this kind of rock bolting that would have to be done and moved in phases and kept permanently, and where the retaining wall is and what kind of treatment you would need to do based on code, based on what the regulatory controls are. So that, I think that would be very helpful, and that may help answer some of the questions that Commissioner Shetta is raising. he's questioning whether you need to do that for the portion of the retaining wall that is just retaining the fill. And
Okay. We will do that.
and I think you are responding to the area that has the rock. So I think you have a situation where you have the rock and you have the fill, and you have to address both of them, and the treatment may be different. And what are those? Or maybe it's the same. If it is the same, what is the code that is driving you to do it? So it has to be all pursuant to the regulations, controls, engineering controls. That is a standard practice that you need to kind of explain and walk us through.
But I just want to say that I did say at the end that even if I take this, even if the board takes what is submitted and consider it as acceptable, we still have an issue with the cost. I hope this is clear.
I think that's a separate chapter. Let's just get through this first.
That's the end of my presentation.
Yes, Commissioner
Well,
Yoon had a question for you. Commissioner Yoon had a question for you.
I did, Dr. Tillman. On that last section you had through the building, or I guess just generally the depiction of the rock profile. Obviously, there's a lot of variable in where the rock is, as everyone has noted. It looks like a lot of the site is blue, which is 45 and under, but your section indicates it graphically as being significantly higher than 45 and under. So when we're at scenario E, for instance, and we're showing the long portion of the building along Siemens Street, the rock is shown at this kind of 57-foot high level, but we know that now that's fill for maybe 10 feet and then rock. So I think the depiction and saying that we have this rock mountain consistently through the site, where actually on the Siemens portion of the project, we know that the rock is lower. It's confusing for us to evaluate based on a claim that the rock is the hardship. So I request that we have clear diagrams that indicate, since we're looking at the geotech report and we have these clear sections that show fill over rock, and then we have other diagrams that just show rock. It's hard for us to make this kind of assertion that the rock is actually the problem when we don't know where the rock is. So if we could just be more consistent with how we show it and understanding what, again, the approach is to fill versus rock, I think that will help us move forward here.
Yes.
Okay. I mean, that's
Well said, Commissioner Yoon.
all right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Okay.
you, Tom.
Whoever is
Bill?
sharing. Okay, thank you.
Madam Chair, can I move on?
Please.
Bill, can you chime in as the cost estimator?
Certainly. I'd just like to walk everybody through the 5 schemes, 4 schemes we had prior and 1 additional new scheme. Starting with scheme A, the difference between our submission prior to the submission now is we added the rock face wall removal. And when I do that on scheme A, it exposes an exterior, what was a foundation wall on the building prior. So now I have to finish that foundation wall. It's in the garage, so I'm putting louvers on it. So there's some additional cost aside just from the rock face on that particular scheme. That's basically the cost differential on that scheme. Scheme B and scheme D, there were no changes to. Scheme C, which the only differential on scheme C was, again, we added the rock face removal costs. But the original estimate of scheme C included all the rock excavation as that building went down below elevation 34, which that's the full basement at the full site. So the only additional cost there was the rock face removal, netting, rock anchors, sidewalk bridge and such, okay? And then scheme E is essentially a new scheme, the new proposed. So that's basically it in the 5 versions of the estimate or of the building.
Okay.
So if anybody's got any questions, I'll be happy to answer them.
All right. I think Commissioner Sheta had some questions regarding the construction cost, and maybe Commissioner Otley Brown, you had some questions? No. So Commissioner Sheta.
Yeah, let me just share my spreadsheet. So what I did, and if I did something wrong, please feel free to interrupt me and stop me and correct me. What I did is I took the as of right A, B, C, and the proposed E. And what I did is I added up the mass excavation rock. I added up the rock bolts for different stages. And pre-stage 1 or pre-phase 1 is totals 300,000 roughly. Then phase 2 is like 135. Phase 3 is 128. When I added up these figures to the mass rock excavation in your cost estimate, it came down to 1.14 million. Then what I did after that is I compared this number here to the shortage in the income, which is 6.7 million, about that. So if the claim that the rock is the source of the hardship is intact, I would imagine that this number should be ballpark around this number, equal or maybe a little less, little more, but this is not the case. So
right. But when you look at scheme C, which is a full basement where you're encompassing the entire site, there's a $2.5 million differential there. Scheme A was basically laid out to avoid the rock.
Let me focus on A and B for now.
Okay.
So if for A, if you look at this number versus this number, it's significant difference. Like I said, it's almost 6.5, 7 times.
Well, I can't speak to the financials.
Yeah,
Okay.
this is Jessica Corus from Corus Consulting, and I just wanted to jump in real quickly.
Let me finish and then you can, please.
That's fine. Okay,
what
let
I
me
did-
know when you're ready.
What I did later on to justify my claim, and so far I call it claim, that this site is actually not burdened, it's privileged. And I did base this on numbers, and hopefully I'm right. I took the cost for the spread footings that's being used, and I said, how about if this site is a typical site? And note that Vice Chair and I did ask 2 times for a comparison between typical site and the actual site. We didn't get them. But what I did is I got the savings due to elimination of excavation support and due to much less concrete needed for the foundation. And as you can see here, that savings in foundation, SOE, just these 2 elements is $1.7 million. If you compare this number, the 1.7, to the total cost of the rock, which is 1.1, this number significantly exceeds. And that's what led me to say that because of the presence of the rock, this site actually is an advantageous site. It's not burdened. If I did something wrong, I would rather like people not laugh at me, but explain it to me. What did I miss? And I'm listening.
Well, to be honest with you, taking a site with no rock and a site with rock, the cost of rock excavation is 4 times the cost of soil excavation. All right.
Yeah.
And it takes me a longer amount of time to excavate that than it does soil. Okay. So the time factor doesn't play into your numerical calculations there. Plus, what you're doing there, you basically took that and put a mat foundation underneath this building. Okay.
Yeah.
Whereas we're doing individual footings and such. So I mean, you're comparing apples and oranges. I don't think that's a fair comparison, to be honest.
It is. That's what we typically do in a variance case. We ask people to consider a typical site versus the actual site. And you know what? I was favoring you guys by assuming that a typical site is an earth site without no rock, no rock, I'm sorry. But the truth is, if we want to go with the typical site, it would have amount of rock excavation that's significantly more than what your site has. If you add up the rock excavation, the mass rock excavation, and do this exercise for you and for me, add up all the mass excavation for the rock and divide this by the excavated footprint, and then add up the total excavation and do the same. It's gonna give you 2 depths. The first one is the equivalent depth, uniform over the entire site for rock excavation, and you will get to less than 4 feet. And then when you get the total excavation depth equivalent, is gonna be 14 feet. On what lot in this area, you will have a site coming with total 14 feet of excavation? Out of this is just 4 feet of rock. The answer is none. That's
Okay, all
why,
right.
again, I'm saying that this side is not burdened, it's privileged.
Okay, well, but would you be willing to share your calculations with me and I can write you a written response to how I feel about it?
No, I'm
Give
not
you a
supposed
counter
to
argument?
submit to you. You're supposed to submit to me.
Well, you're using your information to argue with me.
I'm using your information, not mine. I added,
Well,
what I
you're
said is
creating
I
another
added the
scenario
rock.
which was never
Hold on.
presented to you.
Hold on, hold on. All right. You know, what I do know that I had asked for that, and the reason for my asking was completely different. My asking for a typical site initially was to see on a typical site without any rock, how much of the floor area could be provided within an azurite envelope to ensure that what is the additional ask that is being asked. That's really what I was going towards, right? And it has nothing to do with the cost. It was more to see if you had a flat surface and you were to build on it, how much of the floor area that is available on the zoning lot could be accommodated within the permitted envelope. That's a very simple exercise, and for that you don't need to do too much of construction or anything, and it can be a very simple analysis of sort. But that was the reason. I was not going into the difference between the rock, except because I'm sorry, in my mind, you have a site without any rock, and now you have a site with, even if it's measurably 4-foot high rock in some places and 20-foot high rock in other places, you would have to remove some amount of rock for some amount of work, and you have to balance out with that. So I'm sorry, I do not see that comparison. My reason for asking was completely from a zoning envelope analysis point of view. It had nothing to do with the rock outcrop, and it had nothing to do with the cost associated with removing the rock or any such thing. I do think the question that Commissioner Yoon had asked is something that we are all trying to figure out, is how much of this site has the actual rock and what is the height of the rock along the site and where the fill is, and how much therefore removal of the fill, what is the cost if you were to bring it down to the rock grade, where the construction is and all of that. Those are important questions and that should be focused on. I do not want us to spend time on something where I know the answer, and I do not want that to be repeated. I think what would be helpful for you in convert the seismic graphics that's in the geotech report and kind of show where the rock is in relation to your sections and where the fill is and where you would have to remove the rock to make the site work. I think that would graphically also help us understand how it's affecting your site and your development. Am I making? Am I confusing the matter, Commissioner?
Commissioner,
Yeah,
I fully understand.
Hold on, Mr. Bass, I asked my Commissioner Shetta. Is that okay?
So my understanding is that the board doesn't want the applicant to submit a comparison between a typical site.
The reason, what I had asked for was for a completely different reason.
Yeah, I got that. Yes, but typically on variance cases with conditions like these, in order to understand the source of the hardship, we typically ask for a comparison between the actual site and a typical site.
Not always, but I think in this case, what the applicant has done is done a fair number of azurite alternatives where it's digging into the rock, into the fill, and in places where it's digging only where it has fill. It has done an option where it has done, I think it has done a multiple variations.
I'm not talking about variations, Vice Chair. I'm not talking about drawings. Maybe you're confusing what I'm asking for. I'm not talking about drawings. I'm talking about construction.
Well, the construction cost, and sorry, Commissioner Shetta, the construction cost analysis has been provided for azurite A, which has the minimal amount of disruption to the rock and which minimizes the cost of construction. Azurite scenario B, construction cost has been provided, which also has minimum disruption to the rock Construction cost for scenario C has been provided, which has the most extensive disruption to the rock and fill. When I say rock, I mean rock and fill. Okay, I just want to be very clear. And the proposed one is where it's a combination of B and C. So it's more of a B, less than a C. It's trying to minimize the amount of rock disruption. So I think between all of these as of right scenarios and the all, I believe I have a very clear picture of in terms of where the rock is and what the associated cost that might be. My question on typical, as I said, has only to do with the zoning analysis. It has nothing to do with the rock outcrop, because in my mind, if you have rock or fill, whatever it is, removing it, there is a cost associated with it, which is zero on a typical site without any rock or a fill. So I don't see the need to go through that exercise. We have enough information between A, B, C, and the proposed. And I want the applicant to focus their attention on these elements without having to give them another thing to look at. They have a lot on their plate. If they want to get this to the finish line with one more hearing, that's it. I'm not going to take it beyond one more hearing. You have one more hearing to respond to all these comments and convince us that there is hardship, and the hardship is directly proportional to the ask. And as I said towards the end of our review session, was that I still was not convinced that you had the hardship, in terms of you have a hardship, but not fully to warrant all of the height and the floor area that you're asking for. That's why I'm saying, try to cantilever where you can as of right, without raising any fire issue or anything, and try to maximize as much you can on the base before you start thinking of adding the 9th floor. And if you need some height and setback waiver on the 8th floor, something, maybe we can look into it, because the way I'm looking at the argument, you have a situation where you have and again, and that's why Commissioner Yoon asked that question. And that is also a very important part of the question, is where is the rock and where is the fill? If you have a lot of fill as opposed to rock, and if fill is easier to remove, then you can take the first floor down much more than what actually is showing. Then your height reduces also. Then your height and setback waiver also therefore reduces. So that's why that question of Commissioner Yoon is very critical. So you need to show that in a section as to where the rock and the fill is in each one of these elements, and how removal of each is adding or taking away or not adding to the cost. Am I being clear?
Yes, Madam Chair, you are very clear.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm fine with not asking for the comparison between the typical and the actual.
Okay.
The reason
Thank
for that is I did this comparison myself,
Okay,
and
all
I
right.
got to a conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, all right. Mr. Bas, do you have any more speaker? Because this has been a very long hearing. We are at 4:50. We have been at it for 2 hours. If you have nothing more to say, I would say you pretty much got a lot of comments. I really want to give chance to our elected officials who have been patiently waiting to speak.
Can I indulge you just to have Jessica wrap up, and I won't do a closing summary, and we can move on.
Yeah, you can do the closing summary after the testimony. How about that?
Okay, sounds good.
Yeah.
All right.
No, hi, this is Jessica Chorus from Chorus Consulting. It's been a very long day, I agree, and I'll respond to the comments in writing at a later date.
Thank you. Thank you. That is the best answer. You get the winning award. You get the award.
I'm exhausted too.
Okay.
You were part of the team I just praised like half an hour ago, right?
Okay, let's go to the public. Start with the elected officials. My extreme apologies for this going on, but you understand how seriously we take this matter, and we do want to give everybody the opportunity to listen. So I really thank you all for staying, listening, and participating. So let's go to the testimony.
Okay, so do you want me to call out the case, or you want me to start with Senator Jackson and
Let's start
Councilwoman?
with the elected officials, and put up the screen for others to line up, for the public participants to line up to call in.
Okay, so let me just do that really quick, Council Member. Senator, the case we're currently discussing is 2021-41 BZ 2238 Cummings Street, Manhattan. If you wish to discuss this case, 646, dial in 646-558-8656. Or if you're outside the city, the toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number is 896-2481-1431 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are in, you will be given 3 minutes to speak. Okay, council member, I guess Senator Jackson first. State Senator, correct? Am I right?
Yes, you're correct. State Senator Robert Jackson.
Okay, you can proceed, sir.
Thank you. So good afternoon, everyone, board, vice chair and board members. My name is Robert Jackson. I'm the state senator representing the 31st Senatorial District. And my district includes the development site of 2238 Cummings Street. And I'm commenting on the BSA item number 2021-41, which I urge BSA to reject the application. Today's hearing marks the 4th time this application has been adjourned since it was filed on June 23rd, 21. Nearly 1 year ago, I submitted testimony objecting to the variances to waive 2523 and 23662 requirements. And my testimony today still stands for many of those same reasons, and especially listening to the discussions about other options here and there that have not been put forward before. First, the applicant claimed that the exposed bedrock of 2238 Cummings Street is the unique condition does not bear out. Inwood and several other sites exist with even higher prominence of Inwood marble. Elsewhere in Northern Manhattan, similar conditions are to be found in Fairview Avenue, Wadsworth Avenue, and other places in Washington Heights and Inwood. So when they purchased the property in the beginning, this was the known factor of Northern Manhattan. Now, none of these properties were included in the comparison with the application, which is a fatal flaw. And second, the hardship claimed by the applicant is self-made. The developer has full knowledge of the conditions of the site when purchased it in 2017, as I said, yet chose not to negotiate a carve-out from the contextual rezoning of R7A that the community insisted upon during the inward rezoning ULURP of 2018. The revised application continues to convey a financial picture of an as-of-right scenario that makes it incompatible to proposed scenario. Furthermore, the application continues to contain misleading and incorrect information about the parking situation in Inwood. Even when you review the new data provided by the applicant's representative, the applicant has made changes in regards to parking, seeking a waiver of 16 of the 66 accessory off-street parking spaces required under 25-23, which should be waived should they choose not to pursue the waiver regarding zoning rights 23-662. The proposed building height of 99.4 exceeds the maximum permitted building height by 80 feet by 19 feet 4 inches. The base height of the proposed development at 69.4 continues to exceed the maximum permitted base height of 65 feet by 4.4 inches. The applicant has not satisfied the requirement to qualify for finding based on 72-21. This revised application doesn't seem to address the concerns of some commissioners. And I listened to the statement and how it was said in the beginning. And finally, the applicant failed to perform sufficiency and timely community outreach to receive positive feedback. First, November 21, although Manhattan CB 12, Community Board 12 approved the 25-23 variance for off-street parking zoning waiver, the board disapproved 23-662 variance for height waiver. Secondly, the applicant failed to give timely notice of this current submission for today's hearing. BSA Rule 1-06.5 requires in part for the applicant to submit copies of the hearing no least than 20 days before the hearing. Here, the applicant submitted their notice and related documents to CB 12 on October 31st, 2022. This is 14 days before today's hearing and violates BSA own rules. I urge you to reject this flawed application, and considering and listening since this morning on all of you on other matters. This is not, as the vice chair said, they get one, I don't even think they should get one more shot at it. They've come back and made changes supposedly to address the issue that was raised before. But finally, I'd say in 30 seconds, too many issues and concerns trying to make this proposed changes to get a green light where there is a big red stop sign. BSA cannot let this go forward based on what I heard and what I've listened to and based on everything that I've said this afternoon. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Senator Jackson. You have been at all the hearings. So we really commend your commitment to the community and appreciate everything you've said. Thank you.
All day today, I've listened to everything that was said since I got in at 11 o'clock. I know you started at 10.
I know you have. Thank you.
Okay.
Councilwoman De La Rosa, please.
Yes, thank you so much. Good afternoon, commissioners. I'm Carmen De La Rosa, currently the New York City Council member for District 10, representing the community in which this project is cited. And I appreciate the opportunity to come before you once again today and provide testimony. In addition to being here in my official capacity, I am also a lifelong resident of Inwood. And before being elected to the City Council last year, I also served my community as the State Assembly member for the previous 5 years. As Assembly member, I saw firsthand the chaos, outrage, and fear experienced and expressed by our community during the process of the Inwood NYC rezoning. It was that expression of opposition that led me and many of our colleagues to loudly and publicly oppose that rezoning. During that process, the only thing that the neighbors on Broadway applauded and considered to be a real benefit was the R7A zoning applied to the area that you are considering today. Today, I am once again asking the New York City Board of Standards and Appeals to reject the variance application for 2238 Cumming Street. To date, hundreds of residents have signed a petition rejecting this variance. Community Board 12 and elected officials, including myself and Senator Jackson, have opposed this variance that is being proposed. You will hear from many of our very passionate and caring neighbors today. Since July, when the variance was placed before the board again, the developers have done very little to engage the community. Many feel shut out of this conversation, and I appreciate the board's previous suggestions that the developer reach out to the community and local elected officials in the area. Unfortunately, this suggestion has been disregarded. We have not been engaged on this updated proposal either, and you heard from our senator about the lack of notification to Community Board 12, which goes against the rules here today. My opposition, in summary, touches on 3 main points. The first, this variant request undermines the recently passed R7A contextual zoning negotiated in the Inwood rezoning. A variance this large would also go against the express wishes of the community and what was negotiated in that rezoning. 2, the current proposal is still significantly out of character for what exists in this section of Inwood. It is important that we build responsibly in order to preserve the fabric and character of a residential community. This proposal is too high. The height is too large. On hardship, while there is a cost in removing bedrock and building in this type of site, and I understand it, this is not unique to Northern Manhattan, and these costs should have been factored in to the land purchase price. The application shows that other as-of-right scenarios that I believe will also be profitable will still keep the contextual zoning intact. Those proposals should be considered. In addition to the lack of community engagement and language access, the variance today risks further displacement in an area of my district that is already experiencing significant housing instability by not creating more opportunities for affordable housing, especially as the city at large faces a glaringly present housing crisis. This variance and the acts of the developers are clear. They are not here to preserve or to coexist with our community. This is a large variance that increases the project massively over the as-of-right cases. And their second submission only created a larger variance. Approval of this variance would set a negative precedent going forward for other property owners who are looking to undermine the contextual R7A zoning in the area and the civic engagement process that our community fiercely participated in to ensure that our neighborhood would be protected with regulations. I stand with my neighbors here tonight who are in opposition of this variance. We need to preserve the character of a beautiful neighborhood and not further exacerbate a housing crisis that is underway for too many in our community. And I stand here tonight and ask you to reject this variance request. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Council Member De La Rosa. Appreciate your commitment to your community and being present at every hearing and listening to everything. Thank you. Really do appreciate it.
Okay.
Any other elected officials? Any other?
Sorry, thank you, Vice Chair. Okay, so we'll start and each one will have 3 minutes. So if you would state your name for the record. So I'll start with Mr. Linden, Nicholas Linden. I think is that your proper pronunciation of your name, sir? And you'll have 3 minutes.
Sorry, my name is Nicholas Linden. I live diagonally across the street from this site at 91 Payson Avenue. The applicant, I have objected very strongly to this request for variance. The applicant did not reach out to community members or their representatives who have expressed concerns about this project. In the July 19th, 2022 hearing on this item, the BSA chair strongly recommended that the applicant reach out to community representatives to figure out how to address their concerns. In the last 3 weeks, Inwood community members have checked with the offices of officials who have previously expressed serious concerns about this project in written or spoken comments for one or more earlier meetings. This includes Council Member, formerly Assembly Member Carmen De La Rosa, State Senator Robert Jackson, Assembly Member Al Taylor, former Borough President Gail Brewer, and current Borough President Mark Levine. None were contacted by applicant before they made their current submissions to discuss community concerns. Manhattan Community Board 12 unanimously passed a resolution on November 23rd, 2021, opposing both variances that applicant requested at that time. It's almost a year later and the applicant still has not gone back to the community board to discuss community concerns. The community board apparently received notice of applicant's latest submission on October 31st. This notification did not comply with BSA's rules to notify the community board and others of their submission and hearing at least 20 days before the hearing. Notification was too late, but simply notifying community representatives is not outreach. It's not going to help applicants learn in detail what really concerns the community so that they can better address those concerns. It is not going to help community members understand the project better as well as possible alternatives, and provides reactions that might guide applicant to plan a more community responsive project. And community members are more than willing to share their concerns if asked. For example, many of the 305 people who signed the Lower Seaman Tenants Association online petition on this project included their personal comments. This petition has been sent to the BSA so commissioners can review these comments. All in all, applicant is not acting like a responsible, community-friendly developer. They do not deserve these variances. I want to just add that, in fact, if built strictly as of right, there can be no objection. And Artemis can still make a generous profit. I believe in following the rules. I didn't like the outcome of the Inwood rezoning, but I can live with it. I will be able to see the new construction from my living room window, and if constructed as Artemis proposes, it will be a constant affront to me. Not because it will be totally out of place, a totally out of place eyesore, although I believe it will be, but because of the disrespect it shows to my neighbors and to my family. Artemis will have gotten away with breaking the rules we are all supposed to live by. Please do not let this happen. Thank you so much for allowing me to testify.
Thank you. Okay.
Ooh, just made it.
Yeah, just made it, yes. Ms. London, I'm just going to call your names out. Ms. London,
yes.
You have 3 minutes.
Hi. Yes, thank you so much. I appreciate the opportunity to speak. My name is Kate London. I live at 30 Seaman Avenue in Inwood. I would like to read for the record a sampling of community resident comments from an online petition conducted by the Lower Seaman Tenants Association. I'm going to use first names tonight, but the BSA can see the full names on the petition, which, as my neighbor stated, has already been submitted. Please consider these comments and the others you'll see in the petition as part of the community testimony. From Denise, the community fought hard for R7A zoning and elected officials supported it. Any variance from R7A should not be granted without great scrutiny. It would be a terrible precedent to set going forward for other property owners who may seek to build more profitable projects than they can under R7A. If more of them seek variances of this scale, the whole idea of contextual zoning to protect the community is invalidated. From Shauna, this variance goes against all the recent zoning changes and should be denied. From Kathy, the developers have no legitimate reasons for requesting a variance. From Jeannie, as a resident of Inwood for 40+ years, I am concerned that the quality of life in and the character of the neighborhood are continually being compromised by development driven by profit for a very few. In addition, the infrastructure simply cannot support it. From Samantha, no affordable housing and too high for the area. We don't have any parking as it is, and you want to build this monster of a building. They are looking to gentrify the area even more. We are going to lose the essence of Inwood. From Sarah Sue, this building is way too big for that corner. It will increase traffic congestion and air pollution. From Marcine, too much development is destroying the ambiance of people's neighborhoods, destroying the environment, and driving wildlife to extinction. We should be doing just the opposite, leaving things be and planting trees. From Louise, this variance is bogus. The developer had full knowledge of the bedrock requiring excavation and plenty of Upper Manhattan, including Harlem, development experience. They have, throughout their variance request process, ignored recommendations and requests of local and state officials and community members. And from Nancy, the developer should build as of right, as per the 2018 Inwood rezoning R7A, and respect our community. Thank you for the opportunity to speak.
Thank you. Christiane Garrett. Sorry for pronunciation.
That's all right. For the record, it's Christiane Griert. I'm a resident at 19 Seaman Avenue, which is in the 1 through 19 complex, directly abutting this site. The applicant is attempting an end run around the city's zoning resolution to use variances to accomplish a rezoning. At the July 2022 hearing, applicant's second try, the chair admonished the applicant not to come back with the same project they had brought to the first two BSA hearings. So applicant did not. Instead, they came back with a project that at over 99 feet is even more out of compliance with the R7A contextual zoning 80-foot height requirement than their last submission. And while they are now offering some off-street parking, it is still less than required. In fact, applicant is asking for 24% more height and 24% less parking than R7A zoning would allow. Variances this large amount to a rezoning. So, just like applicant's last two submissions, this is still a rezoning disguised as a variance application. It is still an abuse of the variance process. Granting these variances will set a terrible precedent that signals to other R7A property owners that they should look for ways to rezone their lots through variances to increase their profits, and that the contextual protections the community fought for will be lost. Thank you for your time and your consideration.
Mr. Epstein, thank you so much. Mr. Epstein?
Thank you. I'm Paul Epstein of 60 Cooper Street in Inwood. I was going to talk about cap rates and why the rate used by the applicant was inappropriate, but I thought Commissioner Otley Brown did a great job on cap rates. So I'm going to skip that and talk about, give a little background. Why is this R7A contextual zoning so important to the Inwood community? You're hearing us all talk about it. The community was not passive in the Inwood rezoning process. In addition to hearings and meetings with officials, there were numerous community actions, including demonstrations, an office takeover, a lawsuit, and more. While many people were against the overall rezoning, one part overwhelmingly favored by the community is the R7A contextual zoning that protects most of Inwood's existing housing and residential built environment. The community fought hard for R7A and elected officials supported it. Overall, the Inwood rezoning was not a protectionist rezoning to prevent new building. Far from it. In Inwood's formerly industrial area to the east was upzoned for buildings up to 30 stories that could add 25% to 50% to our population. The R7A zoning for most of Inwood west of 10th Avenue provides some balance. Also, most rental housing in the R7A is rent regulated, so the contextual zoning is mostly protecting important housing stock that is more affordable than market rate housing. For these reasons, any application for a variance from R7A requires very careful scrutiny and strong consideration for why R7A zoning was enacted in Inwood and why we wanted it. Because our hard-fought R7A zoning is so important to the community, granting these variances of this size will erode trust in city government at a time when trust in government is very scarce. If the BSA grants variances of this scale to R7A contextual zoning, it will be seen as the city ignoring its own zoning designation for the benefit of one property owner and reneging on its promise to the community. Inwood residents, small businesses, and institutions have played by the rules and accepted the parts of the rezoning we don't like, as well as the parts we do. But applicant does not want to follow the usual rules of the city's land use process. Instead, seeks to use variances to accomplish a rezoning. But like Inwood's residents, applicant must play by the rules. Please make sure they do. I urge you not to grant these spurious requests for variances. If these variances are granted, it will make a mockery of the process, of the variance process, and it will generate mistrust in city government, especially mistrust in land use planning and zoning. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Lussenhoff?
Yes, hi, thank you. My name is Libby Lessenhop. I'm an Inwood resident at 5 Seaman, which is also a part of 1 through 19 Seaman, directly next to the site. There is no hardship to applicant on this property. As of right scenarios which do not require variances submitted by applicant are profitable and will provide a reasonable return. Applicant submission to the BSA includes 3 as of right scenarios, one of which, scenario B, would be for a profitable 7-story 99 apartment building with the required number of off-street parking spaces, 50 for 99 units. This project would cost $10.5 million less to develop than the applicant's proposed project and would still provide an annual profit or net operating income of $1.9 million. Applicant's claim that scenario B would not provide a reasonable return is based on applicant being overly aggressive in profit seeking and speed in recouping their initial investment. Dividing development costs by the net operating income reported in applicant's economic submission shows that the proposed project will take about 22 years and 2 months to recoup its development costs. For as of right scenario B, it will take about 24 years and 8 months to recoup development costs. That's only 2.5 years longer for a very long-term investment. Given the housing shortage in the city and that these units would not be regulated so rents can be raised as the market allows, there's little risk to applicant in the project taking 2.5 years more to recoup its initial investment. So as this as of right scenario is profitable and provides a reasonable return, there is no hardship. The other as of right scenarios submitted by applicant are also profitable, though they would take longer to recoup their investments. They would still provide a reasonable return. So again, there is no hardship. Thank you.
Ms. Preston? Can you unmute, Ms. Preston? Thank you.
Nancy Preston, and thank you for hearing me. I am a 25-year resident of Inwood. I live in 17 Zeeman, which is the building that faces the alley where the retaining wall was. So any hardship, if there is one, is self-created. No variance should be granted. Removing bedrock is difficult, but not as difficult as the application makes it seem, given that it has happened frequently on development sites in Upper Manhattan. The cost to excavate the bedrock should have been factored into the land purchase price. The lot was subdivided with full knowledge of the existing subsurface conditions. It was sold with full knowledge of the existing subsurface conditions. The existing subsurface conditions were well known on this site, and thus the land purchase price should have been deeply discounted. A reduced land price would have a major impact on the supposed deficit of the as of right scenarios. It's not the BSA's problem or the community's problem if the applicant paid too much for the land, assuming the rock could be left in place. So again, this is a self-created hardship. Conditions like this are not unique. The rock, the retaining wall, they are all over this neighborhood. We all know about them. If you live here, you see the geography. It's not unique. It's a self-created hardship. It was known when the purchase was made, and a profit can be made, but not the big profit that the developer is asking for by asking for these variances that are really rezonings. So we really hope and urge the board to listen to us and to listen to the R7A zoning and respect the community. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Baker.
Hi, my name is Ed Baker and I live in Inwood at 254 Seaman Avenue. I'm urging the BSA to reject the variance application for 2021-41BZ for 2238 Cumming Street. To be perfectly clear, this application is not really an application for variances. This has been the case for the applicant's last two submissions and is still true with current submission. The applicant is trying to get around the R7A contextual zoning the community fought hard for and won with the support of elected officials. The applicant is not requesting a small variance, such as an extra foot or two of height due to a technicality or small quirk in this site. Instead, the applicant is asking for 24% more height and 24% fewer off-street parking spaces than the R7A zoning would allow. Changes of this magnitude represents a rezoning rather than a variance. And this is an egregious abuse of the variance process, seeing Inwood was just rezoned in 2018. The applicant knows city planning would never grant a rezoning so soon after a neighborhood rezoning. Any variance from R7A should not be granted without great scrutiny. The apartments in Inwood are becoming more unaffordable. The streets are getting more crowded with pedestrian traffic on our sidewalks and parks, as well as the vehicular traffic on our roads. Inwood cannot accommodate parking for all the cars we now have in the neighborhood. Local garages are already filled to capacity for monthly parking. Street parking is at a point where fire hydrants, crosswalks, any and every space, legal or not, is being used for parking. And if there is no parking spaces, people just double park their cars, creating a traffic hazard. It's not uncommon to hear someone blowing their horn in the middle of the night because they are blocked in by a car that has been double parked for the night. The applicant's submission to the BSA must include the required number of off-street parking spaces. You cannot undermine the R7A contextual protections. Most of the residential Inwood was granted as part of the Inwood rezoning. This is all about the profit, that the application is being overly aggressive in profit seeking and how fast they want to recoup their development costs. Any hardship, if there is one, is self-created, so no variance should be granted. And one last point, the applicant never reached out to the community members or their representatives who have expressed concerns about this project. Artemis is not acting like a responsible community-friendly developer. They do not deserve the variances. Thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Burstead?
Yes, hi. Sorry, I'm unmuted, right?
Yes, ma'am.
Yes, thank you very much. My name is Tina Bürste, and I have lived right across from this site for 24 years at 30 Seaman Avenue. The applicants claim that the bedrock they identify as a hardship on their site is a unique condition is wrong. Bedrock outcroppings are common in northern Manhattan, including on soft sites that could be developed. In claiming uniqueness in their first submission, applicant only compared their site with sites identified for development in the Inwood rezoning environmental impact study, completely missing soft sites with bedrock. In their second submission, they did recognize that there are in fact two completely undeveloped soft sites covered by bedrock nearby on Cooper Street, which is also in the R7A district, making their claim of uniqueness dubious at best. Now applicant has added a retaining wall near a neighboring building to their claim of uniqueness, but such a retaining wall near existing housing also exists at Cooper Street, still not unique. So applicant added that their site is also unique because of its proximity to a historic house of worship, but that's immaterial. It's the bedrock, not the church, that applicant claims is making their site infeasible to develop under current zoning. So again, applicant's site is not unique, and if variances were granted, they would set a dangerous precedent of avoiding the contextual zoning that could encourage owners of other sites to seek ways they can get variances, undermining the R7A contextual protections most of residential Inwood was granted as part of the Inwood rezoning. Applicants claim that granting the variances will not alter the essential character of the neighborhood is wrong. As it was in their prior submission, it is wrong in this submission. Their claim that their proposed development with the height waiver is comparable with the surrounding context and zoning does not stand up to scrutiny. And I believe we just saw the applicant's own diagram showing it's almost twice as high as the building next to it, okay? Applicant's proposed 9-story building will exceed the R7A height limit of 80 feet by 19 feet 4 inches, or 24% taller than the zoning allows. From the perspective of people on the street, this building will stick out even more, and context is what people see on the street. Due to the higher base plane created by building on top of the bedrock and the local sidewalk grades, from the sidewalk, the building would appear to be 10 stories on the Seaman Avenue side and 11 stories on the Cummings Street side, towering over the existing 5- and 6-story buildings on those streets. That is not in context and not in character. And I just want to say as a closing statement here, I want to trust that my city will uphold the zoning it enacts. I want to trust that the rules are being upheld for everyone, not just I follow the rules, and so should a developer who's seeking to make money, which is legal. They should also be held to a standard of the rules that are in effect. Thank you so much for letting me speak, and thanks.
Thank you. Ms. O'Sullivan?
Yes, good evening, everybody, and thank you for this long meeting and hearing. I, too, am a resident of Inwood. I've been here since about 30 years, and I'm not going to repeat everything that my colleagues, my neighbors and friends have said, but I will just repeat very quickly that there was no outreach to the community. This is not really a variance that they're looking for. It's a rezoning. It's out of context. The hardship that they claim was self-evident to anyone looking at that site, so they have created their own hardship. And I ask the commission to please do their duty by the people of New York. It's too often now that we see our city government operate on a pay-to-play basis. And I would really like to see my city governance and agencies work for the people of New York, the tax-paying working people of New York, and not others. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else who hasn't spoken before? Anyone else? Last call. That's it. If you want to speak, raise your hand, but persons who have not spoken before. Okay.
Thank you all for your participation.
Thank you.
We read every letter that comes before the board, and we patiently listen to every comment you have raised. Thank you very much. Before the applicant steps in, I just want to clarify a couple of things. So per BSA rule, it is true the initial submission has to be submitted within 20 days, but that applies to the initial submission, not to the subsequent submission. Going forward, I will ask the applicant to submit a subsequent submission to the applicant 20 days prior. So do notify them. Though it's not required for the subsequent submission, we hear you. We are asking the applicant to provide that notification 20 days, and they were not asked to do so before, so they were not obligated. I just want to be very clear for the record. I just also want to be very careful about, when we are being told pay-to-play basis. This is a board that is appointed solely to uphold the rules and regulations of the zoning regulations and cases. A lot of it is driven by the law and case based. So every evaluation is site specific. It is based on site, uniqueness of the site, and it is sole mandate. It is to ensure, is the zoning regulation creating undue hardship and burden on a site based on its unique condition? That's all what it is. It is not creating a rezoning. It is not creating anything other than trying to prove that that burden of proof lies with the applicant. And that's why we are combing through every little piece of information the applicant has provided and trying to see whether it is making the findings and it is consistent with the case laws that is before us. So I just want to alert everybody of that and be aware of that. We are being totally consistent with how the board has operated in our all variance cases. Okay, Mr. Bass, your closing testimony for today.
For today. Madam Chair, Commissioners, members of the public, thank you for all your comments. Here are our marching orders. We have a better story to tell in our next submission to address some of the issues and concerns that have been raised today. I believe we can successfully do that and meet all 5 findings. I appreciate you giving us one more shot at this. That's all we were asking.
Yes, this is the last one. No more extensions of anything, and take as much time as you need to come up with a perfect, complete application that you believe will answer all the questions. Do not rush it, because if you cannot answer those questions, we are not going to give you one more chance for missing that one oops.
Madam Chair, I will meet with our project team this week. I will speak with the staff, and we will come up with a time and a date that's appropriate for the board's calendar, for the public to participate, and for us to, appropriately respond. We will not rush this application.
Okay, good. And so the marching order is look at how much of the base you can fill in with and minimize the waiver with regards to height and setback, and marry connect the dots with regards to how much of the rock outcrop and the fill, all of that combination is causing the hardship for you to ask for an additional floor. I understand the need for providing the parking in the rear, in the basement, and the first floor being raised. I get that argument, and that is in the rearmost portion where you have the rock, but you still need to walk us through all of that, asking for those kind of information. Give us sectionals and show where the rock and the soil is and how that affects each one of those areas, and how therefore it adds to the cost, how it adds to the removal, and go through each one of those scenarios and walk us through it. Don't create any more new scenarios unless it's a revision to the proposed scenario.
We will do overlays to show exactly what you're asking for the first floor, so you can graphically see where the topography in the building match, and we will address those concerns directly.
Okay. Any other questions or comments from the commissioners for the applicant? Any roadmaps, any direction? Okay, all right. Thank you for your patience. Thank you for your participation. We appreciate it. We have been at this since 2 o'clock. So we have a bunch of other applications. So I'm going to say take a 5-minute break just to refresh and come back. And we are going to go through the rest of the cases. 5 minutes. Thank you. Okay, all the commissioners, please come back.
Okay, everyone should be back.
All right, we have a quorum. Let's start.
Sure. Sorry, get my glasses off. Next item is item number 40, 2021-42 BZ, 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn.
All right. I think this is Ms. Altman.
Unmute. Video.
Got it.
Thank you. Anyone with you, Ms. Altman?
There should be Mark Mariscal and David Rothstein may be logging on as well.
Okay.
Mariscal, I don't.
I just spoke to him on the break.
Wait, maybe he's in panelist.
Sorry.
I don't see him.
I don't see him.
Yeah, I don't see him in
Maybe we can
attendees
begin with
either.
that. In the interest of time, this has been a very long day for everybody.
Bless you.
Please.
Let me continue in.
Let's
Do you
start
raise your
with-
right hand? I'm sorry, Madam Vice Chair.
No, go ahead.
Mr. Rothstein is in. Mr. Rothstein, if
Let's
you're
take him.
going to speak, please unmute so I can swear you in. Okay, please raise your right hand. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond to city board member questions?
Of course.
Okay, go.
Right. Well, we attended your session this morning, many hours ago, heard your comments. We would be more than happy to make the change requested by DOT that instead of it saying the plans, it will say the sidewalk improvements, not a problem. In addition, Vice Chair, I know there's a requested change. You had asked for an additional comment and you had discussed clearing it with DOT. If DOT would like us to add that note, your board would like us to add that note, we'd be glad to. That's regarding the pedestrian ramp conforming to the standards on the BPP. Of course, we have no problem with that. And lastly, Commissioner Yoon, you had a question regarding the fence along Avenue L. Would it be possible that we leave it at the 10-foot mark? And we would be glad to do that.
Okay, thank you.
I was convinced by Vice Chair Chanda, the 10-foot for
Thank
the
you.
wide street. So sounds good. But
I
can you just
appreciate
please
that.
have it clearly updated and consistent on the drawings?
We will certainly do so. We'll have it, we'll also have it dimensioned, which it isn't right now.
That'd be great. Thank you.
Of course.
Thank you.
That's it.
Anything else for Ms. Altman from the commissioners? Okay, let's go to the public.
And now we're just waiting for DP.
I know we are waiting for DEP, so until we have that, we cannot close. You know that, Ms. Altman.
I understand. I know that I should say
The
your
only-
agency has been trying
yeah.
very hard to help us.
Right. The only way, if you want to move forward with your application, would be to kind of not allow any access to the rooftop. You proceed with it without it, and but it's your call.
As DEP has already had this for almost 3 months, I cannot imagine it's going to be much longer. And I know that Ms. Prenga and Ms. Benke have been speaking to DEP. By any chance, do either one of them have any idea what the timing might be at this point?
All I can say is that there is a tremendous backlog, and we are doing our best to prioritize and help move along cases before DEP. So I really cannot promise,
I
but
understand.
we're just giving you an alternative, but it's for you to make the decision as to which one you want to go with in the interest of your timeline and deliverables to get a building done there.
What I'm going to do, if you don't mind, Mr. Rothstein, you are on this Zoom with us. Mr. Rothstein, are you there?
May have lost that.
David, are you muted?
He must have muted himself. He was unmuted before. Just to let you know, they did say, Jella said that they did send a new note to DOT and they'll review it and get back to them. And DEP said it's a priority, but they can't promise anything. They know this is a priority, but they can't promise anything. Okay.
As Mr. Rothstein is not responding here, what I'm going to do is
I'm unmuted.
Oh, there you are, David.
Okay.
I apologize for the yelling in the background. Okay, so David, how do you feel about giving up the use of the roof as a passive outdoor space for the students? I personally, if it were me, would leave the space and would wait for DEP, but I'm going to have to ask, what would your preference be as you're the representative for the school?
We should move forward and try to get the DEP as best as we can.
Okay, so you agree, you don't want to give up the use of that space to save some weeks?
No.
Okay,
Or a
I
month.
would agree with you. I think that's the right decision for the school.
Okay, all right. I just wanted to present the alternative to you. So we will have to wait until DEP signs up.
Understood. And I
okay.
very much appreciate the suggestion, by the way.
Okay, all right. I think 1 minute is up. We haven't heard anything from.
No, I didn't call out yet, Madam Vice Chair. I didn't call it out yet.
Okay, all right, call out.
You were in the conversation with Ms. Altman. I didn't want to interrupt.
No, sorry.
Okay, call out.
Okay. The case that we're currently discussing is 2021 42BZ 2901 Avenue L, Brooklyn. This is a school, proposed school. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656. Or if you're outside New York, the toll-free number is 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you are in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your screen. You will have 3 minutes once you're allowed to enter the room. Okay. Don't see anybody raising their hands. Okay, good.
Okay, all right. I would say, Ms. Altman, wait till you get all the notes from DEP and DOT and then make the corrections on the plan and then submit it. We recognize that sometimes these comments come in very much at the last moment. I will let the project manager know that we will give you as much of a last moment submission date than the typical, but don't make it the day of the hearing or Friday before the hearing.
We will have our stuff ready this week so that we can just make whatever changes DEP needs at the last moment. If possible, I would like to request the December 5th date. As you know, we're having a little bit of a time frame issue with this school.
All depends on DEP.
I understand completely.
And all depends on it. Once we get, we can put a hold. I think we have a hold. We can put a hold on December, but cannot. If DEP says no, it gets adjourned to January.
I completely understand, and I do appreciate that.
Okay.
Thank you.
All right. Thank you. Thank you. Next
Item number, I'm sorry, not Vice Chair. Item number 41, 2021-69BZ 240-10 Merrick Boulevard, Queens. This is Ms. Fullader.
Please make sure to add Tom if you haven't already. Whitney?
I don't.
It's only Tom from your team?
Yeah, I don't think anybody else really needs to speak on this.
Okay.
Okay. Okay. Mr. Whitney, can you join as panelist and unmute, please? Thank you.
There you go.
I don't see you, but okay.
You have a camera?
Should come up any second.
Show us your smiling face.
Yeah.
Can we proceed without Mr. Whitney? No disrespect, Mr. Whitney.
Can
No
he just
problem.
say yes when you do that he's holding up his hand and we just believe him? He's black, but we can hear him.
Okay,
I
do you
am
affirm
raising
the-
my hand.
Okay, do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
I do.
Okay, Ms. Fullader,
So,
please proceed.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. I have Mr. Whitney on here because he is from the engineer who prepared the plans. So just in case, the two comments I heard was one about the radio sign, lowering that and clarifying that that is the sign. I have Tom here to just speak on that for a moment, and then I will address the other comment. Tom, you still there?
Yep, I'm still here.
Okay. The comment
Don't
on
have that little button on the bottom that says camera, video? Nothing.
Yeah, no, it's like the whole screen is graying out, so something's locking up on my screen, so I'm not sure what's
But
going
do
on,
you-
but
Do you want to just explain to them why you did what the sign is for, actually for
Sure.
lowering the rate?
yeah, so we created a sign and submitted it to Starbucks for approval. And the only reason, basically to meet your requirement, they wanted to meet that requirement because it's a simple requirement to meet, just a sign to show concern for the neighbors and to ask for lowering the volume. They just had us put a note on there that they might tweak the wording basically just because they need to run it through their legal department. They don't want to make sure it's not offensive to anyone, and corporate companies like to do that, but the intent of the wording of the sign presented there is basically to ask customers to keep their volumes low and to not disturb the neighbors, to be considerate. So that's the intent of those signs, and that's what the final sign would be. But the wording will be in line with what's presented in the BSA set, but
Okay.
not perhaps exact.
That's fine. I just wanted to make sure those signs, what the signs were about, since
Mhm.
we didn't see the wording in the text. So once you have the final sign off from your legal team with the law department of Starbucks, just run it by our office project manager, and then please add that to the note. So proposed sign saying this, so that we know what the sign is about.
Sure.
That's really what my question was. Okay.
Yep.
We probably have the time to do that, unfortunately for us, because the other comment is we're still waiting for DOT. I know we've responded back and forth a few times already, and if necessary, we will have a meeting with DOT. But as I heard on your last call 5 seconds ago, there's a big backlog, so we understand that.
Yes.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant? Okay, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021-69BZ 240-10 Merrick Boulevard, Queens. This is a special permit to permit an accessory drive-through to a Starbucks. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or a toll-free number if you're outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 896-2481. 1431, press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone to be able to speak. And if you're in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you're allowed in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, so we cannot give you a timeline because a lot of it is hinges on DOT's sign off. But we will let you know, and whatever you will have to make based on DOT comments and adding the note regarding the parking sign, it can be done all together.
That makes sense. Thank you.
All right. I hope we can get this to the January closing.
I hope so too. So I can cross it off the list. Just kidding.
Yeah, December is not happening.
I understand.
All right.
Okay, 1 minute.
Thanksgiving is in the way.
Well, December submission is tomorrow, so that's why I don't think you can make it.
Yeah.
Okay, all right. Okay, dokes.
You're going to stay on, Elise?
For the next case?
For the next case?
That is me.
New cases, item number 42, 2020-85 BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn. Let me swear you in for that.
Not just me though.
Oh,
Not just me.
sorry. I apologize.
No problem. I also need Haley Paget and Barbara Cohen. I see Barbara Cohen. I see Haley. Can't do a variance without the team.
Raise your hands.
And we always appreciate you bringing your team.
Okay.
Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond honestly to board member questions?
I do.
Yes.
I do. Okay.
Elise Fullader from Eric Polanic PC. Haley is our architect, and Barbara, she's our financial consultant. We heard your comments, and I will go through them. I guess I'll first do the non-architectural comments, and then we can move to Haley, and then we can move to Barbara, if that works for everyone. First is easy comment, clean up the line weight on the historical maps. We will look through our maps and make them more clear. It's not a problem. Also, there was comments about cleaning up the uniqueness study. We heard those comments, and we can also do that. It's not a problem. The ownership chart, heard your comment, and we will clarify that and make that clear as well. And then I guess next, I think we should move into Haley's comments, and we heard your comments about the size and scale, and she's here to speak on that, and then some of the notes or slight alterations you asked for. So Haley, take it away.
You got your notes about the accessory cellar, no access to light and air. We'll make a notification on there that there will be no light and air and no occupancy relating to things that need that. The question was, where are we going to have the trash collection location? There are 2 areas. We actually have cellar access. We have a little utility area dedicated just in case, but I know that there was a comment also about bringing it to the street. If there was going to be bins out there, how would we conceal it? What is nice about the plan to berm area that we actually offset from the property line is that we could do something there to conceal them as opposed to just throwing them on the sidewalk, which kind of gets me into my next item, which was why are we set off the property line? The building to the south of us is at property line. The existing building to the north of us is about 10 feet. So we negotiated between the 2 as our building line is at 6 feet. And the 2 reasons be one being that a lot of the community members that we talked to said they would like, beautification and something that's not just going to be a towering building on the street. And this is a low density building, but something to give back to the community. So a planter of something that maybe grasses, it has south west exposure, so it'll get afternoon and southern sun in the winter. Grasses, things that are low maintenance, we could add there. And then also that would be an opportunity for a concealed trash receptacle that we could tie into our building concept. I also got a comment about 2 doors on an upper floor. We would remove that secondary door to a bedroom. Too many entrances. Where are we going to put the furniture? And then landscaping, we will add to the elevations that match some of our ideas on that front planter bed. So like we said, more ferns, low maintenance. So we don't have to do anything that would have to be seasonally exchanged.
Okay,
so architecture.
So one of the major question that was raised was that the building needs to comply with R6A because that is the immediate zoning district and not an R6.
R6B, right? You just said?
Oh, sorry, R6B. I'm sorry.
Okay, yeah. So
R6B.
I think, yeah. And we spoke with the client about Haley's going to look into that and try to redesign for an R6B.
Okay. Okay.
And then I had a few more comments. You asked for the as of right.
I'm sorry, I'm not done with Ms. Paget.
Oh, sorry.
With regards to the cellar, you said you will put a note saying that not accessible for any use, but these are very generous accessory spaces. It is going to be used for some duration of occupancy, whether that is a family room or whatever it is. We do see units in the cellar, but they have some kind of light of some minimal thing. Here, this is just wall all around. So it is going to be artificially ventilated. I do not believe that's a place, habitable space for even any duration of time. So eliminate that from the units, or make this into a public storage space, or something that the rest of the building can utilize.
An areaway, an excavated areaway with windows, not to be confused with anything that would be a bedroom or light and air. Would that?
Well, I'm not seeing any windows or any areaway right now proposed along Unit 1B or 1A.
Yeah, I'm saying if we adapted it and had like a sky bridge across it to get you to the rear yard. Also, I mean, the planter beds and some of the things that we have, we could do some type of natural light in there, but not to be confused with, actual light and air.
Okay, all right. So then you need to revise the plan and add a note that it's not for habitable purposes. Otherwise, I would not want this accessory space to be shown.
Yeah. And especially 1B, we could probably make that a little bit smaller as well, so that it wouldn't be.
I think you should make it smaller and convert the rest into your some storage space or something, and use that as an amenity for your resident.
Yeah, definitely. We could bring the bicycle parking down there too.
Yeah.
All right, we'll definitely take that into consideration. Thank you.
Okay.
We'll do it.
The other comments should I move on?
Sure.
The other comments I'm not sure we addressed was, as of right, did you talk about how you're going to take out the stair? Or you can take out the stair?
You have to take out the stair. I'm not sure where the stair is leading in the as of right.
Yeah, Haley,
Sorry, I think the confusion was an earlier iteration. We did have a cellar for the M1, so we'll make sure that any semblance of that is gone.
Okay.
And then you asked about, you said you were concerned for space in Unit B. Can you clarify that comment, unless we already took care of it, Vice Chair?
I was concerned about Unit 1B as accessory space. Partly it was much bigger than 1A, and in the absence of any kind of areaway or light coming in there, it really seemed like a perfect place for somebody to convert into a room of habitable nature, and that to me is very concerning. And I think it's unnecessary, given that you could benefit converting that into an area that would serve the rest of the residents, as I was suggesting, as a storage area, or even for your trash collection, which I'm not sure is great, because how are you going to lug it all the way to the ground floor? But some kind of a storage space is going to be beneficial for you. It's a good return. Nowadays, they provide caged storage areas and things like that.
Okay.
Yeah, I think that is a great alternate, and then bringing the bike storage down. So we'll make that modification. And there was one more item that probably segues into Barbara's, was the rooftop. Is it a shared amenity space? And that was our plan.
So you need to then indicate that in your statement and factor that in your financial analysis, if it has not been done so.
And I think we were figuring that out for a while. So I think that now we've heard your comments, and we'll definitely update that. And natural light. Okay, yeah, I think that leads us to Barbara's comments, unless you think we are missing anything. So Barbara, you're a specialist, so I'm not even going to try to comment on your comments. Take it away.
Don't even dare. Okay.
I wouldn't even.
So my goal here is to aim for consistency. So starting with the site value comments, we'll review and look to find more comparable sites. Keep in mind that this report was a little dated by now. So as I update that, that will lead to the forthcoming new proposed, and then the fixing of the as of right. All of those will get made consistent in terms of the data. And what I'd like to do is actually switch to Marshall and Swift, since those modifications, we'd have to go back to the cost estimator to have him make those changes. And so I would actually prefer probably just do Marshall and Swift myself and go from there, which will also reflect what, sorry?
Can we stick as closely to the original date of the report as possible?
State of the original date in terms of all the research?
Yeah.
Oh,
Can
okay.
we stay frozen in time? Because
Okay.
what ends up happening is you're going to open the door to, okay, now we need to raise our cap rates. Okay, well, if we use, September 2022 Marshall and Swift, there's inflation. Oh, and we'll do this and we'll do that. And that kind of defeats the purpose of just fixing what I believe shouldn't have counted to begin with, which is that, for instance, in the site value, you put a variance site in.
Yeah, that was an error.
Okay,
So yeah.
and your construction costs should not have considered a staircase. It's not that there's anything wrong with your construction costs. It shouldn't have considered a staircase for the asset, right? Because there was no place for it to go. So I'm not saying, like, when I point out these errors, that's not an entree for you to upgrade everything to today, which will double the price of construction, double the site value. And then we're back where we are. It's just, it gets a little crazy.
Well, then actually everything would be proportion, the rents would go up, everything would go the way it would go, but I'm fine with going back.
Never really go up that much.
All right.
They very rarely do, Barbara.
No, I'm just saying that look, I'm happy to just go back to the research that I had for what go back and set the time period and look for others if they're there and so on. Not a problem. Yeah, and we'll have the cost estimator make the adjustments. And now the only thing I guess for him is that when the new proposed comes along is to get him not to think of current, right, is to keep him in the mindset of whatever he did before. So that we'll have to make sure he doesn't go awry there.
That would be great.
Other than that, yeah, well, the rent for the as of right was took into consideration the whole building anyway, so that wasn't a problem. Yeah, other than that, we'll go follow the flow of it all, so not a problem.
Any other questions or comments for the applicant, commissioners? All right,
I'm
let's
not the applicant. I have a
sorry, go ahead.
I'm just noticing one more comment, and we might have addressed it, but it was something else I wasn't clear on. There was something about a walk-up, or seems like something can be a walk-up. I don't, sorry.
I know what it was. It was whether the cost estimate for the proposed reflected a walk-up versus an elevator building, and I looked. I don't think he put an elevator in that. So,
okay, thank you. Sorry.
Okay, and your financial analysis, you factored that in also, that this is a walk-up and not a elevator up accessible building.
I think so, but I don't remember.
Yeah.
But I'm sure I viewed it as a walk-up.
Right, when you're looking at the comps, I mean.
Yeah. No, I know what you're saying. I'm assuming I was awake and did it correctly. But look, I have a second chance to make sure.
Yeah. Thank you. Let's go to the public then.
Okay, the current case we are currently discussing is 2020-85BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn. It's a variance to permit a four-story, eight-unit residential building in an N1 district.
Ms. Matias, can't hear you. You just faded out.
What?
Yep, now you're fine.
Oh, okay.
It was on echo, I guess.
Oh, 2020-85BZ, 114 Kingsland Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number if you're outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. If you are in the Zoom room already, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are allowed in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
Okay, so while we are waiting for public to chime in, how much time will it take? I do have one question. I don't know how this affects, and this is a question for Commissioner Otley-Brown also, as I'm learning the financial elements of it. Does the inflation cost and all of that, does that affect the financial, and does that need to be reflected? This is a question.
What did you say? Like, hold on 1 second. Could you hold on 1 second? Not saying you were asking me something. No, I wasn't. Excuse me. Sorry, my daughter just came in. I'm sorry. Vice Chair, could you repeat yourself?
Juggling two balls, huh? Okay. So my question, I think this was raised at another case earlier today, so that's why I'm asking that question, is inflation a factor here? And if it was not analyzed in the earlier submission, should that be used to correct any of the analysis?
Well, here's the issue with that. This is a larger issue than just this last report on the other two cases. Basically, the financial report is a date in time, so to speak. And we like to keep it as close to that date and time as possible. And that's always a war between me and the financial experts who always want to update. Because the idea is, as you go along in time, of course, costs get higher. Sometimes rents get higher as well, not always. And once you make this a moving in time document, there's almost no way that you can then get a snapshot read of what's going on. Because anytime you look at the document and you say, well, that seems like that's inaccurate, and you come back in and you report on it, you get an entirely new report, which is a new date in time. And so it's almost impossible to hammer out any inconsistencies or incorrect assumptions because it's a moving target. And so that's why I like to keep the date as close to the original date of the report as possible to try and narrow in on what's a correct assumption, what's an incorrect assumption for that time period.
Okay. Okay. I thank you for the clarification. Okay. All right. How much time will it take for Ms. Holiday, your team to respond?
I just want to give a little background. So what happens is we have to redesign for the R6B. Then based on that, Barbara needs to do her stuff. And then based off of that, we need to, we're still waiting on air quality. And I spoke with our environmental consultants, and they said that our redesign is going to affect our air quality sign off. It could be for the better, but it makes a difference. So with all of that, a guess of like 2 months, but it's or a month and a half, but we want to move this project, but at the same time, I guess I want your opinion on how long all of that will take for sign-offs.
I think 2 months is probably a safer bet because we're coming into holidays. So as it is, we have a backlog with holidays. I think 2 months is a more realistic thing. I would say more like a February hearing.
And whatever you think, I just wanted to give you all the items that need to happen before we can.
Right, and we really don't want you to miss your slot should you be given a slot and then we still do not have this. You know, I don't think this is a very complicated project. I would like this to get done and resolved with one hearing and maybe want to just
Totally
clean
get
up
that.
clean up the documents. So from our conversation, it seems you get what we're asking you to do, and it seems it's doable from what I'm gathering from your team. So let's give our sister agencies time to review. So I would say let's aim for February, get this done, get your response perfectly aligned with what we're asking you to provide, and then we wrap it up.
Makes sense to me. Thank you for explaining that. I really appreciate it.
Okay, thank you. All right, we didn't hear back from anybody.
Nope.
Thank you. Good to see you all. And next case, please.
Item number 43, 2021 1BZ 3118 37th Street, Queens.
I think this is
Chris
Chris.
Wright.
Good evening.
Good evening. Is there anyone with you, sir?
Jack Esserson should be there someplace. He should be in the waiting room. He's my architect.
Okay, he's coming in.
There he is.
Please unmute and put your video on, Mr. Eskerson. Thank you. Okay.
Jack, there you are.
Please unmute. Thank you.
Should I be on mute?
You're unmuted already. Thank you.
You're good, Jack.
Raise your right hands. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, and to respond to board questions? Respond honestly to board members' questions. You heard the review session, I assume, and please proceed to respond.
Yes,
Yes.
I swear.
Yes, I will.
Honestly to the question, not just respond to the question.
I said honestly.
I know you did. I'm emphasizing.
Don't worry. I'll do the right thing. First, thank you, board members. It's Chris Wright from Compel Barnett and behalf of the applicant, Jack Edison, my architect. I listened to your review session. Oh, first, I want to thank, welcome Commissioner Young to the BSA family. That's my first time in front of you. I've been doing this for a long time, so welcome aboard.
Thank you.
So what I would do, if this is the first time on, I would like to address your questions. I think I can get through them. You've had a long hearing today. I've listened to some of your complicated cases. I really appreciate the patience and fortitude of the board. Obviously the first issue is the programmatic need documentation, the operational plan. All 5 commissioners said we didn't have enough, and I don't disagree. It was a bit skimpy. I don't disagree with that. And it does have some information I think was useful to answer some of the questions today. We will do a more thorough, we have a very good architect. We have a client who's been running schools for 7 years. We have a school consultant, and we will beef it up. And so I will, come back with a more, I know I have to make the findings, but I just want to say one thing. I want to just plant a seed. We have a really small site. We have limited options. We have a cellar, first, second floor, 3-story building, 70 years old. We have 9,000 square feet of unused floor area. We want to use it all on this it's that new 3rd floor. This is not a new building. This is not a large building. And so I understand I have to make the findings, but in some ways, this is not going to become Bronx Science High, some new cutting edge school. In some ways, we're going to modernize it it's going to become ADA. We're going to put an elevator in. We're going to redo the bathrooms. We're going to redo the lower floors. We can't gut them. We're going to have a brand new 3rd floor. We're going to have 15 classrooms instead of 10. And so I understand what I have to do here, but I just want the board to appreciate it's been there for 7 years. It's never been upgraded. It needs its upgrade, and the floor area is as of right. We do need these waivers we've talked about. And so just to put that in the back of your head, you don't have to belabor the point at this moment, but I just want to understand that we have, and the client is convinced that if we don't take the step, they've been thinking about this for years, but the BSA is a complicated step. They're not going to stay. They're not going to continue to exist as a school. Having said that, as an opening, let me just go through some of the questions that were asked, and I'll just do them in order. There was a statement about showing that the existing building is a non-conforming, rear yard. I will make that more clear. One area of confusion was the floors. I understand that Jack's plans have it right. You have a cellar, first, second, or new 3rd. My project statement sometimes use level, sometimes use story. I apologize. I will clean all that up. It'll be cellar, first, second floor, new 3rd floor. I apologize, but I will straighten all that out in all my various statements, in the operational plan, the facts and findings. I have a question for the vice chair because I didn't quite understand it. Jack can answer it. You asked for a dotted line drawing. I'm not sure what that is, but maybe you could tell Jack what that is, please.
Sure. So basically, both in the plans and in the sections and elevation, use the dotted line showing what is the permitted building envelope on this building, on this site. So which would mean it would basically show us what portion of the existing building and what portion of the proposed building is not in compliance with the rear yard and the setback requirements. And it's a very helpful tool for us to know the extent of the deviation from the requirement. And since you have an existing building, it actually helps you in your argument that you have already an existing building that is out of compliance. And when you're making the argument that you're trying to line up the classrooms in a particular way, it also gives us an ability to understand, well, how well is it lining up and where therefore the non-compliance is falling.
I understand.
Is that clear, Jack? Great. Okay.
Yes.
And you know what, if need be, we can send, I'll ask the project manager to send you a sample. It's a very, very, very basic drawing, and you have a very simple plan. So I think in your plan, all you're showing is the dotted line of where the rear yard setback requirement would be needed above the height of 23 feet, because you have an existing gym which is which is at 23 feet. So you don't need a variance for the gym because isn't it a permitted obstruction?
I'm I don't believe so because, can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, because I believe the gym is over 23 feet
Oh,
high.
okay. So it is. So then you just show in the section the area above the 23 feet that is above, then your dotted line will be
Okay.
above the 23 feet in the section.
I see.
And
Yeah.
then it kind of wraps up all the way 30 foot vertically up. Same thing
Okay.
with the setback. You show where the setback is required, and if it goes through the existing, you show the dotted line and then
Okay.
propose where it goes up. That way we know what portion of the existing building is non-compliant, and what portion of the proposed building will be non-compliant also.
Okay,
It's
I
also
understand.
completely as of right and drawing the dotted lines
I completely understand.
through the plan and through the section and the elevation. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
I'll ask for a sample from the project manager and
Okay.
from the examiner, and then we can follow that. That'd be great. I appreciate
Sure.
that. Another question, there was some confusion about the front yard, the front of the building. There's a lot line, then there's a setback a few feet with a hedge, there's a street wall, and then there's gonna be another setback for the third floor. I looked at the plans, it wasn't clear. We will clarify that. And
Yes.
actually, I was talking to Jack informally about this. It may be that we can eliminate the front setback. It may be that there's enough room there, but we will clarify that point and make it very clear.
And I think the simplest way to do it is when you are showing the site plan, and I'm going through your existing zoning lot plan. There you're showing you have 100 foot a deep lot, okay? But you're not carrying that 100 foot deep dimension on the existing zoning plan, roof plan of Z002. Show the line dimension of the lot depth.
Okay.
And then show in that plan where the building sets back from the lot line on the ground
Okay.
floor, second floor, and on the third floor.
Okay.
Okay.
Okay, I agree. We wasn't clear, and we will clarify that point.
Yeah.
You had questions about the alleyway. You wanted the width of the alleyway. We'll provide that. The alleyway is a driveway for houses behind us. Maybe they have.
I know that area very well. I know
Okay.
that. It is to help your argument. You
Yes.
have a rear yard, you have an alleyway. These are not someone's backyard. You have an alleyway, and then you have the residential backyards. So, if you are proposing an extension of in the rear, it is affecting the alleyway more so than someone's backyard or someone's home. So
No, I said I'll provide it. I'll provide the width of the, I will provide the width of the alleyway. That's what I
not
was-
only provide the width of the alleyway, I suggest look into it and see how it can help your argument with regards to neighborhood character and your ask.
Okay, I understand. And I'm going to touch on that point shortly. Another question, that there was a lot of questions about enrollment and staff. This is not an expansion. We're trying to give the existing school more room. The operational plan says there are 260 students, 38 staff. We're not looking for more students. We're not looking for more staff. We're looking for more room. So I want to just make that 100% clear. We're not expanding the school.
Okay, that was not clear in the programmatic needs. So then what you
Okay,
need to
I
walk
will-
us through, you need to, please, we have had a long day, so I'm just going to make it very simple.
Sure.
What we are asking you to do is in your programmatic need, say, existing school has X amount of enrollment, and it's not changing. This is the number of students, this is the number of staff. We have grades 6 through 8 in the school, and we are continuing to maintain that. However, our current space need is inadequate to serve these students. And this is a situation that is happening. Our students are overflowing. We typically, as part of our pedagogical need, we typically want to maintain a ratio of 1 teacher to 10 students, but right now we are dealing with 1 teacher to 20 students, and we want to break it up and want to retain a 1 to 10 student ratio. And for that, we need these extra classrooms, and therefore we are proposing these extra classrooms. That is the way we have typically seen arguments for why you need to expand. And I understand your reason. And in olden days, it was a different format. Now it's changing. I completely get it, but you need to kind of build that up and state it and not just kind of say, oh, we need to expand.
No, I will make much more of a
Okay,
strong
that is-
argument, but I
that-
just
that
want to
goes
point out,
towards
we're
the-
not looking to
Right.
expand the school.
Great, but it was not clear.
That's all. It's a threshold issue.
All right.
The other issue that people talked about the 16-foot high ceiling, that's because we went up to 50 feet because we could, we don't have to. And I asked Jack, maybe Jack could talk a little bit, maybe we can bring the building down in certain ways to lessen the impact. And so Jack, maybe, you know, we haven't made a decision yet, but maybe Jack could talk a little bit about how to bring the height down a little bit.
Oh, sure, absolutely. And Chris is correct. We did go to 50 because that was the limitation. And we've been through these kind of additions before. We have not yet engaged structural engineering to do an analysis of the free span of the gymnasium, except for the fact that we're going to have to create a new floor structure above the gym roof in order to hold the new addition. The existing structure holding up the gymnasium roof is open web steel joists that are not designed to carry the weight of the new addition. So that will require new beams above the roof of the gym. That's going to take up at least 2 feet. And then we're also going to lose at least 2 or 3 feet with the roof of the addition, plus structure, plus ductwork and drop ceilings and all of that. So it seems like we have really tall ceilings, but when you factor in the structural dimensions that we need, it's going to drastically reduce those ceiling heights. But on the other hand, I did an analysis today, and I do think we can lower certainly the rear classrooms by at least 2 feet. I'm reluctant to say more than that because we have not gone through that structural analysis yet. I've done this for 40 years. I know that we can do, we can easily do 2 feet of reduction. Also, I do want to add, by the way, the classrooms in the back of the building have already gone down by 2 feet. In other words, they're not at the 50-foot line. They are lower because we actually are empathetic with this issue. We're not completely non-empathetic. And so in addition to that 2 feet, I think we can go down another 2 feet, as well as setting back, which we already have, the face of the addition from the existing face of the building. We're currently showing 3 feet. Again, just to reduce the impact on the neighboring houses. So that much I can say confidently. Without engaging structural engineers, I don't feel confident reducing it any further, or we may run into classrooms with 8 or 9 foot ceiling heights. And large spaces like that really should have, we believe, should have at least 10 feet of clear ceiling dimensions. Was that at all helpful?
Yes, I think it was very helpful in explaining the structural reason for the added height. You should, and you should, in your, Mr. Esterson, in your letter, you can state that as to that is one of the reasons for the added height.
Okay, sure.
However, and I have 2-part question. The first part is, when you look at the 2 classrooms that are located in the rear,
yes,
and the classroom sizes are 724 square feet, and
yes,
the number of seats that are being provided is 27 seats. But that is the same number of seats that is being provided in other 3 classrooms that are in 600s. So why do you need 724 square feet of a floor space, classroom
yes,
size for the same number of students? Unless it's a special class where you need extra space for demo or something like that, like we do see science labs and things like that, or that requires it. But it seems it's a regular standard classroom. If it is, why can't you set back? That is my question from the rear. Okay.
Yes, yes, I do understand that. And the honest answer is it was a drafting error, and my architectural assistant forgot to add another row of seats is the actual answer. So it's, I know,
this one will have more than 27 seats.
Yes, that classroom was meant to have another row of seats, and we will correct that. Our educational real estate experts have really pushed us to make as many classrooms and as large a classroom as we possibly can. And I think that they appreciate the diversity of sizes of classrooms. They didn't want all the same sizes. So they really liked these two much larger classrooms that would have a greater capacity than 27. It gives them a greater flexibility. That was the intention. Physically, can we set those back? Of course. But again, the goal was to maximize the space for the student, as you mentioned, the student-teacher ratio, and to have a diversity of classroom sizes.
So there is an analysis that we have typically seen from most of the schools, provided it meets your pedagogical and some of the basic board of ed requirements as to what the minimum size of a classroom based on how you arrange the seats and everything to the classroom size. I think the programmatic needs sample that we will send you, you will probably get an idea from that, and maybe you should look that in to see whether you therefore need the 724, or if you do need it, you know, which one of these arguments is what
Sure.
you're going for. So you need to build that out.
Okay.
Going to the elevation of it, the height of it, I get the structural need to increasing it. My suggestion would be, especially on the classroom, an assembly room or classroom. I understand you want to maintain the flexibility, but you need to explain what would the new classroom be used for, and that it may have to be subdivided to provide for classrooms on an as-need basis. That needs to be built into your programmatic need. My question with regards to the assembly room in the front, because you're seeking a setback waiver. I understand that you want, you want to, maybe you can reduce it by a couple of feet, but to minimize the setback waiver, maybe you can angle the roof and create like a skylight kind of thing. And that way the building sets back even more. You maintain the height, you get the light. So think of that. And same thing, I don't know, can that be applied to the back of it? I don't want to add to the cost of it, but something that will reduce your waiver and yet allow you to have a very open, lighted space with the number of size that you need for the number of students to occupy that space.
So you're talking about a facade that would angle, that would pitch?
Yeah.
Okay, that's interesting.
Above the height of 8 or 9 feet, it pitches. That way the building sets back even more. It has a less of a presence at the frontage. You get more light, all much deeper, and that can be done for both of them on both sides.
That's true. Absolutely. We will look at that. Obviously, achieving the 15-foot setback on the front is far easier. I mean, we're almost there, actually. We're really close. Obviously, in the back, it's not. We certainly could look at ways to mitigate that height and impact on the alley on the back of the building, for sure. So we'll take that into consideration. Thank you for that. I do want to add one thing. The building has aside for the gym, the building has no assembly space. It has a dank cellar, which is a cafeteria, and it's frankly awful. It has no light at all. It's a good sized room, but it's kind of dreadful. It has very low ceilings. And this was the kind of the one opportunity in the front. We purposely put it in the front. I believe the section shows a slightly higher ceiling because it has less impact that way. And we were able to get a slightly taller ceiling because there's not a particular specific new tenant identified. There is the existing tenant. We are not, these floor plans are best guesses for what any school would want. We believe any school of this size would want a good size assembly space. And the best place for it was on the roof, because we had that opportunity to create a nice sized room with good ceiling heights, other than the gym, which is really, really widely scheduled and used.
Right.
That's why we called it an assembly space. Now, maybe some institution may prefer 2 classrooms or a big room that is subdividable. We're just taking our best guess at what an educational organization would want.
Okay.
I just wanted to add.
Okay.
I appreciate that, and that is something for Mr. Wright to respond to in the programmatic need as to why you
Yes.
need assembly
Yes.
space.
Yes.
Given that you have a multi-purpose room, which also as I understand it, it also serves as a cafeteria, which which wasn't clear, and then also there is gym. So that's why we also asked for the utilization of these spaces to see how much of these spaces are being simultaneously being used to justify a need for an assembly space or a classroom based on the need of the school having the flexibility. So all of these need to be tied in to your programmatic need and strengthen the argument for why, therefore, you need an additional 1 floor that is encroaching onto the setback and the rear yard.
Okay, we understand loud and clear. It was clear from the review session, and now we will give you the kind of details you need, and we'll look at lessening the variance. We'll try to reduce it in both the front and the back. And I think it's possible, but we don't want to commit to it yet until we've had a chance to kind of go through it a little bit more. Okay.
Sure. I had a question for Mr. Esserson. In the as-of right, you're showing an additional set of staircase that is located all the way at the end of the roof. Why is that needed?
Are you talking? Are we talking about on the addition?
The confirming 3rd floor plan Z204.
Yes, because when you put students, or really almost any use of this magnitude, you need 2 means of egress. What we're doing is we're taking the existing fire stair tower and extending it up in both cases. So to avoid additional stair construction, which is expensive and not very productive, and to maximize the amount of space for the classrooms, we took the 2 required fire stairs and brought them up another level because we have to by code. I don't know if that answers, and we also, of course, as Chris alluded to, we are introducing a new elevator that finally connects all levels. The 3rd level, the 2nd level with the cellar, so that the building becomes completely ADA accessible.
Okay.
Did I answer your question?
My question.
Okay, so I'm a little confused. You already have, in the existing, you have 2 set of stairs, one next to the
Yes.
elevator and one all the way along the rear lot line. In the
Yes.
conforming plan, you're proposing to retain the existing elevator existing stair that's by the elevator and the one that's in the extreme end of the rear lot line and an additional one. And that is my question. Then why is that additional one in the center being required?
An additional what?
A third in the conforming plan, an additional staircase is being proposed next to the existing staircase that is next to the elevator, in addition to already the 2 that are there. So that's the part I'm confused. Why, therefore, you need?
I'm so sorry, but I'm also confused. We are only proposing.
Somebody share.
You need 2 means of egress from the 4th floor. You need 2 means of egress from the 4th floor. That's why.
Yes. The conforming plan, may I just say, has 2 floors, not 1. So there's a stair between the 2 floors. And maybe that's what you're talking about. The conforming plan is 2 small floors.
Oh, okay. The 4th floor, the last elevator drops.
The conforming plan has a 3rd and a 4th, and they have to have a stair between them. And I think that's what you're seeing in the plan there.
Got it. Okay. The 4th floor, it drops to 2 staircases. That's
Yes.
in the building, and the 4th one drops up. The
Yes.
one on the rear drops up. Get it? Okay. All right. My question answered. Thank you.
Madam Vice Chair, Commissioner Sheeta has his hands up. I don't know if he was going to share. I know he shares.
Yeah, I can't see his hands up.
I was going to
Thank you.
tell her after she's finished speaking, but okay.
Commissioner Sheta.
Got to it before you did.
Thank you. I just wanted to provide guidance to the architect to make his life easier. instead of consulting a structure engineer on the height structurally constrained, he could just go to the building, the NYCBC, the applicable version of that, and just go to chapter 16. He's gonna find guidance on the dimensions or the height for beams and trusses that are applicable to given spans. And it's actually a ratio of the span. So it would call for 1/6, 1/8, 1/10, and so on. And just grab a number. You don't have to consult an engineer, and just provide 2 sentences to the applicant to insert in the statement of facts, and we'll take that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner.
Thank you. Yeah, that's very helpful.
I'd like to add if we could get dimensions to the roof of the structures and not the clear interior dimension, because as you've noted, that will change, that's subject to change based on the actual structural and roof assembly. We're also interested in the amount of variance being required, so that's to the roof of the structure. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions? All right, let's go to the public.
Okay, the case we are currently discussing is 2021-1BZ, 3118 37th Street, Queens. This is a enlargement of a school, Trinity Lutheran Church. If you wish to discuss, dial 646-558-8656, or a toll-free number should you be outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. To unmute on the phone, sorry. If you are already in the Zoom room, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand of the screen on the bottom of your screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to speak.
All right, while we're waiting for public to call in, how long will it take for
Yes.
for you to correct and revise the document?
I think we need a little time because of the holidays. If we could have 2 months to prepare it and get it to you, and then we could have a hearing shortly thereafter, if that's okay with you, Vice Chair?
Sounds good. All right, 2 months to submit, and who is the project manager on this?
Jill and I are taking care of them. They're Daryl's. They're Daryl's.
So please send a sample programmatic need and a plan that shows the area waivers.
Okay.
And just, I know you said 2 months, but maybe you have till the end of January, because I think that's actually 2.5 months, just because of holidays.
Okay, that's fine, 2.5 months. I was thinking more like February itself, so that's fine.
February what, sorry?
February hearing?
Yeah, okay, yeah, end of January to submit and February hearing, is that doable?
Yeah.
That'd be great, thank you.
Okay.
Okay, thank you.
And please make this perfect, because I don't think this is much of an ask, but these are just kind of cleaning things up, and Mr. Esterson doesn't is, I think, understands what I'm what we're asking for in terms of some of the recommendations. And
I do.
This is the end.
thank you.
Thank you very much, board.
Thank you.
Okay.
Item number, I'm sorry, item number 44, 2021-23BZ, 2315 Avenue West, Brooklyn. It's Leora Altman. Hi, Miss Altman. Thank you for.
Hello again.
Okay, you by yourself?
Yeah.
Okay. Do you
Star
affirm
at this hour.
Okay, do you affirm tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board and respond honestly to board member questions?
Of course.
Okay,
Good
Ms.
evening.
Dobbs.
Good evening, Leora Altman, from Office Leora Altman. I'm going to make this as quick as possible, as you know, it's been a very long day for all of us. We attended your review session, heard your comments with respect to the zoning analysis. So we'll be glad to review it and confirm that everything matches. with respect to the planting diagram. There was a comment. I didn't catch exactly what you said, but instead of asking you to repeat it, I'm going to go back and watch the review session and save you the trouble. Not a problem. And lastly, I will add a statement into my statement of facts as to why that 1930 Sanborn was submitted.
Yeah. Just go to drawing A101, which shows the planting diagram. And in that, the planting diagram, the dimensions of planting area A and B are not provided. So provide that and then show how that is adding up to the proposed and therefore meeting the requirement.
Okay, so show them and do the math.
Yeah.
To show it meets the rules.
Yeah, because I don't even have the total dimension of the area to know, like I don't have the total dimension of planting area A to know what is the actual area of planting area A is.
I'll be glad to do that, not a problem.
Any questions for Ms. Altman? All right, let's go to the public.
The case we are currently discussing is 2021-23 BZ 2315 Avenue West, Brooklyn. This is a special permit to permit the enlargement of a single-family home. Should you wish to discuss, please dial 646-558-8656 or our toll-free number if you're outside the city, 888-475-4499. You will enter the webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and press the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, press *9 to raise your hand, *6 to unmute on the telephone. If you are in the Zoom room already and wish to speak on this case only, please raise your Zoom hand, which is a little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss the case.
While we are waiting for public to call in, does the board have any issue if we close? Well, no.
It's not substantive, right?
Yeah, it's not substantive. Yeah, if we were to close this.
Anyone have any issues? Yes, no, maybe so. No, I see heads
have no
nodding
issues.
no. Okay, thank you, commissioners. Almost done. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Bing.
This is not how they count. 10, 9, 8, 1.
There we go.
All right. So Ms. Altman, we will close this, but you need to revise the plan, the statement of fact, and the zoning analysis chart. Please provide a cover letter clearly stating the changes that has been made and where those changes are. Okay, and that's it.
Of course, and a bubbled set of plans as well.
I was just going to say, you knew I was going to say it. I was just going to say it.
I didn't know you were going to say it, but I knew you were going to want it.
I thought that is given, so.
Well, as long as we were summarizing, why not add it in?
Okay, fair enough. Motion to close.
Vice Chair Chanda.
Aye.
Commissioner Otley Brown.
Aye.
Commissioner Sheta.
Aye.
Commissioner Shabeta.
Aye.
Commissioner Yoon.
Aye.
Okey doke.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Good night. Have a good holiday.
Good night, you too.
Item number 45.
We'll let you know when it's scheduled for next hearing.
Yeah. Item number 45, 2021-82 BZ 218 Hamilton Avenue, Brooklyn.
Last but not least, I lost a lot of people, but I'm still at, there should be an Abigail calling in. She has
Abigail Schwartzman.
Yeah, I don't even want to try to ruin her name. So
okay, so I already did it. So apologies.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here now. I'm sorry. I didn't realize I had to press the join as the panelist or attendee, but I think I got it now.
Okay, you want you put your video on?
My apologies to the panel, to the commissioners. I'm actually in transit right now to a high school fair for my son.
I hope you're not driving and on the phone.
No, absolutely
Okay.
not. But I am in the car. Yeah. So
Okay,
if it's okay
so-
with everyone, I'll just do my voice.
Okay. Is it okay, Vice Chair? Okay, let me swear you in. Do you affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth in your testimony before this board, to respond honestly with board member questions?
I do.
Yes, I do.
Elise Fullader from Eric Palatnik PC. We heard your comments, and the architect also had to do something for his child. So I'm going to read the responses that were architectural first to respond to your comments. He wrote me in an email. Regarding the comments for the ADA access from the basement open parking to the lobby, as an attendant parking facility, it would be required for all accessible vehicles to enter the vehicular elevator entry. This would allow any persons to drop off their vehicle and enter the lobby at grade elevation, where they can access the ADA elevator, which will take them to any floor within the building they wish to exit off of. And Abigail will speak in a second more. I'm just going to say one more comment, adding on to that about operations, because she deals with all of the medical centers facilities, and she knows a lot about operations of these sites. And then he would like to clarify comments regarding the lobby entry. 2 lobby entries are proposed. One is open to the public, which is at the corner of Hamilton and LaCour. I always pronounce that wrong. LaCour, and the other is a private lobby for medical staff and employees. The public lobby is the only lobby where an ADA elevator is proposed. The stairwell within the private lobby will still be accessible for egress purposes.
So as I understand it, though this elevator lobby, the public elevator goes all the way to the basement, it is not accessible from the parking lot, because there is a stair that is connecting from the parking lot to the lobby level. That's really my question.
Okay.
Right now, what we have on the plan, if I'm looking at, where is
Can
the
I
proposal?
open the plan, because I think that would be easier.
Yes, sure.
Okay, thank you. Share. Everybody can see that, right? So here is the parking plan. Is there, and then I see here is an ADA elevator and stairs. Is that what you're talking
So
about?
let's go to the, I'm only concerned about the basement area where the parking is provided.
Oh, okay, so back where I was, here.
Yeah, so
Okay.
as I'm looking at the corner elevator that is at the corner of Hamilton and the other street, is for public. So when I'm going there, I'm going to park my car, and if I'm a handicapped person, how am I going to go from that parking level to that lobby space to access the elevator to go upstairs?
So it's all attended parking, so there will not be people.
I understand.
Yeah.
Attendant parking, but I have to drive the car into the building, right? Before the attendant can move the vehicle into the stacked space or the non-stacked space, right? So what am I doing? I'm driving into the parking garage, or am I dropping it off outside the parking garage at street level?
And Abigail, I think this is for you about how your operations, if you can add on to.
Yes, absolutely. And I understand the concern. And I'd also just like to make a comment that I've been watching the Zoom the entire day. And I really appreciate the commissioners and their questions and the attention to detail. What we are planning here is there will be an attendant at the front of the building that can access both the help people come in from transportation, from vans, as well as to park the cars. Because the parking is a stacked system, we don't want individuals going into the parking garage. We would like them to pull up, and there will be an attendant right there in order to take the car into the garage. And we also don't anticipate really very much vehicular traffic. In fact, at the other two locations, which are similarly sized, there's no parking lots, and they're very similar streets, meaning they're not larger streets, and it's quite a heavy traffic area, and we've had very successful in this plan.
Okay, that is a concern in terms of what you need to then provide an analysis that shows that when a vehicle is coming in and is being dropped off, the person is going to be dropped off at street level at the curbside. And that means it's not going to be someone who's going to be dropped off in the middle of the sidewalk. It's going to be at the curb level. And how many vehicles are going to accumulate at the curb level? And is there adequate curb level parking available for all those vehicles to be accommodated and not have to double park? Because all of these questions are leading to the elements of the findings, that will this affect the vehicular circulation on the street, on Liquor Street? Will it affect the vehicular circulation on Liquor Street? Will it impact the pedestrian circulation along Liquor Street? Because from what you're telling me, if I have to come here, I'm going to be dropped off at the curbside near the garage, and then, or by the corner, which is even worse because I'm then backing up a lot more people. And then I have to go into the lobby at the corner. Meanwhile, the attendant, if I'm going to be on someone else's car, I'm going to be dropped off by this in front of the elevator. The person goes and takes it right next to the garage. The attendant picks it up from the grade level and parks it below. And when the time comes to return, I have to come out, wait for the car to come out at the street level, which could be either in the pedestrian on the sidewalk, or it would be on the street, possibly double park if there is no curbside parking available. That's a concern. So it has not been thought through, because that is not going to the findings.
I think that we have to expand on our operations dramatically. And I think Abigail can speak a minute now to their operations, because I think if we do that, it will really clarify how these medical offices or medical facilities work. So Abigail, I think you can help answer this question a little.
Yes, I think I appreciate it. I do understand the concern. Generally, what a HAVA Medical does is rehabilitation services, physical therapy, state-of-the-art, aqua therapies, and the population, as mentioned this morning, is generally a disabled population. This is not a walk-in clinic. This is a clinic. This is a facility that's done appointment only, and generally those appointments, as well as the transportation, are coordinated by a HAVA. A HAVA has its own buses, as well as has an outside component, another vendor, a transportation vendor that picks up the patients at their home and drops them off. There's very little car drop-off at either of our other locations, and the staff barely uses cars.
Oh no.
I think we lost
We
Miss.
lost for a second, yeah. No.
You might be
Because
going through the tunnel.
This operations really, if we really beef up our operational report and parking study, I think it will really.
Yeah, I
clarify.
think you need to provide more information at grade, what's happening, how the circulation is being done, what is the curbside regulation in terms of pickup, drop off. Are you going to ask for a no pickup, no parking zone where you can pick up, drop off?
She said to me on the phone that in their other locations, unless I misunderstood her, that they have a no parking drop off area. So I think.
And and that no parking drop-off has to be close, cannot be at the corner of Hamilton, and it has to be much further away because otherwise you're causing backup of vehicles.
She was talking, I don't know if you missed it, Abigail, about potentially having a no parking area. And I think you told me you have that at your other locations, correct? And
Yes, we do. We have a no parking area in the front, and that's the drop-off area. And I'm sorry, were you able to hear me regarding the transportation component of Ahava? That Ahava has its own vans as well as contracts with an outside vendor to bring in. Okay, perfect. So additionally, on Looker Street, there is not a there's a stop sign rather than a light, which enables a better flow of traffic. The vans come on a scheduled basis that is scheduled by Ahava. There's no walk-ins, and there's not an influx of people at random times, meaning of patients at random times. We have everything timed well so that, and we know the session times and have a good flow so that the facility itself is not backed up. Because again, of the type of services that are being provided, it doesn't lend itself to having large amount of people in the waiting room or people simply walking in for assessments.
And I guess we might need the architect here or the EAS consultant or the park consultant, but could we do a no parking area here? Or are we proposing one? I don't think we've thought that through yet. Yeah, but I was trying to ask, maybe Abigail knows, but that is something we can talk about with our architect and parking consultant.
I have another question. I think, no, that's okay. That's okay. Sorry.
Okay, sorry.
No. So I think, Ms. Fuller, you understand where we are coming from. This needs to be tied to the findings, and I think this, to me, the finding related to 7301, and I think the circulation is a question, and you need to respond to that in terms of, you have existing facilities, so use those existing facilities to give analysis as to how it operates, numbers, what is the existing flow of traffic on Laker Street, what are the parking requirements, on-street parking regulations, and how your proposed no parking is not going to be an impact and will allow for, let's say there are 4 vans that are going to come at a given time, and you'll have space for 4 vans to park by the roadside, have the drop off and the pickup, and then they smoothly go into the parking area. Just throwing a number out there.
So
similar to a school analysis, where the school says we have so many school buses that come, and we are going to have a drop off by the school frontage, and at a given time 3 buses come, we have a space for 3 buses.
And I'm sure we have these, but if there's one that has been recent that the board, even if it's a school analysis, really thinks is what they're looking for, just ask that you send that to us, because this both has operational elements and parking study elements. So if there's anything that you could send to help, that would be much appreciated.
No, to me, it's a suggestion. I mean, if your parking analysis, your parking analysis needs to show that it is not going to result in double parking. It is not going to result in creating any backup on Laker Street and therefore causing a further backup onto Hamilton Avenue, given the number of vehicles that is going to come at a given time. All of the peak utilization of those curb cuts, curbside parking, all of those need to be factored into their argument to justify. If you cannot, then I'm suggesting your number of like no parking zone that you're providing should be at least be able to accommodate your need.
Okay, understood.
May I add to just the discussion that when we had a community board meeting, which I attended as well, the community was very much in favor of the least amount of parking spaces possible. The community in the area is not, they don't want cars as much in the area. So they were very happy that we had wanted to do less cars and had really focused our business model around having, I would say, public transportation. I mean, it's private because it's us and another outsourced company, but it's group transportation. And we have that as well for our physicians and our staff. We have an evening and a morning van that takes people to the, takes employees to their different neighborhoods. So that's very helpful as well, that we will not have the parking lot filled with employee vehicles.
I understand that, and it's rare to see a community board wanting a reduction in parking in the zoning resolution. So I'm not questioning that. I think it is just, we're talking to the findings, so you just need to respond to that through your analysis and through your statement.
And so
And
I think
you have, as you were saying, that you do have other facilities which operate, so you can use those examples and surveys and analysis from that to bolster your arguments.
okay.
Understood. Thank you.
Yeah. And then I think I heard Commissioner Sheta will make the statement of facts clearer. I don't know if this was a confusion, but 37 per the section, 7344, you could reduce to 37. We're asking for 41 spaces. I'll try to clear that up, but this is 40.
Yeah, thank you, Lise. That the way it reads, it says pair zoning requirements. And my understanding is that zoning requirements are zoning resolution. And it says pair zoning requirements, 37 parking spaces would be required. I would say if in case of the subject special permit is granted, 37 parking spaces would be required.
And that's an easy fix. So thank you.
Yep.
And we'll take care of that.
Thank you.
No problem. And I think that, so just the parking study and the operations we'll work on and have that clarified for you. And then do we need also any sign-offs on this? Probably, right? That's the other part.
Sign-offs. Yeah, I think the WRP is still open.
I think the WRP is still open. They were sent recently, I guess, at the end of October.
Yeah, it was sent today or day before yesterday, something like that. I saw one come by my desk.
Yeah.
Or virtual desk, that is.
Okay.
Yeah. And I had a question regarding the stacker spaces that are being counted. So go through it. I think you missed one stacker space. So you are providing more parking spaces than you're stating. There's one stacker that is tucked next to the elevator. On the other side, yep, where your arrow is, yep, that behind, yeah, behind that, that's a stacker space.
So maybe we have to recount. So I will talk.
So just recount, which is good for you.
Yeah.
If you want, you can just number them if it's possible.
Oh, we could number them. Yeah, that could be. That's cool.
Yeah. All right. Any questions or comments for the applicant? All right, Ms. Holiday, you get the reward for hanging in for the longest amount of time, along with all the commissioners and Ms. Matias. Let's go to the public.
This is not important, and it's not whatever, but the longest one I've ever been to, it ended at 10 o'clock and the building was shutting down. So we all had to speak as fast as possible.
I remember that one. We won't let that happen. I hope not. Let's go to the public, please.
The case we are currently discussing, Steve, put the screen up. The case we're currently discussing is 2021-82BZ, 218 Hamilton Avenue, Brooklyn. Should you wish to discuss, you may please dial in 646-558-8656 or the toll-free number if you're out of the city, 475-4499. You enter the webinar ID number 896-2481-1431 and the pound sign. At the next prompt, you will press the pound sign only. Once you're in, place *9 to raise your hand and *6 to unmute if you are on the phone. If you're in the Zoom room already and wish to discuss this case, please raise your Zoom hand, which is the little hand at the bottom of your computer screen. Once you are permitted in, you will have 3 minutes to discuss this case.
Okay, how long will it take, Ms. Polidare, for you to provide a response, revise the application?
Well, I'm assuming we can't get better than a month and we need sign off, so I guess I'll say that, but.
Okay.
Or something a little bit more, because we need to update our parking study.
Yep.
Okay. All right, definitely it's not going to be January. We are looking towards, sorry, definitely it's not going to be December. It most likely, if anything, it would be towards the end of January.
I figured, so since that's the best you can probably give me no matter what this is, that or early February.
Okay, all right, either end of January or early February. Okay, noted.
Okay, the timer has gone.
Okay. So
Okay.
you know what to
Have a
do. If you have any questions, any clarification that you need on this, please reach out to our project
Gelatoni.
manager. And if you need any sample, they can provide you with sample, but I think you know what to do. You've done this.
Yeah, but yeah, samples always
All right.
help.
Whatever way our project managers can, they're extremely good. Whatever they can help you clarify any doubts, do so. Okay.
Okay.
All
Anything
right.
else? Anything else? No more
Anything
questions?
else? Any other suggestions, questions for Ms. Polidare and her team?
Oh, wait. There's a call in. 820 is the, are you calling in for this case? Hold on. Steve, let them in.
Yeah, allow them to talk is up to them if you want to.
Yeah, can you unmute, please? Can you unmute, please? Person whose last 3 numbers are 820. You're calling on this case on Hamilton Avenue. Please unmute so you can speak. Press *6 to unmute. Thank you. Hello? Hello? Whoever's calling with the last number is 820. Would you like to speak on this case?
I don't. I'm okay, Tony.
Mr. Rothgroup. Sorry, I didn't recognize your number.
I'm calling from my car. I'm on the road, so I have nothing
You're
to add.
driving
I
and
heard what-
calling on your phone. That's really good. Okay. So you heard the comments from the board? You heard the comments from the board?
Hands-free and Bluetooth. Yes, I have all the
Okay.
comments. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so I
All
guess
good.
that's it. Okay, thank you. Thank you for calling in. All right, we're done?
Yes. Thank you all very much. Commissioners, staff, thank you. Really appreciate it. This has been a long day and I really appreciate everybody's input.
Thank you, commissioners. Thank you, commissioners.
Bye.
Good night. This
Have a good
ends.
night, everyone. Thank you.
This concludes the public hearing for November 15th,